Good morning. I barely woke up in time. I'm alive and out of a turkey coma. Happy turkey coma day. Hopefully you are also in a turkey coma. Holy shit, what is happening? Holy shit, what is I can't even scroll. I can't even scroll.
Beginning to look like simp mods.
Did my mods tell you guys
Everywhere
that we re-added this? There's no way that's a coincidence. Wait, he is a mod. Wait, he knows.
It's donating once
God
again.
Damn it.
With gift subs and bitty cheers that glow. It's beginning to look a lot like simp mods. Emotes in every stream. But the prettiest sight to see are the friends that will be on your own stream chat.
Thank you, Night of Nights, for the fucking 100 gift subs and the embarrassment. Thank you. I'm awake now. Thank you. Jesus fucking Christ. Thank you for the 100 gift subs. Thank you, Night of Nights, for being a mad lad. Absolutely crazy. Why would I ever insist I can't say it? Because I can't. I don't practice that. Thank you, Night of Nights. That's a lot of gift subs, bro. Thank you for slapping a ton of people in Twitch. Oh, thank you. Ikaron Hate, thank you for that 26-month tier 3 resub. Thank you. Lord Suchio, thank you for the 9-month resub. Thank you. Have a delicious turkey and placenta with your potatoes. Bives, thank you for the 29-month tier 2. Junk Shop, Rural Minnesota. Want some uranium glassware? Uranium glassware is really cute, but like it glows green. It wouldn't match anything I own, you know? Because I don't like green. The Senator, thank you for the 8-month tier 2, brother mans. Thank you. Help. Be Jammin', thank you. The best part about Thanksgiving is the after Thanksgiving sandwiches the day after. Turkey stuffing, mashed potatoes, cranberry sauce on sourdough. I have sourdough, but I don't know if it's still good. Bread goes bad really fast because I can't eat it fast enough. There's too much bread in a loaf. Can I buy like a half a loaf of bread? Can I do that? Matt Larson, thank you for the 8-month member. Soon you'll be born. Do you arrive with fox ears and a tail? That entirely depends on if you want to or not, I suppose. Patchouli, thank you. Happy EBT American Friday, Foxu and chat. Thank you. I've thought to myself about some other things I might want for Black Friday, but like I don't know if I should get them this early on. You know, I don't want to end up with just like stuff that sits there in boxes. SGT676, thank you for the 16 months. Thank you. Today marks 22 years of existence for you. Happy birthday! Happy Black Friday birthday! You are the one who's 50% off. Congratulations! Good fucking god. John in English, thank you. Foxwoman help, you're playing Pokemon Go again? I would love to play Pokemon Go again, but I need the Saudis to make people not androgynous blob people in the game again. You know, if they do that one thing, I will play the game. Bokir, thank you for the 16-month member. Happy Digestion Day. Yeah, I died after eating turkey, man. I was so happy to eat turkey again. Massive Doge, thank you. Feliz después de día de pavo mi pandeja. Thank you. I owe Dia de los Muertos to you too. Elysius Mods, thank you for the full fucking year, dude. Hello, Stinky. I'm not stinky. I showered. I smell delicious, actually, because I have been addicted to combining this like mocha coffee body wash I have with my vanilla scented alien goddess perfume, and it makes me just smell like a delicious pastry item the entire fucking day. And apparently the day after too, because I smelled like this yesterday for Thanksgiving. So it's fucking great. I love it. J-Rock, thank you for the member. Thank you. Battleizer, thank you. Happy Friday, Foxy and honorable chatters. You have good news. An offer you put in on a house has just been accepted. Even in dark days like this, good things are happening and we're all gonna make it. Fucking Wagyu! Thank you. Thank you, Battleizer, and congratulations. Congratulations on both gaining a house and gaining massive amounts of not bad debt. Mortgages are scary to me because I don't like the thought of carrying a balance. It's very scary. So hopefully, you know, you pay that off. You have your house forever. Hopefully property taxes won't just inflate for a million years. You know, maybe more states will decide, let's do something about those taxes, man. Phoenix DS, they give the Canadians. Here, the metal cover version for Expedition 33, the artist for the cover is a bit over the top. I don't know what that means. I don't know what he means by this. I guess, because it is after Thanksgiving, but I didn't read the cringe copy pasta this year. I see cringe copy pastas less often. Like, I don't even see them on Twitter anymore. I guess my feed is just fine-tuned to only give me the most delectable cringe and not just average daily variety. So let me see. It's been a while since I've read one of these. Happy Foxgiving, you turkey cock gobblers! Christopher Columbus came on America riding the gay flower across the sea so that you can spread your gravy all over your smashed potatoes. Gobble gobble on a big dick this year. White meat, dark meat, we love it all. The turkey isn't the only thing to get stuffed tonight. If you're lucky, your mommy will fist you just like she fisted the turkey. We eatin' pumpkin pie for dessert, extra creamy. And don't you cum cluckers forget. It's okay, he didn't finish the copy pasta, so the cum cluckers did in fact forget. And it's probably a good thing that they did. Let's be real. Let's be honest with ourselves. You really need to turn me down. What do you mean? What do you mean? This is awkward. Time to come to stream? Nah, this is a perfect time to come. Dicks! We love dicks! Ah.
Oh my god.
I'm loving this. Thank you! Thank you, Kyle and Lass, for the 5,000 fucking dicks, brother! Thank you for the dicks. Happy birthday to you and all who were born in November. We're legends. Happy birthday, Kyle and Lass. There's a lot of you guys who are after Thanksgiving babies. That's very interesting. We're in the 11th month of the year. That means, you know, 11 minus 2, that's 9. Does that mean you guys were like Valentine's Day fucks, pretty much? Is that how that works? Thank you, Kyle and Last, and I hope you had a very good birthday today. Have a good birthday day. Oh, the Pyromaniac, thank you. Can you get a good luck with your house buying? It's been 6 months since you had your offer accepted and you're still waiting. Wait, waiting for what? Why is it taking 6 months after you got an offer accepted? That's kind of fucking wild. That's kind of wild. I'm sorry it's taking so long. I have no idea why it would take so long, so hopefully you get some good luck, dude. What is the brand of horse shampoo that I use? You're looking to try it? Mane and Tail, I think is what it's called. Mane and Tail. Stop saying words! Shut up! That Reeve guy, thank you for the 15-month resub. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Shadow1869, thank you for the 25 Kick gift blankets. Massive on Kick, dude. Thank you for the 25 gift blankets. And, Mr. Michael, thank you for the 5 gift blankets on Kick. Thank you. No, thank you. Your great-grandma just hit 100 years old today. Goddamn, Grandma got some spunk. That's crazy. I could not imagine living to 100, though I would very much love to live eternally. Last Royal Raven, thank you. You're a Black Friday child? Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Black Friday child. Are you also the black child of the family? Because you can make so many jokes. When did your parents fuck? Let's work it out with maths. Oh my god. Please stop. You can only get so erect before you have to find the Red Cross to help with the lost blood. What did he mean by this? 20% off gamer subs with code Kirsche for 20. Oh shit! We got Black Fridays? I didn't even know there was a Black Friday. They didn't even tell me. They didn't tell me. I guess use code Kirsche for 20% off your gamer subs orders for 24 hours. Thank you, chat, for informing me about my own sponsor. Usually they tell me these things. Golga, thank you for the 10 months of Proom. Thank you for prooming. Big Proom, man. There's an Archer quote. Please don't ban me. Oh man, I like Archer, but I'm not gonna be able to remember everything, man. It's okay. Dawnguard, thank you for the 7 months of Proom. Thank you for prooming. Your girlfriend came to Thanksgiving and said she would kill your sister if she stole the turkey leg. Metaphorically, you think? I don't know. Are you a little too close to your sister that makes your girlfriend uncomfortable? Birthday person was a late February conception, but they could have been a late birth. And Valentine's Day is halfway through the month of February. Black Friday child chatter's disabled mom received the 30% off. Oh no. There's a bad snowstorm in December 94 that shut down the interstate. You were born 9 months later. So I guess your parents had sex to keep warm in the car blizzard, question mark? Well, Paradoxical Madness, thank you. What the fuck did I just join into? Welcome to ZomboCom. A Doggo Bongo, thank you for the 7-month member. What did you tune into? Some people don't remember I used to have like a cursed ASMR reading redeem where you could ask me to say incredibly cringe weird shit and I would just do it for fun. Am I a turkey or a ham? Turkey. Ham is disgusting. Ham is disgusting. I like bacon, but that's the only part of a pig I will eat. Cardique Sola, thank you. Spending time with your parents. You can't stick around, but you wanted to say hi, Kirsche and Chad. Hope you all had a great Turkey Day. Turkey Day was delicious. I eated delicious things. I have leftover apple pie in the fridge. I love apple pie. I also bought. Let me pick it up because it's on my desk. Can you hear the screaming? It's a tin box. It's a really cool tin box. You know, since those Danish cookies are actually made in India now. They're not, that's a joke. There's other knockoff Danish cookies that are made in India now, but I digress. Since they're made in India now, you know, you don't want to buy them because you don't want your food that you're going to consume made in India. So I bought a box of toffee from C's Candies because you guys know how much I love fucking C's Candies. And it came in a tin box that I can then turn into a sewing box in the future. It's not a circle, it's a rectangle, but it still works. And inside the toffee box, can I open this without it putting too much weight on my keyboard? Oh yeah. Inside the toffee box, can you hear these tiny clackies? There is a tiny miniature solid metal hammer. And it looks really cool. And there's a solid brick of toffee inside, and you can take the hammer and like to like break up the toffee. That's fascinating. I've never bought food that you're supposed to play with before eating. So I have like entered a magical Thanksgiving land. She's dropping a sick beat. The interactive treats, man. It's so exciting. Sweets and violence. Hammer included. Yeah, I'm really excited about the hammer. It's going to become a family heirloom. I hope my grandchildren will play with it in the future. She's discovered the toffee hammer. John in English, thank you. Why do you mean you've lost? What did he mean by this? Mr. Rubber Ball, thank you for the 2-month resub on Kick, dude. Thank you. Anthony, thank you. My answer to my bread problem is I need to get a himbo and make him sandwiches. I would love to have a himbo who tells me what his favorite sandwiches are, and then I can make them for him for lunch. I'm swirling, thank you. You're working all day on this Friday of color. Have some of your money dollars to buy myself something nice in your stead, Foxy woman. Well, you guys bought me that recumbent bike, so I have that coming in at some point. So that'll be nice. That'll be nice to use finally. Need to know about the chocolate oranges? Oh yeah, that's true. I do love chocolate oranges. I whip those things at the ground so that they shatter so I can eat them. This is why giving your women enrichment is important. She cannot just have easy access to the food and is instead entertained during eating. This is why you can fascinate a woman with a slice of cheese. TDM Dylan, thank you. Your sister made both Kronk spinach puffs and she even made a cranberry and orange tiramisu for Thanksgiving night. Cranberry tiramisu was fucking delicious. Same with the spinach puffs. That sounds amazing. I wish your sister was a man. Chocolate oranges fucking slap. You can't find them locally. Really? That's crazy. I love chocolate oranges, and they're like all over the place here, man. I think I put them on my throne back in like 2020 or some shit, and it took me like 3 years to eat all of them. Umbrella days. Thank you for the thank you for the another lot. Did you know that words are actually just kind of like sounds that we make, but we've all agreed that those sounds mean something, and so we understand each other on a very tenuous contract that words are more than just a simple gargling sound. Thank you for yet another live. It's a fun break in your downtime from being a single himbo dad of a teen autist. Roblox, shit tier memes. Don't let your kids on Roblox, that's dangerous, but thank you. Thank you, my guy. Thank you, my guy. Sorry that you have to be a single dad, though. That sucks. I hope you're fucking doing your best, man. I'm sure you are. I don't know how to say this, that it doesn't sound like I'm being sarcastic, but I'm not. I'm genuinely trying to wish you well, but I sound like a retard. I'm sorry. Archer quote, all words are made up. Prosciutto and fresh mozzarella on a crispy roll with a little basil and olive oil, by the way. What about prosciutto and mozzarella on a crispy roll? Oh, I made some fucking bruschetta like months ago and it lives rent-free in my head. I loved that bruschetta spread. I know it's just like a specific type of tomato chopped up with some spices and shit and some cheese, but oh god, it's so good. It's so good. Talk cheese to me, fox woman. Did I see that I got into a new Google Docie from Mina Vanilla yesterday? Only good things. I did. It was very sweet. It was very sweet. I had it linked to me and I was like, aw, that's a very sweet thing for her to do. What a wholesome lady. Maybe we should talk about birthing again sometime. Oh man, tomato and basil is god tier combination. It really is. Mr. Eternus, thank you for the 7 months of Peru. Thank you. Like Asmundad would say, laws are just made up, and it's because laws are made of words which aren't real. That I also have crostini with the bruschetta. I did not have a crostini. I have been obsessed with these bruschettini crackers though. They're like fucking garlic and parsley, and they are phenomenal. I don't have it's a creamy cheese and you order it at restaurants and I'm not remembering what it's called and you eat it with fucking prosciutto and I think it begins with an F, maybe. No, not brie. It's an Italian cheese. I can't fucking remember, brother. No, not feta. It's not a goat cheese. You order it. No, not mascarpone. I like mascarpone. Fontaine doesn't sound right. No, it's like a ball of cheese that you can order as like an appetizer at a restaurant. Focaccia, maybe? I don't know. That doesn't sound right, but it does begin with an F. What if I just Google what is that ball of cheese you can order at a restaurant? Burrata. It does not begin with an F. I'm a retard. It's burrata. I don't know why I thought it began with an F. What's wrong with me? So burrata is like why was I thinking about burrata cheese? I was gonna talk about something, but now I don't remember why I was bringing up burrata. F cheese ball. Burrata is made out of mozzarella. It tastes like different from just regular mozzarella for whatever reason. You're the one who told you it slurred the B into an F. Do not F the cheese. Burrata is mozzarella balls. Well, that makes sense why I like it, because I do like mozzarella. I buy the fresh, like, Galbani mozzarella balls at the Groby stores. But they taste different from, like, the burrata from the restaurant. I don't know why. Now, why was I talking about this? I don't remember why I was thinking of burrata. It speaks to your Italian ancestry. I was thinking about crackers and then the cheese was brought up in my mind. I guess so. Oh, because I like eating the bruschettini crackers with like cream cheese. And it makes me think of going to a restaurant and spending like $50 on a burrata. Like burrata is always ridiculously fucking expensive for whatever reason. Cheese is love, cheese is life. No cheese, grommet. No! No, Wallace. When I'm back in New England, I need to go to the Tuscan Kitchen. The burrata is so good along with all of their other options. Tuscan Kitchen sounds like it's in that devil village that was built in Salem, though. A CPPC tag, thank you for the 7-month member. Happy Thanksgiving. Hope I got super stuffed and had a good time. I ate so much turkey that I felt like I was going to explode. And there was apple pie and frosted gingerbread loaf and brownies and pumpkin pie and homemade whipped cream and also a ricotta pie. I'm not a big fan of ricotta cheese. I don't know what the issue with ricotta cheese is. Like maybe I could venture out and try it again in current year. But when I was younger, whenever I would eat ricotta, I would vomit. Like not even like the instantaneous texture vomit where like I put something in my mouth like yogurt and the texture's so offensive that I just forcefully vomit before I even finish eating it. But like I would eat like stuffed shells with ricotta or lasagna with ricotta, and I would get an upset stomach and I would be cramping and in a lot of pain, and then I would just vomit. And like none of the ricotta would really be digested. Like there would be like still like white lumpy vomit from the ricotta. So I don't know why. Like I could eat like every single fucking cheese that tastes good, obviously. But for whatever reason, when I was younger, I always had a huge issue with ricotta, and people really disliked that I had an issue with ricotta because it's like I would love to be able to eat the stuffed shells, but you cannot make them with ricotta. And this is why I started making my own lasagnas with mascarpone instead of ricotta, because I liked having a creamy cheese in it, but I couldn't physically eat ricotta. Sounds like Foxy had lactose intolerance and has since forcibly fixed it. No, that wouldn't be the case because I drank a metric fuck ton of milk when I was a kid. I drank so much milk. I ate so much ice cream. I ate so many other cheeses. Like I have been a sharp cheddar kind of lady my entire life. It was just ricotta that I had this issue from, and I have no idea why. You don't use cheese at all in lasagna? Use a bechamel? Interesting, but I need my lasagna to be stuffed with cheese. Kirsche yearns for the lactose. Texture autism? I feel like if it was a texture autism thing, I would have immediately vomited, but ricotta actually made me feel ill. Maybe the type of bacteria? Maybe. I have no idea. Literally no idea why I got fucked up by some ricotta. Foxy's a tard when it comes to texture. I can't help it. Maybe it was something with the bacteria in the ricotta? I mean, maybe. Probably something with the curing process? Potentially. Ricotta is a goat cheese, isn't it? It might be the bacterial difference. Is ricotta a goat cheese? I've eaten feta cheese before, like in a salad, but I'm not a big fan. I don't really like goat cheeses. Still believe that Americans got psyoped into their freakish love for cheese by the got milk ads? I don't know. Cheese is amazing. The more aged the cheese, the less lactose it has, so sharp cheddar would have less of an impact. Generally aged over a year is good to go. I, again, don't think it's the lactose thing, because, like, I've drank a fuck ton of milk my entire life and never had any issues. And I'm also a fiend for ice cream. And, I mean, I did have that shakuchi board stream as well, where I ate a bunch of different cheeses and I didn't get sick at all. And cheese is delicious. Saying otherwise is anti-American, true. And goat cheese has a huge range and a lot of it is meh. Yeah, I've never eaten a goat cheese that I like. Which is a shame, because they have cheeses that sound like they'd be really good. Like an almond raspberry goat cheese log or some shit. And I'm like, damn, that sounds tasty. And then I try it and I'm like, this would be really good if it was a real cheese and not a goat cheese. Eat ricotta, but then down a whole ass glass of milk. The two dairies do battle. I'm white. The dairy doesn't do battle in my stomach. You're right, it's feta, not ricotta, that's goat cheese. You were temporarily retarded. Okay, alright. Even have poutine with the squeaky cheese curds. I've never had a poutine before. Be jammin', thank you. The best part about Thanksgiving is the Thanksgiving sandwiches the day after. I read that! Thank you again. Thank you again. Hamburger, not American cheeseburger. American, the added dairy makes it truly American. I mean, it does. Let's be real. Let's be honest with ourselves. If you cannot eat the bacon cheeseburger, you cannot immigrate. I would be okay with that being a part of our immigration exams, to be fair. I know. I'm scrolling up in YouTube chat because I got really far behind. I know. Jesus Christ, there's so many. Can I get rid of Binary Mind's message? I can! Alejandro Trombono, thank you. Your mom told your dad if he bagged a deer this time of year, she'd give him a son. Let's just say your dad's a hell of a shot! That man really wanted another kid. That's crazy.
Yo, with the butter, put it dough. Put the butter on the dough, put it dough. Yo, with the butter, put it dough. Put the butter on the dough, put it dough. Anya munya.
Sup to like cheese? You're insane to not like cheese or have a weak stomach. FFS, we don't even call allergies to lactose an allergy, it's just intolerance. Build it up and strengthen tummy.
Strengthen your tummy. You too can be a superior cheese eater. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. You love the vanilla flavored C's. Vanilla flavored what? Because like they have vanilla cream milk chocolates, vanilla cream dark chocolates. They got like vanilla lollipops. Like vanilla. You're gonna have to be a bit more specific. Kitsune, thank you for the 6-month member. Thank you. The way one day you can disappoint your grandchildren with sewing stuff and not cookies. It's an American tradition. True and real. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Happy post-turkey coma day. Hope that all was well. No one wants the Indian feet cookies. True. I do not want the Indian feet cookies, but one day I will figure out how to make the VTuber foot wine. Arc Dragon, they give the 2-month member. It's now acceptable to put up Christmas decorations. That's one of my most exciting things about like the prospect of having a house in the future, is I'll be able to put obnoxious lights all over my house that will make people passing by feel happy and children squee with joy. Children will squee with joy at seeing the pretty lights on the house, because I know that's what I did when I would drive past fucking lit up houses. I don't know why my brain could not get off of gloy. That's not even a real word. Tom, thank you. You have a question. Do I ever think that the left and the right will ever be able to exist peacefully together? You're from Nux's community. Big fan of you. Thanks for all you do. Hello, welcome, Jewish ambassador. As it stands, no. If we want to coexist peacefully, we have to get rid of all of the fucking commies, is what needs to happen. Once communism is seen as detestable as actual Nazism, not what the left calls everyone a Nazi, then I think we will finally be able to have some semblance of coming back to an understanding as a country. I don't think that's gonna happen in our lifetime though, brother. Am I a C7 compromiser or C9 mega chad? Big bulbs for the win. Sir, I'm a woman. I have no idea what you just said. I just see pretty light go sparkle and go, ooh! You know, like, glory to the world. Happy Thanksgiving. Hope you enjoyed delicious food and the upcoming snow. I don't know if I'm gonna get snow, but it'd be great if I did. I miss the snow, brother. Guru Gamesh, thank you. Should add a ukulele so I can do an apology stream. I don't think there's anything I have to apologize for. I mean, I just get proven right, left and right every day. I was like, maybe people should start listening to the Brain Damaged Fox Woman once in a while. It's almost like I have a semblance of a brain cell kicking around in there, you know? Pretty sure communists killed way more than the Nazis. They did. They did kill way more people than the Nazis, but also the Nazis tried to ethnically cleanse. So like that's also not good. That's also why we like detest things like the Armenian genocide, right? Like, you know, things like that just shouldn't happen. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Love the dark chocolate oranges. They are pretty fucking good. A C9 are the classic huge Christmas bulbs, like out of a Christmas Story. I can't think of what the light bulbs in A Christmas Story look like. I feel like it's a pretty big ask. Jedi Kryptonian, thank you for the 16-month resub, thank you. Communism and specifically socialism needs to be mocked more and called out. Socialist ideology birthed those that made communism, fascism, and National Socialism. It all comes together historically. And I'm kind of fucking sick of it. You think he's saying I have big tits? I mean, I guess I could put Christmas lights on them, but for that, you know, that would take like an artist I could harangue in a short term. Reliably informed by saying that the Armenian genocide didn't happen. Jesus Christ. No. I'm scrolling. Emerald fucker, man, thank you. Seduce me with your cheese facts, Foxu woman. Apparently, there's something with string cheese that activates the flavors in it when you peel it, which is why if you try to eat string cheese without peeling it apart, it does not taste as satisfying as when you peel it apart. I do not know how this magical cheese science works, but it is definitely true. Do not risk electrocution. Zachary Rollick, thank you. Burrata's so good. You need to make more caprese sandwiches. I would love it. I would love to have fucking... I don't want sliced tomatoes, though. That's my big thing. I don't like the beefsteak tomatoes. I only like the tiny ones that pop like testicles when you eat them. Devil Fruit Zero, thank you. You got to see your nibblings yesterday. The only time I've ever seen that word is when I've been reading retard speak on Reddit. I feel like I'm in that meme, you know, that like meme from that Nazi movie where the guy holds up 3 fingers. And after 2 days of hell working during the last minute Thanksgiving rush, you're so happy, thankful for Fox, be safe. You also be safe out there, lad. Mods, get the Redditor. Umbrella Days, thank you for the... You're good. Single fatherhood, no lie. Your son's mother is like my mother. If you take out the extreme violence, you were 19, she was 26. You did a dumb. Holy fuck. This guy was a MILF hunter. I'm sorry you're like my dad. You were hypnotized by the titties, man. But that's good. That's good to hear that you're good. And that sucks that you have to deal with that cunt until your son is 18. Help. You blame the trad cuck GOP? All the cucks do not have the guts to do anything? All they know is how to wiggle their fingers. At this point, we need a third party. Can you please do occasional weather reports? Like actual weather? I don't know how that would work. SGTD4C, thank you. You know you're a Valentine's Day baby because your parents don't like each other. One night of lust and now you exist. Also, your SGTD4C YouTube showing its @names. Yeah. Don't you have a similar name on YouTube? I feel like I read your supa earlier and like, your name was a little longer, but I just didn't read the longer part. I would love to actually do stuff on Valentine's Day for once in my life instead of being told, hey, this is a nice Valentine's Day gift you got me, but I hope you don't expect this level of effort in return. Ha 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 ha. Keck McKeckerson, thank you. Howdy, Foxwoman. Unfortunately, you were unable to go home for Turkey Day, but you were able to have a platoon Thanksgiving dinner. You got your ass kicked at Uno. Imagine getting your ass kicked at Uno. I do not have good memories of Uno because I was a child, and I feel bad in retrospect. Having Foxy do 3 p.m. weather would be cool. I don't even know how I would do that. Massive Doge, thank you. Rhymy Ricotta in shambles. Why would she be in shambles? Isn't that better? Because then I won't eat her? Question mark. Psycho, thank you. Found body pillows for $10 online. Now you can have all 3 Kirsches sleeping on you comfy. I hope those body pillows aren't stuffed with like yarn. I hope they're actually big and comfy. That's crazy. I hope that's a Black Friday deal on some like good pillows. Mountain Mutt. 64%! Thank you for the 3-month member. Kirsche, Lady of the Cheese. That is me. I am the Cheese Duchess. Heard a rumor that VTubers are allergic to grass. Care to comment? That's true and real. Don't make me touch it. Let me see. Comfy asbestos pillows. I'm fucking scrolling, man. I'm scrolling. Okay, I found where I was. Where Schneffer, thank you for the 3 months. Cheese is truly magical. It can cast a powerful spell of binding. It can. It can. You can fascinate. Pick a small city where no chatter lives and read the weather forecast. What the fuck? When you were in the last psychiatric ward, you used to torture your friends with Uno? I don't think I could even remember how to play Uno in current year. Error 404, thank you. Your mom made homemade pecan pie and sweet potato pie, and the wife made homemade buttermilk pie. The fuck is a buttermilk pie? Speaking of buttermilk, I think I found out why I don't like ranch. I had a buttermilk ranch the other day, and I was like, holy shit, this is delicious! Why isn't all ranch made this way? So I think the reason I thought that I hate ranch is because all prior ranches that I've had were not buttermilk ranches. But the buttermilk ranch is like the pinnacle of ranch. So if you're gonna eat ranch, it should be a buttermilk. And so I need to find a buttermilk ranch dressing outside of a restaurant to test my theory. Right now, all I have in my fridge is like a cracked peppercorn dressing, a creamy Italian dressing, and then some fucking off-brand red wine vinaigrette. I used to buy Marzetti red wine vinaigrette, and that was like my favorite salad dressing ever. And then those Marzetti fucks stopped fucking making it. And I have tried the red wine vinaigrette from nearly every fucking brand that I can find, and they just don't taste the same. None of them taste acceptable or even anywhere near as good as the Marzetti one did. And that upsets me greatly. The closest I've come, and when I say this, people are going to laugh at me. The closest I've come to finding an acceptably tasty red wine vinaigrette is fucking wishbone dressing, man. Who buys wishbone dressing? Oh, Jesus, right? That's what I'm saying.
This is your song, thank you.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
This is your song.
Thank you, Ty Jack, for the Thanksgiving slaves! Yay! Thank you!
Thanksgiving was strange. Mom, the cook, was working her last Thanksgiving ever, so we tried Cracker Barrel. They had an hour and a half wait, so we wound up having Thanksgiving at IHOP. Then they told me they're paying off my house and car.
Holy shit. That's crazy. Congratulations. I don't know how you feel about that, but like, I would be in a very surreal feeling way. Like caught between holy shit, I'm so fucking lucky, I love you guys, and also, why are you doing this? That's crazy, that's so much money. Parents love. That's insanity. Congratulations, Ty Jack. Congratulations. You sound like you had an amazing Thanksgiving. No offense, but who buys vinaigrette in the first place? It's vinegar, oil, and spices. Just whisk it up yourself. I don't know how to make fucking red wine vinaigrette, brother. But I mean, maybe I could learn in the future. I know, maybe I could learn. I know the Bunker Bros have like some sort of weird olive oil dressing that they make themselves, but in the fridge, it like freezes solid. So I'm like, I don't know if I want to make my own, if it's gonna just be a coagulated mess the whole time, you know?
Spanking because you've been a bad girl.
No, you!
Mr. Bigglesworth, thank you. Forgive me, Kirsche, you done fucked up. You ate so much last night that you're sick today. You forgot that you're simply human and have human limitations. You're not eating turkey soup to get over turkey sickness from Turkey Day. I have never had a turkey soup. I didn't even know they made turkey soup, man. This woman does not know how to make salad dressing. I mean, I just bought salad dressing my whole life, man. I can acquire the skills to make a salad dressing. It can't be that hard. I've just never made it. Red wine vinegar? I'm gonna stop you right there. I can't smell the vinegar. Whenever my grandma would clean the house with vinegar, I would have to hide in my room all day because if I went outside, it would cause me to vomit. The smell of vinegar kills me. I cannot smell it. If you need to incapacitate me, you don't even need to get like date rape drugs on a rag. You just like open a bottle of vinegar and I immediately die. Get your hands on the ingredients list and try to make something similar. Your dad is working for a while to remake a steak sauce from some different restaurant he went in the 80s. Difference is, of course, your dad does food stuff for a living. Maybe I just make your dad, pay your dad to like make me a red wine vinaigrette, man. I just want to hear my voice on the radio doing a weather report from Michael in Wisconsin. I don't know what that means. Kirsche would hate your car because you sent it with apple cider vinegar. My father! Hold on, chat.
Good
Dad,
news, everyone.
please
Kirsche is only
send
a few
me
$1,000 away from
the
claiming
link.
the number 3 spot on the all-time super chat leaderboard for tubers this year.
I'm sorry, what?
Let's finish the year out strong and get our beloved Fox woman to even greater heights.
I like how you said, yeah, she's only a few $1,000s away from the number 3 super chat spot. It's like, yeah, YouTube guys, it's only a few what, you don't have a few $1,000s? Number 3's fucking crazy though. That's terrifying. That's absolutely fucking terrifying. How in the fuck am I number 3 all-time super chatted for this year? That is insanity. That is wild. Think of like the implications. What about your desk ketchup? It has vinegar in it. I don't keep it open and sniff it like a fucking candle, brother. Don't ask that. You know somebody is gonna show you they do have it. Stop! I have to text my dad. Dad, please send me the link to the car stinky wood thing. Thank you. My dad was talking about this car stinky wood thing that he got and how it has like he gave me the notes of the scent. And they were very similar to the notes of what Spice Bomb is. And so I was like, Dad, you have to send me the link to this car stinky because I need to buy this car stinky. If the car stinky smells exactly like Spice Bomb does, I'm gonna have to do things I can't tell you about in my own car. You mean an air freshener? That's what I said, a car stinky as opposed to the wall stinky. So he hasn't sent it to me yet, and I've asked him twice now. So that made me remember. I need to ask him about it. Air freshener. No. Mika Lim, thank you. Guys, Kirsche doesn't have lactose. We've seen her toes. True. Phoenix DS, thank you. Cheese curds are best curds. I have not had them, at least that my brain can think of. Do I like the new car smell if it's a leather car? Cladex, thank you. You need to eat a bacon cheeseburger to immigrate. I'm down with this. You don't open it and sniff it like a candle. You open it and eat it like a candle. I don't think I could eat ketchup by itself. I don't think I could eat ketchup by itself. That's kind of gross. And like if I had ketchup on a plate, I wouldn't be able to keep it near me because the ketchup smell would eventually permeate my nostrils and cause me to feel ill. Ketchup tastes delicious, but it smells disgusting. It's kind of like somehow people have morphed into like, I just sit here and drink ketchup all day. It's like, that's a really weird thing to say, brother. Same with the people who think that, like, I just ingest mold constantly instead of, oh, I left a bottle out when it should have been fine. And for some reason here at the bunker, things mold at, like, 10,000 times speed. Bigglesworth, thank you. You see that you should explain since you're seeing a lot of never heard of turkey soup in chat. It's just spiced chicken soup made with turkey and it's tradition for your family. If you need to put a recipe in Discord, you can. That sounds like it could be fun. I don't know how I'd feel about turkey in a soup though. I don't know. I like the like chunk turkey, you know, like when you carve a slice off and it's like delicious, but I don't know how I'd feel about it in a soup. Ooh, thank you for those 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. You've not forgotten the trunk pizza. Please don't eat trunk pizza. I'll cry. Well, then just don't leave me alone. That's the risk you take if you leave me to my own devices. I might just go feral. You don't know. The ketchup, mold, and dairy are in a great war within the Foxoo's body. Red Heracross, thank you for the 23 months. A member, nearly 2 years. Where does the time go? When you started watching, 100K felt like a far-off dream. Now look at you. Yeah, I never imagined I would hit 100,000 subscribers, and now I'm at like 115,000. I've always felt like I've been in a weird place as a content creator where like my CCV goes up steadily all the time, but I gain new followers on like either YouTube or Twitch at a very, very slow pace for whatever reason. I don't know. It's very strange. It's very strange to me. Oh goodness, got a meal prep for you. If you get left alone, yes, please. Do you drink the ketchup that was officially written into the Korschovo records of your canon? What? Pit picks when? Never. I never mentioned anything about those. Phoenix DS, thank you. Forget eating just one bacon cheeseburger. Make it a carnivore bacon cheeseburger. I think an interesting prospect is when you have one of those like cheese-filled hamburgers and then you wrap the cheese-filled hamburger with, like, bacon. You know, you do, like, the basket thatch with the bacon weave around the burger. So it's, like, encrusted in a bacon. And then you take, like, chicken breast and you coat it like you were gonna make a chicken parmesan. And then you cook that and you stuff the bacon-wrapped, cheese-filled hamburger inside the chicken breast that you have coated like you're making chicken parmesan. And then after that's all cooked, you do add the marinara sauce as if it was a chicken parmesan and a ton of cheese over it. So you have a chicken parmesan filled with bacon-wrapped, thatched hamburger filled with cheese. And then I guess you could use like a brioche bun or something. Stop, Kirsche, I can only get so hard. My arteries, too. That's like a once-in-a-lifetime thing. You just eat that so you can say that you tried it. And I would probably order one and have to share it with someone, because there's no way I could eat that entire fucking sandwich. You know what you're making tonight. A Lost Monster Man, thank you. You're glowing! I'm glowing! Ooh! She says words wrong to be silly.
I'm a gooba.
Evil Mandrake, thank you. You need assistance. Your dog is demanding more attention than your own 2 hands are capable of, and she's getting mad. Isn't that when you, like, roll around on the floor with her? Isn't that when you do that? This is stream time, not wand time. What did he mean by this? Simonsk, thank you. Thank you, Fox Lady. You're a treasure that we need to protect. Also, hi, Kirsche chatters. Hope all is good. I hope everyone had a good Turkey Day, brother. McCream Monarch, thank you. You have a plan, Foxy? You call it national capitalism. Ghost of Aces, thank you. According to Hamas, Diddy, Adolf, fuck! I gotta scroll up again. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone forever. I cannot scroll up far enough to read it. Roadkill VT, thank you. China isn't communist, it's fascist. State-run capitalism, no social safety net, no guaranteed wage, blood and soil objectives, e.g. Taiwan and Uyghurs, etc. It is a capitalist economy run and ruined by communist policy. But, I mean, yeah, horseshoe theory. You get the game-winning touchdown in the family football game. Your whole body hurts. I'm sorry. Phoenix DS, thank you. What about a sour cream ranch, Foxu? I don't like sour cream. You can't eat bread. You're applying for a himbo certification in a few months. I don't know what that means. Massive Doge, thank you. Don't say vinaigrette too quickly.
Why?
Jacob Macknick, thank you. Imagine unironically coming from a state called Massive Huge Shits, Lamau, get wrecked, with love from God's drunkest state, aka Wisconsin. Don't worry, Massachusetts has fallen. The redcoats didn't conquer it, but other red people did. Those communists, those filthy communists, man. You don't like sour cream, but yet you like cheesecake. Correct! Whenever I order anything from a Mexican place, I have to order it without sour cream and without guacamole. You can fix sour cream with a bit of thyme, salt, and half. Interesting. Shadow Fox Core, thank you. Your sister makes a turkey pot pie with leftovers from the dinner. It's delicious. That sounds delicious. I think my favorite turkey leftover things that I've made were putting, like, the stuffing and the potatoes together with, like, an egg to bind them, and then making turkey muffins. That was pretty fucking great. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Take my money, woman. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. What, don't you guys have a crowbar and a ski mask? I don't think that's common for everyone. Hellsaber, thank you. Number 1 soon. Hope you're having a great day. There is 0 chance and 0 reality in which I should be number 1 in that category. Still disappointed at the neglect of a Night Court reference about the Elvis judge. Fair. You hate avocado too? Keep that green baby shit off your food. The only time I like avocado is in sushi, because I think that the avocado goes well with the raw fish. Ollie Wally, thank you. Thank you, my guy. A fine twist my arm, y'all, and I hate to break it to lonely Kirsche. The implications already exist by you being number 4. Number 3 is just a victory for chat shaming other chats. Only chat shame if they deserve it, right? You don't want to start chat wars with friendly people. Flying Nanook, thank you. Happy Foxu Friday. Made a roast beef with Yorkshire pudding for Thanksgiving with friends. Here's to push those numbers up. Yeah, like Ludwig said, we gotta get those numbers up. What is a Yorkshire pudding? The Wastelander, thank you. Money for the new military of Kirsche stand. What the heck? What the heck? Korschovo shall rise again. Phoenix DS, thank you. Trunk pizza adventures again when? I mean, in theory, never, but you can never say never. What if there's a circumstance in which trunk pizza is the only thing available to eat? Or I get left alone at a hotel. Fringed Horizon, thank you. Here, you can't tell us what to do. Next stop, number 3! Brown woman. Battleizer, thank you. Kirsche, for the love of all that is holy, do not tempt people. You know, we'll do it. How long did we extend stream again that one time? I had to warn side scrollers about that when they were asking for like tips on their subathon thing. Yorkshire pudding looks very similar to Dutch babies. Oh, okay. I'd probably eat that then. You have to be really careful when someone from that island area talks about a pudding because like there might be blood in it or some kind of intestines. And I don't want to be eating like some weird gelatinous bloody intestine pudding, okay? You don't know what a Yorkshire pudding is, but it sounds fancy. Like someone with a top hat eats it. Sly Maverick, thank you. Let's up those numbers. Phoenix DS, thank you. Foxy has watched Epic Mealtime confirmed. I have! But I've also seen the bacon thatch done before I watched the Epic Mealtimes. But they did do a lot of bacon thatching. Chili Mad Gunner, thank you for the 20 gift subs on Twitch. Thank you. Big fucking huge. Thank you, thank you. Someone's going to clip from Dutch babies to I'd eat that and then claim Kirsche wants to eat children. I would genuinely not be surprised if people on Twitter did take it that way. Speaking of people on Twitter, I do want to bring that up. Shades, dude, thank you! This fox is really eating the whole animal kingdom in one bite! I didn't put duck in there. The Sultan of Swing, thank you. You're gone for 20 minutes and she's still going on about fucking cheese! We've jumped topics! It wasn't all cheese! Euthanasia, thank you. She doesn't like sour cream and guac. I can fix her. I don't know if you can get me to like sour cream and guac, man. Arigato Hyro, thank you for the pounds. You're late. Take my money and pretend I wasn't. You're never late. You're always here exactly when you mean to be. Alejandro Trombono, thank you. Guacamole slaps as long as you don't call it guac. Otherwise, you have to throat punch someone. I don't really care what people call it. I don't like eating it. The Umbrella Days, thank you. Thanks for giving me the title of MILF Hunter. All this dairy talk is making your lactose-rejecting body ache. Also, Desk Ketchup, A+, Munya from Australia.
What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
This guy's from Australia and lactose intolerance. Chinese detected. Holy Wally, thank you. Lovely, not lonely. Thanks, autocorrect. You know, porque no los dos. Scott Roush, thank you. What are the chances you mentioned the trunk pizza to someone today? I don't know. What are the chances? I'm loving this. Chili My Gunner, thank you for the 5,000 dicks. Thank you. We love dicks here. Caught me live. You're always asleep when I'm streaming since you work nights. Well, congratulations. Have a happy day off, brother. Have a happy day off. Thank you for big 5,000 dicks. I can't eat that many. Glenn, thank you. UK uses pudding in place of dessert. That's very weird. That's very... I mean, I love a nice butterscotch or chocolate pudding. Those are fucking great. Ooh. Ooh, and if you put like a little bit of whipped cream on it and you get a little bit of whipped cream and pudding in every bite. Oh, it's so good. What the fuck is a trunk pizza? It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a pizza in the trunk of your car that you forgot about for a couple of days. Video Gamer, thank you. Happy Black Friday, most wonderful Foxy. You've been frantically cleaning because your only female friend is visiting for your birthday, and you've been listening only. Hope you enjoyed your turkey and have a fabulous Findom Friday stream, dummy mommy. I was gonna do the bit, but it's very weird. Every time I do it, I end up getting Twitter DMs from people who are like, "Can you actually be my Findom?" And it's like, no, I don't actually do that. Tell you what, Kirsche, you'll eat the guac and sour cream and I can handle the dicks. Phoenix DS, thank you. Time to send Foxu some Vegemite. Absolutely not. I do not wish to eat the Vegemite. Vegemite is not for the Foxu, but what is for the Foxu is being an American. I sent off a tweet into the ether and I had no idea that it had taken off. Like I wasn't expecting it to take off. So sometimes when my tweets go like crazy, I decide to read like quote retweets and whatnot. And this had the most hilarious quote retweets and a couple of replies that I've had in a hot fucking minute. And so I was like, if you want some entertainment, just fucking scroll here, dude. So Chris Murphy, some fucking cuck from Connecticut, said, this is a scandal. Trump isn't targeting dangerous people. He's targeting peaceful immigrants almost exclusively. And what these disgusting freaks have also done, have said only 5% of individuals booked into ICE detention had a violent criminal conviction this fiscal year. That's a very interesting thing to say, this fiscal year. Well, that's an interesting thing. So only 73% in this fiscal year, not even the year, but the fiscal year, don't have another charge other than entering the country illegally. And so when I replied, they're here illegally, that is a crime. They shouldn't have to commit another crime to get deported. All people here illegally should be immediately deported. Time and time again, our politicians show they do not care about American people. They care about criminals. And for a while, most of the responses were the retards who were just like,
No person is illegal. No, it's not an actual crime. It's just a civil offense. It's retard. It's time back.
And so, you can laugh at those things, but then people started like looking at the profile thing that Elon has rolled out, where it says like account based in US, but you get this little shield that says like, oh, you're detected, it might be a VPN. First of all, who the fuck doesn't use VPN? Second of all, I'm who the fuck doesn't use VPN, because they're too much for my brain and they would literally kill my stream. So I often don't use them, especially when I'm streaming. Because like I try to keep VPNs running, but they've genuinely taken down, like they've cut my internet connection. And I'm like, I can't deal with you fucking freaks. So like sometimes I'll try to use a VPN and I'll get frustrated when it knocks out my stream, and then I'll turn it off and forget about it. And then I'll turn it back on again later. But also, most of the time I'm posting on Twitter, I'm on my phone. So even if you have this little shield thing here, it tells you that I'm connected in the US via my phone. Oh wait, you mean your Boston accent isn't from... There was some fucking guy, I don't know where he is, but fucking holy shit. He said something about like, yeah, that's where she got her Boston accent from, Bangladesh. You fucking retard. And I lost my shit at that comment. I wish I could remember the way he worded it, because it was so fucking perfect. Oh my god. But there are a handful of people, like in the comments, who said really dumb things, like the one I quote retweeted over here. How do I show tweets? I quote retweeted one of them. Yeah, this one. Someone's like, our politicians, you aren't even from the US. And it's like, brother, what the fuck are these people? What the fuck are these people? Come on. But the quote retweets. Oops, I was looking for Barada earlier. You saw my Barada search. Does he know? Projection. Imagine. We all knew the truth. You illegally immigrated from New Jersey to Massachusetts. This fucking guy. My browser's being really slow. I can't even click on the little dots here. Can't even click on the dots. View post engagements. Get out of here, you fucking poll I can't participate in. Just, it's a crime for you to talk, passing the law that if you talk, you should be institutionalized. I wonder if any of these people even think before they tweet. Like, the fact that so many people are angry at me for just wanting the laws that we already have to be enforced is a little insane when you think about it. And then I don't think I can play this because these are like weird KKK people, so I'm assuming they're saying slurs. I'm assuming they're saying slurs, and again, I don't know why they immediately assume when I'm talking about people who emigrate illegally. I don't know why these people automatically assume, oh, she must be talking about brown people. That's kind of racist, is it not? I'm not talking about any races. I'm saying any person here illegally should be removed. I don't care what their race is. I don't care what their gender is. I don't care how large their family is. They can get deported together. They need to go. Like, is that video from the 80s? Fucking, I don't know, man. I've never seen this video before. I find it funny that they call everyone a Nazi so much when actual neo-Nazis showed up in front of a Capitol building. No one did anything. Oh my God. This guy, existing is not a fucking crime. There's no such thing as illegal immigrants. Just undocumented. And to be honest, it really doesn't matter. Stop focusing on nothing issues when you should be caring about people's rights, the unfairness in the world, and the literal genocides happening. Guys, you shouldn't care about anything else because there's a genocide happening somewhere at some point in time. Did you guys know that there's still slavery in African countries, so you shouldn't care about anything going on in your country? You know? Free access to America is not a human right. Yes, we are a country, not a fucking economic zone, despite how much these commies have tried to make it so. There is such thing as a legal immigrant. How come America is one of the only countries that whenever we try to enforce our borders, everyone loses their fucking minds? If you were caught illegally in any other sane country, so obviously excluding Europe, you would have dire repercussions. Like, they don't fuck around. That is the same logic as saying home invasions don't matter. You're going to eventually get rid of something anyways. There are people calling that like a childish mentality, trying to compare like your home to a country because you should have free movement everywhere in the world. And it's like, what kind of fucking logic are you working off of? You use child logic to someone like you because you clearly have a child's understanding of how the world works if you're saying there's no such thing as illegal immigrants. This fucking bro, though. The quote retweets are filled with retards. They are. It's a fun time. It's a fun time. Here's a guy saying, we get it, you're Adolf Hitler, because I want laws enforced so that my country can be safe? Question mark? They don't even care about genocide. Hassan is shilling for China while they're purging Muslim Yahugirs. Yeah, that's true. They only performatively care about genocide so they can use it against you because they know you don't like it when people die. Don't think being undocumented is a big deal, and I don't think people should get deported for just living here. Disagree with me on that. I don't care. I've seen so many people live normal lives here, and I see no reason to violently displace them. Because when they come here, they get on benefits. They take money from the government, which is taking money from American taxpayers. They get on welfare. They get housing stipends. They get grants for colleges. They take places in colleges that should go to American citizens or legal immigrants who are applying to get in and going through a legal process with which to do so. If you jump that queue, you're fucking over not just the American citizens who deservedly should be getting those places above everybody else because it's our fucking country, but you're also fucking over people who are trying to legally become immigrants here. It is a big deal. It has dire repercussions on the entirety of the economy. It has dire repercussions, especially for low-income people, which is what these people claim to care about. If you are middle class or like low income, having massive immigration depressing wages is going to literally kill you. Like, you aren't going to be able to compete with the wealthy wanting the slave labor. You just can't do that. These fucks live in a gated community 100%. Either a gated community or not even in the US, obviously. Illegal immigration is 100% selfishness. It is. It really is. And I have a couple of articles on it that are just fucking crazy. There was that one article I didn't get a chance to cover, like that guy where it's like, oh, your guy had his identity stolen, but, you know, both faced repercussions. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And when they try to say, like, oh, illegals still pay taxes, they're either lying to you and talking about sales taxes, which everyone has to pay unless you're lucky enough to live in a state that doesn't have sales taxes, or they're fundamentally obfuscating the fact that when illegals are paying taxes on income, they don't have a social security number. They've had to steal someone else's identity. And as someone who's worked at hotels before, and Tim has worked at hotels as well, there are a lot of people using social security numbers that do not belong to them. It's actually far cheaper than slave labor, as they would have to clothe, feed, and house slaves, as well as keep them healthy. Like, part of me wanted to, instead of the quote retweet I actually did, I wanted to quote retweet and say, for every seething leftists that says some dumb shit in response to my tweet here, I'll make another call to ICE. But I didn't want people to think I was gonna make false calls, so I was like, that joke might fall flat, you know? I don't want people thinking I'm giving false tips, you know? Illegals cannot pay taxes unless they commit further crime by stealing SSNs. Yep. It'd be better if instead of targeting people who work, pay taxes, and are living ordinary lives, they instead fund the police so they can get people who are stealing, murdering, and assaulting. That way you make America actually great. You know how you make America actually great? Not just getting rid of all the violent criminals, but getting rid of all of the people who criminally came here by crossing illegally. This is how you make life better for not just the wealthy Americans, but people in the middle class and people who are poor. Wastelander, thank you. Like Margarita, the genocide. It's genocide somewhere. Did I see Trump's tweet or Truth Social post? Yes, I will get to that. A person named Medhi trying to say our president as if I'm not from America because he's fucking retarded. MAGA acting like they care if someone's here legally or not, as if they won't arrest them for looking even slightly Mexican. Once again, I never mentioned race, brother. I do not care the color of someone's skin. If they are here illegally, they have to go. There was an article, again, I didn't get a chance to get to, of some Russian guy getting deported. And it's like, well, maybe don't commit crimes, dude. I don't know what to say. Typical leftist narrative, looking Mexican. Bitch, a third of them are white as fuck. There were some people who thought the shooter the other day was white. Deporting the 40 million illegals would improve the housing shortage, not gonna lie. Yep. Why not just, like, give them a pathway to citizenship since they're here already, instead of spending shit tons more money trying to hunt them all down? It's cheaper, safer, and we get to keep people here who are just contributing to society and not bothering anyone. I got some bad news for this guy who thinks it would be cheaper and safer to not deport all of the illegals here. I got some bad news about some kind of math that was done about giving certain groups of people money to leave the country even though they're American by birth and never come back, and how much money would be saved if that happened. I got some bad news for this guy. Billions of dollars a year in just mass, yeah? Yeah, no, it would not be cheaper and it would not be safer. It is not in any way, shape, or form safer to try and keep people who came here illegally. If they lied as the first step of coming here, why would you expect them to ever be honest about anything? And that's why a lot of them end up having crazy rap sheets. And even if you're just like, oh, it's just a bunch of traffic violations, I don't fucking care how many illegal immigrants have gotten into traffic accidents because they can't read fucking signs, man. I don't fucking care if it's just a traffic infraction right now. I think Denmark did a study that found they have disproportionate impact on the market cost, like a 1% increase in immigrant population share was an 11% increase in housing cost. Yep. Denmark did release a study recently. Overstaying your visa counts too. Yes, if you were overstaying your visa and you're giving an order to, like, be removed, and you overstay that, I'm not gonna care if you start crying about my college, I was kicked out of my college. It's like, great! You should have left 10 years ago when they tried removing you, you dumb whore!
Moinya. Thank you, Mystic Square, for the fucking slaves. Thank you.
Here are some healthy slaves. Well fed and they were comfortably housed in my wallet. Please take good care of them.
Oh, I guess that bulge in your pants is your very large wallet. Thank you, Mystic Square. Thank you, Mystic Square, for the healthy wallet slaves. I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. Besni Lala, thank you for the RSDs. We'll wish you a happy Turkey Day, Foxwoman. You're first and only American that you care for enough to do that. Off I go. Bye.
Thank thank you, my guy. I had delicious turkey. Oogie oo, thank you for 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you, thank you.
This schizo replies to so many things of mine as if, like, he has anything real to say. And it's always funny when he responds because he gets ratioed incredibly hard every time by people just being like, damn, I wish you had the ability to think. Taking a small moment out of my Thanksgiving to respond to Kirsche. He must think that name goes really hard for some reason. I bet an anti-racist would love that name, you know? 1, no one is illegal on stolen land. The land wasn't stolen, it was conquered. And I love when people specifically use this talking point against me, considering I have publicly said on many occasions, yeah, if we're unable to defend ourselves, if we're unable to defend our principles, and we end up getting conquered, that's our fucking fault. The problem here lies in that these people would say that the Native Americans had every right to defend themselves to get, you know, the white colonizers off their land. But if any of us try to defend ourselves from Marxists or Islamists or other people trying to transform our country, well, somehow that's Islamophobic, that's racist, you can't defend yourself. So it's like, I don't know what the fuck this weird guy's talking about. Crossing the border is a civil offense, not a severe crime. Learn how the judicial system works. I think you are the one who needs to learn how the judicial system works, actually. And also, I'm glad that ICE is going to courthouses for people going for their, like, hearings and deporting them for overstaying. That's great. I love that. Not a severe crime, this guy. Imagine. Did I see the new Scott Schaefer video? I have no idea who that is. You pretend as if asylum and refugees aren't a thing. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. We aren't talking about asylum or refugees. And if these people had any idea who the fuck I was, they would know that I've criticized Obama for ending wet foot, dry foot. But they probably don't even know what that is, let's be real. It's just a crime. It's not like it's a crime. Wait. What a stupid fucking bitch. She hasn't responded to my marriage proposal. Fuck you and say yes. We're both too old to be playing these love games. What did he mean by the... Hold on, wait a minute. Oh, I was caught off guard by that one. I don't remember a marriage proposal, man. Anthony, thank you. Some Latino immigrants just got their citizenship on your mail route. And you say Latino because you don't know where they're from because they've only flown the American flag and speak English. Based, that's how it should be. The quote retweets are unhinged. It's pretty great. It's pretty great. The fact that it's a civil offense is why they're not entitled to a trial. Imagine. Alacar Zyvern, thank you. Watch Fat Electrician about Sam Houston. He hated the South for slavery and the North for immigration for cheap labor. It's owned slaves versus rented slaves, and he called it out. Interesting. Fringe Horizon, thank you. Deport them all. Wait. I worry what you just heard was deport the criminals. What I said was deport them all. Actual based response, true. There's another guy calling me Hitler saying I should kill myself because I want the most basic of our immigration laws to be enforced. I don't know how people get this far outside of reality, but it's actually unhinged. There's another person calling me a moron. Someone saying hashtag deport VTubers for some reason. Racists trying to tell you 1% of 1% of the population is killing them in the end of the fucking world. Well, it's not 1% of the 1%. It's the mainstream Democrats that want us dead, but you know, whatever, man. You existing is a crime. I mean, that one's fair. I am from Boston after all. You know, nobody can really compete with how based we used to be. I'll give him that one. The only history these retards know is World War II. I do not want VTubers speaking on my country's policies or politics. Hashtag free Tyler Robinson parody account. Okay. All right. Okay. I hope Europe takes action soon too. Finally, a sane person. Does this dumbass not know that immigrants are helpful for the country? Does this dumbass not know the difference between legal and illegal? This Miku is not bonita. Mold consumer has no idea that most of the people who are getting detained are either citizens or permanent residents. permanent residence is not a permanent residence. You can have your green card revoked if you commit crimes. So, like, I don't even know. And also, difference between detained and deported. If I got stopped because ICE was doing a raid in my area, and they were like, hey, bro, can we see your papers? And I'd be like, yeah, here's my license and shit. I would be detained for that time while they were investigating my papers. And then they'd be like, oh, you are clearly some retard from Boston. Here you go. We're gonna go back home, dude. Like, leftist discourse, pretend not to understand things, etc. It's also tiresome, man. And also, every time I read The Mold Consumer, I think of the dick bridges, where it's like, you could be the most well-known architect for building the biggest and beautiful bridges, but you suck one dick and you're known as a dick sucker for the rest of your life. I took one sip of a bottle of Arizona that had mold in it, because I didn't know that it had molded, because it had only been 2 fucking days! And now I'm known as a mold consumer. I've somehow taken Pippa's crown. This is like stolen valor, man. To be fair, the dick sucker makes some good bridges. You hate that it's only a civil offense. Talking point. Crossing the border illegally is a crime. What is civil is staying. They still committed a crime to get here. Yeah, I don't care what kind of a crime it is. It is a crime, and they should be deported for it. Not even crimes. Technically, you can have your green card revoked for any reason. The embassy is very clear about this during the interview. I didn't know I was a bridge builder, Kirsche. Mold consumer, I'd fit right in Asmon's house. I really hope his dick cheese isn't moldy, man. How horrifying. No, like, I'm genuinely curious. Do people who think like this feel the same way about underage people using fake IDs? They are, by definition, committing a crime and in a place they shouldn't be in. So do they need to get deported too? Or is that suddenly not a crime? Ayo, JK the Slacker, I think you need to tell your FBI guys to check this guy's hard drive, because that's a really fucking weird talking point. What the fuck did he mean by this? What the fuck did he mean? No, American citizens using fake IDs when they're underage shouldn't be deported, but yes, it is still a crime and there should be repercussions for it. If you go to a bar and you give a fake ID, sometimes people who are serving you alcohol can be held accountable. That's putting them in danger. If you're giving a fake ID to, like, be around adults in a situation you shouldn't be in, that also is putting you in danger. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? His first example, and he goes straight to minors. That's crazy. That is crazy work that his first example was talking about underage people using fake IDs. Like, absolutely, yes, they should have repercussions for that. What the fuck do you mean? Deported from the bar. It's not a crime, it's a civil infraction similar to speeding or jaywalking. Should you be violently assaulted or detained for an indefinite period of time in a camp and then deported to a country you've never been to because you went 60 and a 55? Again, leftists not understanding anything, attempting to muddy discourse. They came to this country illegally. If I am a citizen and I do 60 and a 55, I'm going to get a citation. And you know what? In some places like Virginia, when you go a certain amount over the speed limit, it becomes a felony. So yes, what the fuck are you talking about, you dumb retard? Is not similar to speeding or jaywalking, as if you speed and run, you will be violently chased and arrested. I love watching those chases. I'm like partially entranced by how crazy the driving is, and also partially worried because I don't want anyone innocent to get hurt. Some quick math for those thinking this is a great dono idea for your streamer. Oh, Marmalin responded to the wrong tweet. I made 2 tweets around the same time. One was about Twitch adding like 1,000 gift subs or some shit. Saying our politicians as if you aren't a third world rape victim. This person is such a third world rapist. I can't tell if he's trying to say I'm not a US citizen, or if he's saying he agrees with me and if we don't deport illegals, I will become a third world rape victim. Because, I mean, that's just true, right? That's just been happening in Europe for ages now. Like, What the fuck does that mean? Boston is the third world. I mean, it might as well be now. Oh, we have this guy saying, God, shut the fuck up. And he actually, I saw this because somebody else quote retweeted it. But he had a follow-up that says she doesn't give a shit about legality. Otherwise, she'd be against this administration. She's just a Nazi VTuber who has no understanding of systems. And I really wish Stream Elements was a working platform because I wanted to quote retweet him calling me a Nazi. Because again, he doesn't think I'm a Nazi. This is just something you can call me to make sure that everyone else knows I'm an acceptable target for deplatforming, for violence, for all sorts of things. And if Stream Elements was working, I would have done a scroll of every time someone has donated $88 because that's this guy. My mods had to remind me, that's this guy who says, isn't this bitch a Nazi? So I would like him to see how much money he's made me by saying retarded things. He's the 88 dono guy. Yo, that's wild. I'm gonna forget his name until I see him say some dumb shit on the timeline again, though. Wait, it's that? Yeah, apparently it's that guy. They really like their extremes or use comparisons of things that can't be compared. Loud confusion. Yeah, exactly. Isn't that bitch a Nazi? Like the fucking, just the way that it's done is just so perfect. Like, it sounds like a comedic bit from a fucking episode of Community or some shit. You love that guy or that dono or something. What was I doing again? Hellsaber, thank you for the 5 gift members. Thank you. Thank you. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Thank you. All leftist talking points are just to obfuscate from the actual point of being in a country through illegal means. The mental gymnastics of just wanting to destroy the country you live in. It's a little crazy. 88 is a very specific number. Juan, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt here. All right, Juan Pedro. I made it 88 because he called me a Nazi. You know, it's what we do a little multi-layered onion jokes here, as it were. Oh my god. The Wastelander, thank you. Lives in Virginia, can confirm. Not a felon yourself, though. Yeah, I hate driving through Virginia, man. Deadpan delivery. That's the joke. Penitent Lizard, thank you. Whoever said deported to jail is smart as fuck. Jail's like Ellis Island, but for deportees. True. This is why we need to go back to saying illegal alien instead of immigrant this and immigrant that. Yep. Psycho, thank you. But I ate breakfast. I wish I did. Broseph, thank you. Dogs can grow beards all over. I like it when a dog does have a beard, though. It's kind of cute. Penitent Lizard, thank you. Funny mustache man never engaged in political terrorism the same way leftoids do these days. Anyone who claims otherwise is unhinged and insane. I feel like Kristallnacht would probably classify as political terrorism. I'm gonna be honest. Why are we calling them illegal aliens all of a sudden? What do you mean? Brother, read up on the brown shirts, yeah? You like the dogs that look like bearded old sailors? Those are cute. Diego Free Speech, thank you. Asked that guy if they knew what those words meant. They don't, apparently. They never do. Knight of Shattered Glass, yeah. Toxic Mix, thank you. You work helping others like yourself with disabilities get jobs. You pass homeless daily and it'll be years before you or your clients can afford homes in the New England dystopia that subsidizes squatters. Get them the fuck out. I think some of the older people in my family who got their houses when they were really affordable, and especially if they got like a fixer-upper house, don't really realize how dire the situation is. And when I was talking about, like looking at houses, and obviously the Bunker Bros see me looking at houses, and they're manual laborers and they make good money, but they're just like, the prices out there are fucking crazy. And it's no wonder that you talk about, the labor shortage, especially in construction, because how are people who work jobs like us supposed to afford the kind of houses that like are up for sale in those areas? And I was mentioning this to my uncle, the one that called me a communist before because I support Donald Trump, because that makes sense. And I was mentioning this to my uncle, and he was like, well, there's still plenty of cheap houses around this area. Like, you can get a house for like $60,000, $70,000, and you might have to do a little bit of work to it, but like, You know, I don't really understand why these people are complaining. You can definitely buy houses out in this area on those salaries, or else we wouldn't have those jobs here. And I'm like, even when I've talked to people in that area who have those jobs, they typically have either a roommate that they live with that also makes very good money, like they're both making 6 figures and they still have a fucking roommate, or they have a wife that has an office job that makes significantly more money than they do. And that is not a sustainable way to keep manual labor workers in your area. Unless you start saying, all right, we have all of these boss bitch career women who are going to be empty egg cartons and are in need of someone to pump them full of babies. So we're gonna start the every manual laborer has a right to a wife initiative, and we're just gonna give you wives that make $500,000+ a year so that you may afford a house in New England, right? And even that's a double-edged sword, because you might end up with a Karen. You know, like, you don't know. I have a right to a fox wife. Yeah, like, it's mind-boggling how some people who live here and were able to buy their houses for, like, you know, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000, like 20, 30 years ago, don't understand that you can't even buy a crack shed for that much anymore. You can't even buy a single wide trailer for that much anymore in that area. Like, it's crazy. I like this plan. You can have a wife. Praise Foxu. Government issued wives would never work. A doggo bongo, thank you. Boomers are insufferable. It's just insane to me. It's insane. Oh, Powder here. I can't take credit. They were upset with Kirsche's post. All I did was call them a retard. Understandable. Based Powder calling people retards. People up in arms about this is crazy. Yes! It's crazy that saying, I wish to enforce the laws that already exist in my country, get you called a fucking Nazi. That is insane. Pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Yeah? Yeah? While this is perfectly put, the fact that some people still don't know why border jumping is illegal, why countries, even Africa, enforce immigration laws, is mind-blowing. Our education system has been a catastrophic failure. Keystrix is correct. I recognize that guy. Criminally trespassing foreign nationals, literally a step away from being enemy combatants if we weren't so nice. I feel like we've crossed that Rubicon a while ago. The issue is I'd rather have them than scum like you. I don't even know if this guy is in the US, but if he is, why not go live with whoever them is then? I don't know what you mean by that. I read this in Angie Foxu voice. Oh boy. Literally no reason to be this stupid. Enforcing laws is stupid. As if you guys care about legality. Yes, we do. That's why we're angry at other GOP people for doing literally nothing when things should have been done way fucking sooner. Why go after violent criminals and actually make America safer when you can target people just trying to improve their lives? Those people just trying to improve their lives came over here on false pretenses. They lied to get in, they lied to stay here, and they take money from American taxpayers. They're not a net positive. Every single fucking study from every single fucking country that has illegal immigrants, every single time it shows that they are not a net positive. And then from some countries, even if they are here legally, they're not a net positive anyways. So I don't know what this guy's talking about. I get it, but no. Literally just like, I understand what you're saying, but my feelings won't allow me to do the right thing. Raise your hand if you don't give a fuck if someone comes here illegally, because I sure as fuck don't. It's the biggest non-issue of our time, and I'm tired of everyone entertaining the un-American and racist belief that there's a wrong way to immigrate here. There is. It's called illegally. Every country enforces this unless they have some sort of retarded suicide pact that they want to kill their entire culture and nation. This has nothing to do with race. They're trying to improve their lives by denying others the ability to try and improve their lives? Yeah. Un-American? Yeah, okay, we're just using words randomly now? Yeah, exactly. But Kirsche, think about all the tacos we get. Oh, don't worry, I have a tab for that. This other fucking guy with a yen symbol? Our politicians, you don't even go here? It'll always be interesting to me. I'm sure most of these people saying that I'm not an American are foreigners, but it'll always be interesting to me if someone from the US tries to pull this, because, like, Being from Boston, I'm basically more American than almost anyone else. Let's be fucking real. I will throw the tea in the fucking harbor, okay? That's the patriotic version of the smug Jesus said to be kind to immigrants. I hate the Bible, but I'll use it to force you to agree with me. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. There's legal immigration, illegal immigration, and human smuggling. True. Most American VTuber. Long overdue for round 2 on the tea throwing thing. Yeah, I'm not like a Mayflower original, so there's definitely people who have bigger claims than I do, but like, fuck, man. To be fair, Boston accent is ESL. That's true. There was some guy who replied, and he was like, English is my 3rd or 4th language, I can't remember. He was like, so to be fair, when I started watching you, it was really hard to understand some of the things that you were saying. And I was like, yep. It was like, back in the day, there would be like Russians that would come to my chat, and they would type in Russian, and then be told to type in English, and they'd be like, oh, my English not so good. I learned English through watching Kirsche. And I'm like, no, do not learn English through watching me. Can trace your family back to the Mayflower in England before that. Ah, yeah. Brother Kyrus, thank you. Getting off work. What's up, fuckers? You hope everyone had a fun Thanksgiving. Hell fucking yeah, brother. America used to be a multi-ethnic society bound by shared culture and language. Now we're a multi-ethnic society. Yep. We need to be bound by culture and language. That is what made us great. I guess the Nazis can have blue hair. Is this like that artist post where they find out they're colorblind? Jay Treed, thank you. As the grandson of a legal immigrant, send them back. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. And let me see where to go from here, because those quote retweets just fucking sent me, man. I was like, I cannot believe how many people are seething over wanting to enforce laws that already exist. Kind of fucking crazy. And I saw this post. Let me see here.
Beep 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 ba doop boop doop boop 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 ba doop ba doop ba 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 ba.
I don't know if I want to read both articles, but I saw this post where Joe Sweeney, I guess a state rep in New Hampshire, I do not recognize him. He said, immigration attorneys are warning immigrants without full legal status to avoid crossing state lines, especially into New Hampshire. It's the leftist favorite phrase! You can't cross straight lines! How exciting! But I didn't click on this until now, so I didn't know that he linked an article. So I had gone and looked up an article for myself about how based New Hampshire is. And apparently earlier this year, sometime in like March or May or something, New Hampshire made it illegal to become a sanctuary city. So you cannot be a sanctuary city for immigrants who are here illegally in New Hampshire. You cannot harbor them if they were here illegally and then committed crimes. No sanctuary cities. And so it says, undocumented migrants warned to avoid entire New England state, which has become a hotbed of ICE seizures. This is great. This is great, you know? This is like what if I lived like right over the border in like Plastow, or like what else touches like close to Haverhill and Lawrence? Like what? I think Nashua was a bit too far. I can't think of the other like border towns, right? I only remember Plastow because I used to work there. What if I moved to like one of those border towns and then I just started ordering like delivery from Lawrence constantly, and every time they would send me someone who couldn't find like how to get to my house or couldn't speak English, I could just do what I did already. I could just be like, I had another ice tip. Let's fucking go. Why is the article on the right side of the page trying to change Tupac to bi-curious? There's always been whispered speculation about Tupac's sexuality. Now for the first time, friends and the boys he kissed share flamboyant tales. I feel like this is a humiliation ritual. How do you convince people this is law enforcement and not fascism? If they're saying enforcing laws is fascism, I feel like you already can't talk to those people. Immigration attorneys are warning undocumented migrants to avoid New Hampshire entirely as the state has become a deportation hotbed. God, I love that fucking state. The New England hub has been one of the most focused upon areas for immigration and customs enforcement since Donald Trump retook the White House, prompting attorneys to sound the alarm. In July, where the most recent deportation data is from, arrest rates were over 400% higher than in the same period in 2024, per Seacoast Online. Fernanda Mara Romero, an attorney with Celadon Law, that's not real, that's a town in Pokemon, told the Boston Globe she has many clients who have temporary work status, but are now too afraid to enter New Hampshire because many of its police departments have been working with ICE in recent months. If they are here legally and they have the temporary work permits, they aren't going to get deported. So the ones that are too afraid are probably hiding either the fact that they've committed some kind of crime or they're here illegally and they don't actually have the work status that you're claiming they do. Just like Pokemon, ICE also has to catch them all. Exactly. Lib left and auth right. Illegal immigrants should stay out of New Hampshire. True. The first time I saw a post about this, I almost retweeted it. And then I looked at the bio of the person who said it. And it was like, author of some book that would have gotten me in a lot of trouble. So I was like, holy fuck! Glad I looked at the bio of this guy. New Hampshire lives free or dies, to be fair. I love that fucking motto, man. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. The communist mind control program having infected the minds of young and old millennials, Gen Z mostly still compromised, unfortunately. The immigration attorney has been warning many that if they do not have full legal status and may be seeking asylum, that they are at heightened risk in New Hampshire. Look at this fucking commie weasel wording, man. I fucking hate these people. That's basically the warning that we've been giving our clients or prospect clients to avoid driving in New Hampshire. Avoid going to New Hampshire, she said. Even if you're a passenger, the motor vehicle that you're in could get stopped. Attorney Kira Gagarin added that before Trump issued his hardline immigration crackdown this year, she never used to worry about her clients crossing state lines in New England if they had valid work authorizations. But now, she says, she often warns them to avoid New Hampshire, despite the state's long-standing construction industry being known for employing many migrants. I do not like the weasel wording once again. Using migrants as a stand-in for illegal immigrants. Companies that hire people here illegally should face massive fines, and I'm even crawling towards the people who are saying they should get jail time. It's gone on too long, it's gone on too far, and it's depressed a lot of wages for Americans in the country. I am tired of the companies being able to get away scot-free. Like, yes, deport the illegals. The companies should have repercussions too. Gagarin said she was sad to see the impact the Trump administration's policies have on her clients. New Hampshire is where their jobs are. They have roofing companies, construction companies, landscaping companies where they're working lawfully with work permits and filing their taxes. Filing their taxes? How exactly? Who will mow the lawns? It's always very interesting that they list these specific industries as well. Like, who's going to mow our lawns and clean our houses? Need to make it clear that poor economic considerations and high risk of crime is not a valid reason to get an asylum. It's not. It's absolutely not. If it was, people like from Chicago could claim asylum in other states. Battleizer, thank you. The back half of Gen Z is effed and Gen Alpha is screwed before it turns 1 year old. I would like to think that we're making things a bit better for future generations. We just gotta get the commies out, man. At least 12 law enforcement agencies and local police forces in New Hampshire have partnered with ICE in recent months, dramatically raising the risk of deportation for migrant workers in small communities. The state has taken a hardline stance on immigration under its Republican-controlled legislature. House Deputy Majority Leader Joe Sweeney took to social media earlier this year to warn all undocumented migrants to steer clear of his state. If you're in our country illegally, you're not welcome in the state of New Hampshire, he wrote. House Republicans have made that clear throughout this legislative session. I guess that's this guy, Joe Sweeney. I did not know whomst he was, so thank you, article. Over the summer, New Hampshire Governor Kelly Ayotte passed 2 laws that ban so-called sanctuary cities in the state. This aggressive approach from New Hampshire authorities captured headlines earlier this year as wild surveillance footage showed federal agents tackling a Venezuelan migrant into an elderly bystander. I mean, that's not really ICE's fault if the guy is running, as you could see from the video. Like, yeah, I feel bad for the old guy, but, you know, he wouldn't have fallen over if the illegal hadn't tried to run from ICE. Like, do we blame police officers when someone does a high-speed chase? I don't understand. The elderly man fell. Open the borders now. The Wastelander, thank you. $1 million company fine per illegal. I want the fines to be insane. When I see fines like $56,000, I'm like, no. That needs to be like $5.6 million, man. Like, don't give them a fine that's like piss change. It needs to be impactful. The aggressive approach, I read that. Romero told the Globe that she has been especially wary of her clients traveling into New Hampshire from across state lines after one of them was locked up in an ICE detention center despite having a work authorization permit. She said the migrant, a 23-year-old from Brazil, entered the country without authorization, but was given a legal work permit and found himself in hot water when traveling home to Lowell, Massachusetts. She said he was riding in a car through Troy, New Hampshire on October 6th when the vehicle was pulled over for speeding. There it is. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. I need to know, like, the driver was speeding. He was riding in the car. Was he also implicated in some sort of criminal history? Do we have an article on this? And despite identifying himself to the officer and producing his work authorization card that was valid for 2 more years, the officer took him into custody. The arrest landed him in an ICE facility for over a month. He should have been deported way faster. I don't think any of these people should be being held for a month. It should be like a week maximum, and then they're shipped the fuck out. They should not be held for over a month. That is where I agree. That's actually hard to do in New Hampshire. Getting pulled over for speeding in New Hampshire is like getting arrested for smoking weed in Colorado. Like, how do you do that? It's like watching the stick in the bike tire meme. Old man falls over after being knocked down by illegal. Open the border. Boston attorney Matthew J. Maiona added that he often tells migrant clients to warn their loved ones if they plan on traveling into the state. We really have to be practical and try to protect ourselves as best as possible, he said. Just understanding the landscape and what type of a situation it is and try to do things that in the long run will protect you. Of those arrested in this year to July, around 68% of those arrested had no criminal record. Except they were not here legally. A significant rise from around 20% from January to July 2024, according to Seacoast Online. You know what I think would be really fucking funny? But the amount of, like, seethe on the left would probably fuel Himalayan salt mines for decades to come. If you don't live in New England, I don't know if you could really grasp this concept, but especially on, like, the Mass New Hampshire line, there are a lot of streets where, like, part of the street is in Mass, another part is in New Hampshire, and then later down the street, you're back in Mass. That's just how things are here. And it would be really funny if ICE, like, set up little capture cells on the parts of the streets that wind into New Hampshire from Massachusetts. The rich people in Mass need all the illegals to be cheap labor that can't talk back. Jesus Christ. Salem and Nashua malls, yeah, literally in fucking shambles, dude. Only 1/3 of illegals pulled over had criminal histories. They're basically angels. Yeah, the yoink joints. They'll be exactly like that Florida guy who does his little TikToks where he just yoinks things off the ground. A small nyanta, thank you. Spawn camping ice when? Please give me the spawn camping ice articles, man. No record, maybe because they're undocumented and literally don't exist within the system. Joe Ray 6, thank you. The construction company your dad has worked for since 1990 has bragged and boasted about using a workforce of almost entirely illegal workers. Your dad's a boomer rhino. I hope your dad faces many, many fines. The Yoink Man is immortal. I love the Yoink Man. Marblehead resident roof sound like fiestas with all the illegals they have working up there. That's crazy. Marblehead's a wicked expensive place to be, too. Damn, the rich really do love their slave labor. Yoink Man love, grab the snack. Roadkill VT, thank you. The fine should be calculated to be less profitable. Something like double the training costs in addition to the total wages earned before taxes. Yeah, it has to be, like, genuinely impactful. Because if you're just giving, like, a piddly 56K fine to companies. Like, they're just gonna shrug it off. They're not gonna care. Grumpy Ian, thank you. ICE really needs to make a website asking for people to sign if they support illegal aliens, and then use that list to do Martha Vineyard 2.0 and tell them if the aliens are missing when ICE returns, they're responsible. That'd be really funny. Just put the hiring managers and execs in jail. I mean, I'm leaning towards fuck it, why not at this point? Something has to be done. Too long have we gone with nothing being done. And then this was the article that the John Sweeney guy linked. I just want to see if there's any other information that wasn't in the other one. There's the Fernanda lady. It's the same quote talking about IOTs banning sanctuary cities. Oh, last week, activists in New Hampshire gathered at a church in Concord to announce their intention to respond to the Trump administration's mass deportations. The effort is called Sanctuary Communities and calls for the formation of informal groups of residents who declare that they will assist immigrants targeted by ICE. Can we do the opposite? Can there be like anti-sanctuary committees where they have a formation of an informal group that informs ICE wherever the sanctuary committee goes because they're protecting the illegals? Because if you have the counter sanctuary committee group, you're going to be able to tell ICE more accurately where to target because you know these people want to protect the illegals. So it seems like you can have a little Fallout faction warfare here. Fucking retards think they're forming the second underground railroad. They do. They just love their criminals, man. New Hampshire, great for bike, not for car. Why can't USA do what the UK does? Fine the illegals $40K for trying to work and then deport them. That's per worker, too. $40K is fucking nothing. And also, finding the illegal, you're probably not going to get that money back. And also, the UK isn't exactly known for deporting illegals. Get a better name, like the Council of Nine Shadows. What kind of church is it? Because you're tired of all this fake Christian churches? Help spouting nonsense and doing dumb stuff? Great question. We will do whatever is necessary, legal and moral, to protect ourselves and fellow residents of New Hampshire.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Monster Patch, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Said Manchester resident and activist Philip Kiefer, NHPR, reported. We will surveil ICE raids, we will record them, we will report them to state and national media, as well as to local law enforcement and to the institutions in our communities. Yeah, just get a counter counsel and follow this guy around when he's protecting illegals. Be like, yes, I found the Illegal Immigrant Protection Activist Committee. ICE, please come post haste. It's kind of crazy. Then put them on pay-per-view. True, think of the content. Massachusetts lawmakers met this week for a hearing on the Safe Communities Act, a proposed law in response to the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. State Senator Jamie Eldridge, D. Middlesex Worcester, one of the lead sponsors, outlined 4 key provisions of the bill during his testimony. He said the bill would make sure that state taxpayer resources and state and local law enforcement are not involved with collaborations that lead to the detention and the breaking apart of immigrant families. So it's okay for illegals to have access to the Massachusetts taxpayer dollars for all kinds of things, but it's not okay to use those taxpayer dollars to get the illegals out of the state to make lives better for the Massachusetts residents. I gotcha. I see what you're doing here. No wonder you're fucking representing Worcester, you piece of shit. Communities across the state have enacted similar policies, but the bill would create a statewide standard, according to Eldridge. The bill would prohibit the questioning of people on their immigration status. That's just really unsafe. What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? It would protect access to justice in our courts. No, it does the exact fucking opposite. It would require notice to that immigrant who happens to be arrested for a criminal offense that he or she can hire a lawyer to represent them on the immigration matter. Yes, just give a heads up to the person who should be deported so that they can flee and not get deported. And lastly, to prohibit 287 agreements, which in other states, local police, sheriffs, actually being deputized to act as immigration agents. Isn't that unironically limiting the rights of those people who are actual American citizens who want to do something to protect themselves and their community from people here illegally.
I sure am enjoying the Fox You stream. I sure hope no bothersome feline plops down next to my head and starts loudly, vigorously, rapidly licking her butthole clean. Oh.
Thank you, Hidden. I also hate it when my cat comes and I think it's going to snuggle and then all it does is start licking its butthole. I'm like, why are you like this? You could have done that on the floor and then come up here to me. The only problem we have nowadays is that we don't have the Templars.
On the border. I paid for a military. I pay to keep illegals out.
Yes.
This is what I voted for and pay for.
This is what I voted for. This is what I would be okay paying taxes for. It's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Let's see here. I want to, before I get into anything about the shooting, make sure I go over everything that has nothing to do with the shooting so I can just cleanly go through all the tabs. So this was a weird post I saw. I knew that Doritos was coming out with like their naked chips. They were like, we're gonna remove all of the harmful dyes from our chips, but they're gonna taste the same. And so my first question was, if putting the harmful dyes and shit in there was optional the whole time, why did you keep doing it until literally forced not to? That seems kind of weird. But then Doritos posted, introducing Doritos and Cheetos Simply Naked, now made with no dyes or artificial flavors. Available for pre-order now at Walmart. And I'm kind of wondering, what kind of fucking world do we live in where you pre-order your snacky chips? That's a little strange. Why would you need to pre-order snacky chips? I don't understand. Are there people who genuinely would pre-order, like, the slopper? Like, what? 1% of total company earnings per illegal or turn them over? Pre-order your chips, what the fuck? Well, it's a drop? Is it supposed to be like a special limited time and then they're gonna put the poison back in? Like, I don't get it, man. I don't understand. I don't understand. Make it make sense. They want to gauge customer appeal before going full force. Remember, no pre-orders. Pre-ordering chips, you get the dye pack with the DLC. I don't want to know what kind of DLC fucking chip companies are gonna start giving out, man. Euthanasia, thank you. Do you also get a cool skin with your chip pre-order? If they put in like a code for a skin in a video game, at least there would be some semblance of sense. Complete with day one on chip DLC. Oh my god. Oh yeah. I learned to zone out my phone alerts, but they are on. I was needing to listen for stuff yesterday. There's a new brand of chips out now that they claim are naked, as Doritos are trying to cash in on it too. I've never seen other naked chips. Purchase the collector's edition Doritos and get a miniature Dorito figurine. Dorito-chan, where's my battle pass? I just thought that was something really ridiculous that I wanted to briefly mention. Let's see here. This is all in to do with that, and that, and that, and that, and we're doing that. I have so many tabs. Oh, yes! Oh, yes! I almost forgot. Shondo's best friend has been re-elected for a 5th term. Adolf Hitler has returned to power. He's been re-elected for a 5th term. In Namibia, a former German colony, 59-year-old politician Adolf Hitler Unona has once again won regional elections in the Omopunja constituency. He has governed the district since 2004. Unona has acknowledged that he was indeed named after the Nazi dictator, but says he has no connection to Nazism. He also says he has no plans to change his name. I mean, he's been elected 5 times. Why would he change his name, to be fair? And Adolf Hitler is slightly darker than I remember, to be fair. Guess who's back? You love how he looks so nonplussed about it? Yeah, his facial expression kind of makes the tweet. Euthanasia, thank you. Now they need to have seasons where it's a different seasoning. Marketing genius. Oh no. I don't want Doritos by the seasons, man. think chat would be shocked if it was Kirsche naked chips by Papa Kirsche. Now note if Kirsche did potato chips. What the fuck are you saying? We was viewers. Phoenix DS, thank you.
Drones to find the illegals, and squirrels drones in trees to spy on the companies employing illegals.
That would be actually very interesting. A good use of the government birds for once, honestly. They ran Adolf through the Google Gemini image generation a few times. Is this a Netflix adaptation? It surely is. This is the Netflix adaptation of World War II. 1970s Namibia didn't have a great internet connection. They may be confused about who won. Well, it did say they were a former German colony, so, you know. Shades, dude, thank you. You don't think they're doing pre-order chips to see where they're popular and collect more customer data? Nah, probably not, right? If you're an individual, because I'm not going to call you human, if you're an individual who's going to pre-order chips, I don't think you have anything valuable to contribute anywhere in any society on the globe. I feel like we would learn more from different amoebas found under the ice in Antarctica than anything an individual who would pre-order fucking chips would have to contribute. Fun fact, the constituents actually love him. They love Adolf Hitler. But my FOMO. It was a bit, but still, it'd be bad if Gamer Subs did it. Yeah, when Gamer Subs had, like, soups, I mean, they still have soups, but when they had, like, bug bars, those weren't, like, a pre-order. Those were just, like, in stock. You could buy them. The Black Israelites do say Adolf loved black people, so it made sense he pulled a reverse Michael Jackson instead of suicide in the bunker, moving to Argentina. Jesus Christ. Speaking of Doritos, Texans should buy the Heb versions. Way better at half the price. Use code Kirsche for subs, not for chips. True. True and real. What if you pre-order Gamer Subs using code Kirsche for 10% off? Are you valuable? Not only are you valuable, but for 24 hours as of 3 p.m. earlier, you get 20% off your Gamer Subs orders. 24 hours only. One step ahead. You're already in Argentina. Send help. Oh no. What will come in first? Your pre-ordered chips or your Funko Pops? Oh my god. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if they were like, pre-order our potato chips and get a Dorito Funko Pop? Oh my god. Okay. I guess tangentially related to what happened earlier. This leading report thing said, Elon Musk calls for Irina Zarutska's killer, DeCarlos Brown Jr., to be hung immediately. First of all, yes. Second of all, why hasn't it happened already? Third of all, it took me 2 tweets. I even Googled this and I couldn't find like what Elon Musk had said. Eric Doherty here said, Elon Musk calls for Irina Zarutska's killer, DeCarlos Brown Jr., to be hung immediately. For premeditated murder where there's no doubt about the guilt, as is the case here, the murderer should be hanged without delay. And Eric said he agrees. We take way too long to lay the hammer of justice, deter criminals. And I think that would be a good way. I think that would be a good way because I like the death penalty. I would like for us to have and enact the death penalty. The thing that makes me hesitate about the death penalty is that I do not like or trust the government. And I feel like the government could very much abuse their position and railroad innocent people into being given an expedited death penalty. However, if we say that we're only going to give the death penalty and an expedited death penalty when it is demonstrably on camera and there cannot be any dispute about who did it because it is on camera, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. If we have it on camera and it is indisputable who did it, I don't care. And I don't think pleading insanity should opt you out of the death penalty. I don't think it should. Like there are plenty of like mass shooters that are sitting in prison that I don't think should be sitting in prison. Trump posted a few fun truth socials. Yes. Issue with on camera is AI is getting scary good as of late. You can still expedite it and have people make sure that the video isn't AI. The only thing that makes you dislike the death penalty is the fact that the killer's pain stops forever. I also kind of like how Japan does it as well. When Japan enacts the death penalty in order to prevent like the people who do it from feeling guilt, they have like a bunch of executioners pull a switch at the same time, so none of them know who was the one who actually administered the death penalty to the prisoner. And I think that's a pretty neat way to do it. What about robots? The Japanese still have the death penalty to this day. You wouldn't trust anything from the US too. Too much idiocracy, and people express more with their feelings than logic. That's why I said I would only be, like, resoundingly okay with an expedited death penalty with the video footage. You just want them to stop letting criminals out of prison? That too. You also like Asmongold solutions? Send them all to North Korea? Well, you see, why would North Korea take our most violent criminals, right? Like, in a trade deal, they have to be getting something. And I can't see them being okay with just taking violent criminals. Doesn't that just move the knowledge to the electrician? Well, no, because he just wired stuff. He didn't do anything other than that. That's how the firing squad works. Some guys get real bullets, some gets blanks, and nobody knows who got what. That's pretty good. Send them cows with the criminals. What the fuck? What the fuck? But I did eventually get it. Matt Van Swole said Charlotte, North Carolina is bracing for a massive increase in prison population as Irina's law finally goes into effect this Monday. Irina's law eliminates cashless bail for all violent offenders. And it's a little crazy that it took something like getting murdered in cold blood while the guy says, I got that white bitch. Or white girl, whatever he said. I got that white girl. I can't remember exactly whether he said bitch or girl. Either way. It's crazy that it took something like that to institute eliminating cashless bail. I'm gonna be honest. And someone else said, fill the prisons and then build more prisons and fill those too. And Matt replied, we do not have enough prisons in this country. We need to build at least 10 times the number of prisons. Either that or we need to speed up executions to make room for more violent criminals in the prisons. I'm open to either solution. I hate this. I hate this little jingling key ask Grox box. Fuck off. And Elon Musk replied, for premeditated murder where there is no doubt about the guilt, as is the case here, the murderer should be hanged without delay. And I 100% agree with this. For as much hesitation as I would have for the death penalty normally, because again, I don't trust the government. People can lie. People can make shit up. People can try to obfuscate information. They can hide things that should be brought out into court. When it's undeniable, I think it should be an expedited death penalty. My brain died for a second. He needs to be impaled. I don't want torture, man. I'm not into torture. Lambie Chop, thank you. How much to pay? So you know it was your Switch. Jesus Christ. There's also a pivotal plot point on Death Note 2. They said that prisoners on death row basically didn't know when they were going to die. It was pretty much random. What the heck? Intrepid Mercenary, thank you. If you were a chip flavor, what would it be? Sour cream and onion! That's my favorite chip. I love sour cream and onion. He didn't say bitch, thank you. I get confused because there's been a lot of people saying, you know, fucking shit about white people when they murder white people recently, but I don't want to get confused. So thank you, chat, for remembering things for me. It was got that white girl is what he said. Can execute pedophiles by feeding them to pigs alive. I'd also be fine, right? If someone came here illegally and they don't have extra criminal history, we drop that illegal on an island with pedophiles, and if they kill the pedophile, they get to stay, right? You know, it's just gladiatorial combat. Maybe they'd be happier if we did it commie style. Just put them on their knees out in the back of prison and shoot them in the back of the head. I think that it's good that you have a bunch of people who don't know decisively who is the one who administered the death penalty. Yeah, Aliens versus Predators is one of my favorite jokes, man. Paradoxical Madness, thank you. Thought you didn't like sour cream. Yeah, but the sour cream and onion chips don't taste like sour cream. That's the kicker. And they also don't have the texture of sour cream. That's another kicker. Then we have to put all the predators on an island. If we're going to go that far, that's an excuse to restart nuclear testing out on the islands. This man makes a good point. A battle royale, except it's criminals. Or it could be diabolical and have a snake or hippo eat them. Again, I don't want torture. Snake or hippo eating very slowly. That doesn't sound great. That doesn't sound great. Let's see here. So, Piers Morgan talked to Tucker Carlson, and I guess Tucker Carlson's been getting very spicy recently. And this guy, MJ Truth Ultra, I don't know who this person is. I don't remember seeing this account often. He's got a lot of followers. And he puts in the, like, stuff that's being said in this clip. And I found this interesting.
This was not a communist country, but I'm just saying Britain voluntarily joined the war. It was a war that you were not involved in, and you got in, But my question is, why did it destroy Britain? I don't understand. As the victor nation,
it didn't destroy Britain.
Well, look outside.
Look outside.
We're in the city of London.
Hang on. There's Tower Bridge. It's the Tower of London. Magnificent.
Well,
How many terror attacks have been on that
Why
bridge?
do you look at this and see a wrecked country? I don't.
Well, I don't see an English country. So we're in the city of London now.
What do you mean there? What do you mean by that?
It's not. Well, people whose ancestors built Stonehenge are not here anymore. So the city of London is 36% white, and that's happened in the last, 40 years.
But England is about 70% white.
England.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it was
London's the capital city.
it was 99% in 1945.
Okay, so we've evolved.
That's a very weird thing to say. Because, again, I think legal immigration is fine. I think people who want to go to England to become part of the country and to enrich England is fine. But I think it's very weird to say we've evolved when talking about how the native English are essentially declining incredibly rapidly. I think that the native English declining incredibly rapidly is not something to celebrate. And when you talk about evolution, it's usually in a good way. You evolve, things got better, things got easier. And so it's a very weird thing to say when being told the native English are no longer the majority in their own country. That's just a very weird response, in my opinion. It's evolved because being white is bad. Yeah, and it's very tiring to constantly be told by people who want to live in your country that you are bad and you are evil and you are everything that's wrong with the world. Could they be allowed to evolve into being 99% English again? I mean, we had people holding signs at like protests in the US saying that like remigration is genocide or some shit like that. It was like a really weird sign talking about how like if you're deporting people, you're ethnically cleansing them. And that's really weird as well. And it doesn't make sense to me. And people will say it's like a white supremacist talking point. And I mean, maybe Tucker said some crazy things. I don't typically watch everything he says. But like, I don't think it is a supremacist argument to say that the native English should be the majority in their country. I don't think that's saying that they're better than other people or that they're superior to other people. That's just saying that they have a right to exist in the lands that they have always existed in. And so it doesn't make sense to me when people try to change that into like a racist or a white supremacist talking point, because again, it goes back to when people were claiming it's okay to be white is a white supremacist dog whistle. It's not. And it should be completely fine to any normal person to say it's okay to be white.
Slaves built the Parthenon. Slaves built America.
Piers just wants to stay out of jail.
Thank you.
Do 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 do.
Thank you.
Do 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 do.
Thank you.
Do 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 do.
This is your song.
Mystic Square, thank you for the slaves. Thank you, Mystic Squareman. Thank you, Mystic Squareman.
Future hit TV series Alien vs Predator. I'd watch it, snuggly covered by my blanket and eating pre-ordered naked Doritos.
I would have to adjust my streaming hours so that we could always watch Alien versus Predator together, you know?
Thank you, Mystic Square. Turn into a square shape, Clued. thank you.
Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Technically, Stonehenge is out the window since most of the people in that nation or in that country are Norman.
Out the window.
Tucker Carlson, the Russian spy puppet pawn. Yeah, I typically don't really pay that much attention to Tucker Carlson. I think the most I remember about him is the like, you're getting a vigorous spanking thing. And that Alex Stein calls himself the bastard son of Tucker Carlson. That's all I really remember. And Pierre basically did the, well, sure, they're raping our women, but we get shawarma. Don't worry, I have that in a tab too.
But you're on the way to becoming the minority in the country. So no one wants to say that. I think you can get arrested for saying that here.
Well, no,
that's not white supremacy. This is the indigenous population of the country.
Oh, no, he said the same thing I did. Now I will further be called a Nazi.
Well, it's a statistical fact that I think by 2100, we will be a minority white.
Brother man. It's not gonna take to 2001 It's not gonna take that long, brother man.
Country.
2063 as of today.
Well, I've read a bit later.
But these are dynamic numbers, so they change.
Yeah, but here's my question for you. So what?
Well,
and again, I don't understand why only, like, Western nations are targeted, and Japan more recently, so Japan also targeted recently for this. Why are we not allowed to say that people who are, like, native to those countries are allowed to have that country? And then, I mean, when America comes into the conversation, people will bring up, like, the Native Americans. The land wasn't stolen, the land was conquered, and brutal conquering is how many nations have sprouted up all across the world. You had tribal warfare in the Middle East, you had tribal warfare in Africa, you had tribal warfare in Asia, you had tribal warfare in Europe. I mean, No More Brother Wars is a quote for a reason, right? And we don't have, like, these bloody conquest wars for the most part in a lot of places in the world anymore. There are still areas that it does happen in. But this is also why I say, like, we should have the right to defend our nations, just like the Native Americans did in America, just like any other wars had the belligerents and the defendants before, right? If we end up losing, and it's not a bloody battle, it's an ideological warfare, it's a slow erosion by the lack of care of laws and citizenry, it's a different kind of war, but it is a war nonetheless. And if we are unable to defend ourselves, if we are unable to win, then our culture doesn't deserve to prevail. That's just how it is. Would I like for that to happen? No. But being called, like, racist or bigoted or xenophobic for wanting to defend your culture and your country is a crazy logic to me. It doesn't make sense. This is the info war? Yeah. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. It's not about the dang skin color, it's about the values. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in England, it's a bit different, right? Their country is a bit different than ours in America. We did have a lot more ethnic diversity when we were setting things up, right? We had a lot of immigration from Western countries, but it's still like we conquered the lands from the people who were here before. If we get conquered in an info war instead of a bloody battle, I don't want that to happen. I would rather it not. I would like to defend myself. And it's weird. It's weird to be called names for wanting to defend yourself from the same people who talk about stolen lands, who talk about the Native Americans. Trader structure, yep. Yep. It doesn't need to make sense. It just needs to work. Yeah. The most insane thing, Kirsche, is that Western culture isn't disappearing because they're weak, but because they're so kind and altruistic to a dangerous fault. I would say there's the altruism, but also when you have people with, like, a crazy degree of out-group preference and they get infiltrated by communist ideology and Marxist theory, it is a massive recipe for disaster. You'd rather go down fighting? Yeah. World Spectator, thank you. You forgot what to say, but stay beautiful, Foxwoman. Thank you. Psycho, thank you. You lost a friend in the UK being ended by an Islamist? Jesus fucking Christ. I'm sorry, dude. Freeman Demons is a 100% truthful depiction for how these people work. I've actually not watched Freeman. Freeman, by the way, Freeman. I haven't watched that. They actually just hate white people. It very much feels that way, and I have tabs on that too. Battleizer, thank you. Foxy, they need to demonize talk like that. The second they let their enemies establish those points, like it's okay to be white, then it gets harder to unpeople you. Yeah, the dehumanization has been very effective, unfortunately. Zentetsu, thank you. Sounds like Piers would not mind if London was 70% German. Oh, man. Freeman was the only anime you watched all the way through lately? Interesting. Massive Doge, thank you. George Alexopoulos made a comic about this? Oh, I'm sure he did. His comics are silly. I like them.
Let me refer to the beginning of our conversation when you said that the people who live in a country define the character of that country. And then you said, yes, all the things for which we were famous and in which we had pride, like our stoicism, our concern for others, our tidiness, the cleanest country in the world now. It's pretty filthy.
Apparently, England's also having problems with, like, street corners being turned red. I can't remember which immigrants, but apparently there's some kind of immigrant that, like, chews this, like, red thing, and then they spit it. And so there's, like, this red spit sludge all over, like, phone boxes and corners and stuff, and the leftists are smugly being like, yes, instead they should smell like piss, like they rightfully should. And it's like, well, yeah, bums are gonna piss on street corners, but also, why would you want them covered in either piss or red sludge. Like, brother, ew, man, come on. You want neither. No piss, no red sludge. Part and parcel.
All those things change when you get new people moving there. You said that. I mean, you're the racist, not me. So I'm just using the parameters that you set.
I did not say that was down to
you didn't say you didn't
white people coming to the country.
I like how he laughs at the notion of being called racist when time and time again it's the people who claim to be anti-racist that show just how racist they are. Because again, anti-racism is just racism towards the correct group of people in their minds.
True.
Well, that's who lived here.
I don't believe that.
No, but that's what you said.
I said there was creaking pressure on public services.
No.
From the increased
but
population.
you also maybe foolishly admitted the truth. You could get arrested for this. So I know the stakes are high. But you said that when the people who live in a country change, so does the culture, which is like the most obvious. It's like when it rains out, it gets wet. That's not a controversial observation, but it's illegal here because it is true. And my only point is not against, I've already said, I like the Bangladeshis better than I like the liberal whites in your country. A lot more. They've never yelled at me. I'm not attacking them. I'm just saying the things that made Britain, England. Is there still an England? I have no idea. Those are going away because there are different people living here. And if you think that those are good things in the same way that the Swedes or the Chinese or the people in Burundi and Chad, they like their culture. It's their ancestors' culture. And now it's gone. And like, why can't we say that's bad?
Right.
Well, because you may think it's bad.
It's good?
I love living in a very multicultural
But you're rich. I mean, you're rich. And you go to the white parts of London, and they're exactly the same as they were when I was a child. I've been coming here for 50 years. They're exactly the same. What neighbor was saying is exactly the same.
Which do you think is a white part of London?
I'm not going to tell you.
Well, let's do a little test for you. Which area of London do you think is white?
The one I'm staying in right now. The one where my relatives live.
Where?
I'm not going to say.
No, you don't want to say, because you know that I'll immediately say, come on, there's loads of non-white people living there. There's no
By the way, I'm not against non-whites.
I would also not say it, because it would make that area slightly unsafer. They're mass importing the refuse of those places without any vetting or background checks, yeah? And Piers is one of the worst fence sitters ever.
Exclusively white area.
Okay.
There's not.
And also, it's very weird. It's very weird for him, for like Tucker to point out that like there's a couple of like majority white areas of London left, and Piers trying to be on the good side of the argument is just like, no, there's no white places in London left. Don't be silly. What a weird thing to say. Zoran Mamdani won not because New Yorkers forgot 9/11, but because New Yorkers stopped being New Yorkers. That, and again, I still very much believe everyone getting up on that stage and saying the first place they would want to visit after becoming mayor being Israel heavily tipped the scales in Mamdani's favor. If you're going to become a mayor, you should not be thinking of international policies. The first thing that you should be wanting to do is in your own backyard because you're a fucking mayor. Saying Israel is absolutely fucking insane. Soho, London will lose November. Morgan LaFaux, thank you. By the time Rome fell, there was nary a Roman left in Rome. Ollie Wally, thank you. Just as courage borders idiocy, kindness borders masochism. True. Emperor Creatine, thank you. You got a good deal on a new PC and desk. Monitor's coming tomorrow. Somehow you got everything in your Kia Forte and can still see out the back. Hey, good luck, brother. I remember being in super packed cars, can't see out the back. It is rough. It is rough. Now they are busing the migrant hotels to small towns in England. Population increase by about 1/3. They were doing that to small towns in Ireland as well. Phoenix DS, thank you. Globally, white people are in the minority, and there are other races that want to see us gone. It's a very weird world we currently live in. The I'd stay here, followed by why wouldn't you go to Israel, was fucking wild. Yeah. I think the best answer to that would have been like, because I don't fucking live there. That's not my country. I've got to evolve the rural parts of the UK next. And then after this interview, I don't know what this clip is. I haven't watched this clip. So let's see what this is. I don't even know who this guy is. I'm not sure who this guy is.
British culture didn't you like and has been improved by new cultures?
Oh,
tell me, what didn't you like before? What are you glad is gone from the Britain you grew up in?
Let me tell you, if you came to London in the 50s and 60s, the food was crap. Absolute crap.
Well, it was that way in the 80s when I was
Inedible.
here.
Right. Now we have some of the best gastronomy.
Amazing.
in the
Insane. That is the argument used. Why should we flood our country with other people? Well, chicken curry. Thousands of young girls get raped. Chicken curry. I know this might shock a lot of people. You're going to want to be prepared for this. But me, as an Irishman, I have made pasta before. You know?
I didn't know the Irish could make pasta. That's crazy. I am so impressed. I love his accent. I could listen to this guy talk all day. Holy shit.
Crazy. I'm not Italian, but I know how to make pasta. And even crazier is I have made chicken curry before. Crazy. Absolutely
How
shocking
did he do
stuff.
that?
You don't need a million Pakistanis in your country to enjoy a kebab. I know this thinking might be crazy to people like Piers Morgan, but I would eat potatoes for the rest of my life if it meant my country, Ireland, was always home to Irish people, that it was full of my own people. I don't want Ireland full of Nigerians, Indians, Pakistanis. I don't want Ireland to resemble England, for England to resemble Germany, Germany to resemble Belgium, for all the natives to be replaced in the name of chicken curry and a kebab shop on every corner. I have no intention of seeing that happen in my lifetime. Ireland should be full of Irish people. And if your excuse to change that is you like a kebab every Saturday, well, to me, that's not a good enough reason.
It's not. It's really not. That's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. I don't know how the Irish talk with the hard T when they say like tinkin. I don't know. It's cute. I like it. Preach, Irish boy. Andrew Inman Artist, thank you. Food wins people over easily. So I like having different kinds of foods. And you know, when you go to a large hub like New York or Boston, there's always going to be like the old immigrant enclaves. You have like Chinatown, you have Little Korea, you have Little Italy. You have all of these different places in those cities. You don't need to terraform your entire country to be exactly like that. You got a point, the Japanese restaurants near you aren't even run by the Japanese. Don't make him gay, please. I just turned the Irish gay. No, there's no way. There's no way. How much do you need to tip for the song? It's 100 gift subs on Twitch. Can cook how to make any kind of food from anywhere in the world. You don't need to replace the population for it. Yes, exactly. You can learn to cook these things. I didn't even know that curry was like a Pakistani or an Indian or a Middle Eastern food until I was an adult. Because the only time I ever encountered curry in my life was in Japanese video games and Japanese anime. So to me, curry was Japanese. We have the recipes now. Deport and denaturalize them all. Oh god, it's very easy to cook. Yeah, exactly. Japanese curry is different. I learned that as an adult. I had no idea. Curry is actually English, apparently, made by the dudes trading spices. You know, we read about, was it chicken tikka? I think it was chicken tikka masala specifically being made in England. Clip Pierce, it's not replacement. Clip politician saying it is. Yeah, can I get that Keir Starmer clip on deck, by the way? Japanese curry is English, not Indian. Japanese curry is very much its own thing, like chicken tikka masala isn't from India. Yeah, bet it was Xenosaga did have curry. David Edgerunner, thank you. Pierce doesn't get it. You would eat stale rice and dry chicken for the rest of your life if it meant your sisters and daughters didn't get stabbed on the train. True. A Battleizer, thank you. Remove kebab. That's a Chinese pastime. And it's always but my ethnic foods. You don't hate boomers enough. You think you do, but you don't. And Piers Morgan, in response to Michael McCarthy saying they would have you replaced and your home changed forever over a curry, Piers Morgan said, there are a lot of white English people I would happily trade for a good weekly chicken tikka masala. And that's a very weird thing to say, because it's like, yes, there are native English who are criminals. There are native English who are terrible people. There are native English that you probably wouldn't want as your neighbors. That's not an argument to flood the country to make it no longer English. That doesn't make any sense. Not the optics you want right now, man. Thank you. And then, to bring this back, the Keir Starmer clip that kicked off a lot of disingenuous people posting a clip of me referencing this several months later. This is what Keir Starmer said in November of last year, full year ago, by the way.
With an Aussie twist.
We come full circle.
Didn't change the recipe, but I washed my hands first.
Arismador, thank you for the Aussie twist by washing your hands before making it. Thank you. So this is what Keir Starmer said about immigration in England last year.
What the British people are owed is an explanation. Because a failure on this scale isn't just bad luck. It isn't a global trend or taking your eye off the ball. No, this is a different order of failure. This happened by design, not accident. Policies were reformed deliberately to liberalise immigration. Brexit was used for that purpose, to turn Britain into a one-nation experiment in open borders.
This guy who is to the left saying that the politicians in England by design turned England into a massive experiment of mass immigration. And quoting Keir Starmer on this when talking about immigration in England has gotten me called a Nazi and gotten multiple hit pieces written on me. This acknowledging reality by a politician I disagree with is enough to get you attacked. And he's not even saying anything wrong.
I guess I'm not rich enough for the other song. Merry Christmas. God bless and may your himbo find you.
Marshmallow Mafia, thank you for the buttered doggo. I love getting my doggo buttered. Thank you. Thank you.
And don't worry, I do prefer the stream element stuff as opposed to the Twitch subs, right? I don't like giving Twitch money. I love subs because I love Numby go up. You know, I love seeing people here for like 1 month turns into 3, turns into 6. I'm sure you guys like seeing Numby go up. I love the animated emotes. I love the evolving badges. I love all that shit. But I'm angry at Twitch now. And I also do get to keep more of the money through the direct donos in the stream elements tip. You missed the Twitch horses, god damn it. If you acknowledge reality, you're literally Hitler. What did they mean by this? Again, like I've been saying before even people started saying it mainstream after some assassinations, they aren't calling you a Nazi or a fascist or a white supremacist because they genuinely think you are one. Which is why arguing with them why you are not is typically futile. You explain how your beliefs are not like that for the average normal people looking in on whatever the fuck kind of ruckus is going on. But they're calling you those things to mark you as an acceptable target. It lets all of the other good little useful idiots know that this is an enemy combatant. This is a person that we need to target en masse. This person needs to be deplatformed. They need to be financially ruined. They need to be gotten rid of. Which is why it's incredibly dangerous, in my opinion, to try and commiserate with people whose entire existence is only owed to trying to completely destroy me and people like me. You two love subs, which is why you watch Kirsche. Hello, Bagman! Hello, Bagman. How's your bladder doing? I haven't been asking you about how you feel after your bladder infection. Targeting them en masse. Throw us into the blue hole. Jesus Christ. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Canada's done the same under Justin Castro. Canada's a giant social engineering experiment. I know a bit less about Canada's trials and tribulations, except for the mage stuff.
Alakar Zyvern, thank you for the birthday cake. Thank you.
Beard, thank you. The funny part is that what we think is British cuisine is actually a result of rationing during World War II. There's a ton of forgotten, authentic British recipes that are nearly forgotten. Yeah, I can only imagine. It was good after 1 day since you got antibiotics. Oh, that's good. That's good to hear.
Global Britain. Remember that slogan? That is what they meant. A policy with no support, and which they then pretended wasn't happening.
And now, if you acknowledge that it's happening, especially if you quote someone like Keir Starmer saying it is happening, You're a crazy, racist, bigot, xenophobe, terrible person. And I just, how do you have honest conversations when people want to prevent you from saying things that can be seen with the naked eye? Dark Gaia, thank you for the 18 months of Proom. Thank you for prooming. You just got back and thought it was Jeb Bush. He does have the Jeb Bush drip. You're all of those things anyway, it's fine. Illegal immigration is a direct violation of Article 2 of the Geneva Convention. Brits used to use a lot more spices before rationing, and before the spice trade, they used a lot of native herbs, which some they're starting to rediscover. You can't, or they don't want open and honest discussion. They want us dead. It's a very, very sad state of affairs. Very sad state. And then also in response, I mean, to Piers Morgan saying like he would trade white English people for a good weekly chicken tikka masala. You know, you have Alex Jones here saying, yes, sell out your people for food and move to the country. This is replacement migration. You have Kongmin Lee here with some bad things happening, and the soy guy in front saying, but that food is so yummy. Someone else saying, you're the reason a lot of World War II vets would like to go back and just have a good weekly sauerkraut. Holy fuck. All your history and culture traded for curry. All those lives lost in World War I and II, all traded for curry. You're a disgrace. Like, everyone absolutely just, like, hammering him.
British culture didn't you like?
And then you also have a tweet here by Gad Sad, which he might be talking about a specific group of people, but I think it applies en masse to what's going on. Gad Sad says, noble people say, I fuck your society, or you are a bigot. And the West says, okay, fuck my society. Noble people say, I fuck your women, or you're a bigot. The West says, fuck our women. Noble people say, I fuck your children, or you're a bigot. The West says, fuck our children. Noble people say, I fuck your religion, or you're a bigot. The West says, fuck our religion. Noble people say, I fuck your heritage, or you are a bigot. The West says, fuck my heritage. The West says, I'm willing to give up my culture, my civilization, my heritage, my religion, my personhood, my women, my children, my way of life, my freedoms, my liberties. Take it all, but please, please don't call me phobic. That is intolerable. And I thought this was a really, really poignant post, and I very much wanted to read it. You could also do a bratwurst with a kraut, a wedge of Limburger cheese, followed by 3 fingers of whiskey and a cigar. A Quetzal Pacheco, thank you for the Mexicans. Can't prove this is not the Kaiser's fault. Just imagine a world where it's okay to notice. Crazy. Painfully accurate? It is. It is painfully accurate. Painfully accurate. A big doink smoker. Thank you for the 4-month resub, dude. Thank you. Can I do some poetry slam finger snaps? I'm not very good at snapping. I have very soft skin. Very soft skin, very long nails. And someone down here said, it's the kind feminine instinct in the West responding incorrectly, which they use against us. Women must be shown clearly what's going on. Polite opinion has to change so that they aren't uncomfortable with truth. Means offending people with harsh realities as you're doing. Obviously, Gad agreed. I don't think it can just be blamed on women, even if they are the most ardent swallowers of slogans, because the Marxist push and the infiltration of using feminism as a cudgel to divide men and women has resulted in a lot of men being very effeminate. And I don't mean that in they are gay manner. I mean they are effeminate, soy-filled, unable to stand up for principles men. And this sort of feminization of men, making them equal to women, not on like an equal rights way, but on a empathy and sympathizing and suicidal way, I think has been incredibly detrimental for any kind of society. A lot of men allow it, so they're complicit. Yeah, it's like when people want to entirely blame the state of things on women, and it's like, well, a lot of the right stuff that feminists got passed were proposed and signed by men. This was an equal push with both genders working in tandem to make shit worse for everyone. Need Space Marines. Phoenix DS, thank you. Can tolerate being called an ist and a phobe. I genuinely am disconcerted at how long it has worked to convince people And I mean, you have a microcosm of this in like content creation where I've complained that if you defend yourself, you're seen as the bad guy, you're seen as the one seeking drama, you're usually the one discounted because you defended yourself. And this is kind of what happens on like the large cultural scale. If you try to defend yourself, you're a racist, you're a sexist, you're an Islamophobe, you're a transphobe, whatever. And it's worked. It's worked for so very long to keep people shut up. You mean you don't blame women for everything wrong today? I think it's a very bad path to go down, and it's exactly what the Marxists want. If you blame women for absolutely everything, if you think women are the only bad aspect in society, if you think dating is only fucked and marriages are only fucked because of women, you're going down the route that you are expected to go down via propaganda. The more you hate women and the more you hate your fellow countrywomen as well, the better that is for Marxists to continue their long march. Yeah, there's going to be bad people that are men and women. There's going to be women who do incredibly heinous and despicable things in order to push forward Marxism more than it already has. But you can't attribute those people to absolutely everyone. You have to find your allies and you have to work for your defense. That's the victim consciousness route. Take responsibility and authority. Absolutely. Absolutely. And this is why when we loop on like relationship discussions, I get it. I get why men are so anxious about relationship things. There are a lot of worries that men have that women don't, right? No fault divorce doesn't affect us as much as it does men. The whole Me Too thing doesn't affect women as much as it does men. There are these worries to worry about. But if you're terrified of things rather than trying to find somebody who would be matched up to you, you're going to become a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're never going to have the happy relationship, the happy wife, the happy children. And the same applies culturally. If you're not going to defend yourself, you're never going to have the happy nation that you wanted. It's not about the group, it's about the individual women. Absolutely. We should blame women on something. You wonder if you could win an election by just ripping ass into the mic on every debate. Oh my god. Thank you for speaking truth. I mean, I just try my best to look at the evidence I can see with my eyes and then speak that in a way that makes sense. I'm not always the best at describing things. I'm kind of retarded, but I try best. Alejandro Trombono, thank you for the 10 gift members. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You can imagine Kirsche as the mad scientist in Back to the Future. Those are all legal and or cultural issues. The thing is, none of those outcomes can happen regardless of if the woman in question is a good woman or a bad woman in a society that doesn't allow it. I do not know how we would be able to transform things into being good again. Right? I don't know how we would be able to wrestle the power away from the people who have used subversion to delete language in a way that we can't have honest conversations with anyone. You're never going to have an honest conversation with the outward liars, but if you always have to worry about the outward liars attacking you, it gives you incentive to shut up and just take care of you and your own instead of worrying about things on a larger scale. But if you don't worry about things on a larger scale, eventually things that are adverse and you don't want will happen to you in your own. And so it's an unfortunate, like, self-fulfilling prophecy. And I wish I was a bit smarter to figure out better solutions or more solutions to things sometimes. Eccentric thinker, thank you. You're still not sure how inducing reactive misogyny into the population actually helps anybody in power, considering at the end route, society fails wholesale. Well, true communism has never been tried, comrade, so you don't know that. But also, if you have women taking a multitude of jobs from men, it depresses wages. Women should be in the workforce. Women were allowed to be in the workforce prior to feminism making their march. Oh god, I never remember her fucking name. The lady that fought with Gloria Steinem. And I feel bad for never remembering her name because she's an important figure. And I can remember fucking Gloria Steinem, but I can't remember the other lady. But she fought for the rights of housewives against the feminists because she was like, as a housewife, I have a choice. I can go and get an education. I can go and get a job. I can go and get a career. And I can be a housewife. There's no choice that women don't have right now. we can do these things. As soon as more of the Equality Act stuff was passed, women no longer had that choice. We no longer had a social safety net in the way of if we divorced our husbands, we would get a housewife stipend, so we wouldn't have any incentive to take the man for all he's fucking worth. There was no longer a choice in being a housewife. Wages became incredibly depressed, and you started in the future needing more of a 2-income household. Now we live in that reality where it's nigh impossible, unless you're making hundreds of thousands of dollars, to support a multi-child household. You can't do that on one income as much as you used to be able to. And the way that that was replaced was becoming reliant on the government. If you're a woman, what incentive do you have to stay with a man? And because they removed the financial incentive, and we have depleted love to the point where even celebrities were getting married at like 24-hour marriage churches. People don't see marriage as like a binding contract anymore. They don't take relationships seriously, and hookup culture has been an incredibly detrimental thing to the fabric of all relationships as well. Phyllis Schlafly, thank you, Binary Mind. That's the name of the lady. Phyllis Schlafly, that's her name. But like when you have all of these different things working in tandem to ruin how men and women see each other, to make men and women distrustful of each other, to have men be like, I can become a deadbeat dad, I can just, impregnate this woman and leave because she'll either get an abortion or she's going to rely on the government to take care of the child. I don't need to take responsibility for anything. And you have these women who are like, well, if I just keep popping out kids, the government will pay me even more money. And if I pop out kids from multiple different fathers, then I'm going to be getting child support from multiple different locations. Everything we have right now has incentivized people to care less about each other, to put less effort into each other, to not take marriage seriously, to be afraid of commitment, and to rely on government as a replacement for a strong family unit. And when the government replaces the strong family unit, that's when you end up being able to propagandize everyone a lot more efficiently. The communists had finished the long march through the institutions. Our educational institutions from the very beginning all the way through universities are filled with commie schlock. Your children are getting pumped full of all of these anti-American ideals, anti-individualistic ideals. They're being taught that they're responsible for evils in the world. They're being taught a victim mentality, that they can't have any autonomy or any responsibility for any of the actions or any of the things that just suddenly happen to them through no fault of their own, apparently. And when you start kids through that indoctrination, and then later on you also encourage the welfare state, you encourage single motherhood, you encourage people to stay on that welfare, because once you're on it, they tally up your assets. You're not allowed to have a certain amount of money in your bank account. You're not allowed to have a certain amount of assets over a total amount of money. It's incentivized to keep people in this struggle loop instead of attempting to reach out and break out of it. You have all these different aspects of society completely crushing people and pushing them to be more reliant on the government, to look at government as a replacement for family, to look at marriage as not a binding contract till death do us part. I will care about this person that I claim to love for the rest of my life, but as a contract of convenience, where you get married for just tax breaks, or you get married for other sorts of financial benefits, or you end up getting married because, well, we've just been living together for so long, why not? Even if you might not like that person. And it's depressing that that's where we're at. And they made a TV show about Phyllis Schlafly starring Cate Blanchett. I remember watching, I think it was on Hulu. They had a small series talking about Gloria Steinem and Phyllis Schlafly, and the way that they framed things in that, like, it's amazing that they, one, want you to think of Schlafly as the bad guy, and two, how they misconstrued a lot of her positions is, I mean, par for the course, but still incredibly upsetting. They want you to look forward to hearing the phrase, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Yeah, it's incredibly bad. Like the woman in Mass living on welfare with 7 kids and her saying somebody needs to take care of these kids, just pumping them out for welfare. Yeah. People watch Hulu. I loved watching Hulu back in the day when it had Facebook integration and people could leave comments on each individual episode. I was watching The Handmaid's Tale, like, as episodes were coming out, and the comments people would leave on that shit, it was great. It was like early Twitter PvP. It was so good. You've tried explaining this to people. Currently, a man can get a woman pregnant and ditch her in exchange for a monthly payment, and women march through the streets demanding this. Yeah, it's incredibly insane what people marched for, thinking it would be freedom when actually it was way worse than the situation they were already in. Beard, thank you. Did you know that there are some states in the U.S. that change custody laws to have 50-50 custody as default, and for some reason, in those states, divorce rates have gone down too? Wonder why? I can only imagine. Psycho, thank you. The black pill, but here we are. Munya! I have a tweet on that too, because like things seem very despairful, and especially with like the lack of action from Republicans the last few months. But I have a tweet. You shouldn't despair. You shouldn't despair. This guy put it in a way more eloquent way than I could have. Morgan LaFoe, thank you. He who saves his country violates no law. That's a good phrase. The Watchman, thank you. People like Pierce are the reason the 19th was a bad thing. Maliciously indecisive people like him twist and warp what people say to make them look evil when their concerns help are reasonable and normal. Help. I'm dying. Shades dude, thank you. Please turn on the BGM, you're scared. I forget to do that often. So why is the stream 18 plus? Because it should be a war crime to subject me to any opinions of a minor, especially when I'm talking politics. I don't want to fucking hear your opinion. You're not even 18, bro. Get the fuck out. No help, dying. Psycho, thank you. Kirsche, you're the one woman we all love. You can't be shared. You're 1 out of 1,000, and then we look at the other 999. I do not like thinking of myself as some kind of special snowflake. And I get, like, we watch all of these crazy, insipid women on social media. But social media also draws a specific type of person, much like content creation. You're going to see, you know, like, 99 liberal fuckwits asking for more bad things to happen for every, like, one sane person on social media. Because the sane people are typically doing things outside of social media. I had crippling anxiety, and so here I am, you know? Like, it's unfortunate for me. I should have been out there more often, but you know? Why is this 18 plus? Did you not hear the thanks for the fisting copy pasta reading? Here's just a special snowflake, unique, just like every other snowflake. Millennia. I gotta go back in the chat. Battleizer, thank you. Quick, Mog on to Squeaka. Squeaka. Very rare among women. Even sane women you meet don't want kids. It's hard to find the whole package. Well, I mean, maybe you're right. I just don't like hearing that, I guess. Because that makes me feel like things are even worse than I want to admit, you know? And it also makes me feel worse because it's like... I keep using my time on men that probably don't deserve it, but I'm kind of retarded. You know, I got, like, instead of using my suicidal empathy on my entire nation, I use it just on myself. And I'm like, oh, he's got some mental issues, I can fix him. But even though logically I know I can't fix someone that does not want to fix themselves, I still end up wasting copious amounts of time on someone who probably doesn't deserve it. Go find the himbo, as long as I don't turn him gay. Foxy must stay white-pilled for the rest of us. I try my best. Kirsche's already solved the hardest part of a good family. A good woman. You will not come home to your son wearing a dress. Don't worry, we're all a bit retarded. Mr. Stell, thank you. You're a firm believer of self-reliance. You learned a long time ago to never trust anyone, especially government and corpos. As a woman, I really try to give people benefit of the doubt. And I really try to see, like, maybe they're just being retarded, or maybe, you know, they had good intentions, but especially being in a sphere like content creation, reality slaps you in the face ever so fucking hard. And it is nigh impossible to give people the benefit of the doubt. And I really hate that. Won't come home to your wife wearing a dress either. Swiggity swooty. True. Don't lose hope. I know you'll find someone. You have the makings of someone who will go on to be a wonderful wife and mother. We're all rooting for you. Well, thank you. Thank you. I just, like, you know, It's weird that I have to be the one talking about this shit.
I just want to be a woman. I just want to have no big worries.
Kirsche will have 10 babies. Okay, let's not get crazy. That's a lot.
Put a dog!
Good night, magnificent Foxu. May your butters be many and your soundings be few.
True and real. What a nice sentiment. Thank you, Mystic Square, for buttering my fucking doggo, man. Thank you, Mystic Square. Thank you. The 80s Karens are screwing the country too. The Karens are men and women. True and real. Many Western women have been heavily influenced by societal expectations. However, there is some hope, as an article discussing how girls in high school are increasingly considering marriage and having children first before pursuing a career. Raging Golden Eagle mention. Did I mention him? I don't remember that. But like, I cannot see, and like I get, you know, I get told by people like they're proud of me, like people in my family and whatnot, and I have friends who are just like, you know, it's great that you've been able to be so successful, but it's like I don't feel that way. Like yeah, I've been successful, I guess, but I've been successful in the way that like, if I was a man, I'd be ecstatic. And it's wild to me that women were sold to like having a devoted, dedicated lover for your entire life who will take care of you and will take care of your children. How did people en masse believe that this was somehow oppressive? It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make fucking sense. Success is often underwhelming when attained. It's not that it's underwhelming, it's just like, it's success in a different direction from what I wanted, I guess. I'm proud of you for being unapologetically yourself. I have a dream that one day I will be able to say slurs on stream and the F word of my Bostonian ancestors will fly free. Psycho, thank you. A man doesn't need fixing 90% of the time, and just a woman who doesn't need to be fixed. We just want someone to cuddle, which is great. But this is again why I rail against all the dudes who try like black pilling and talk about like inceldom in chat, because I've been with the dudes who have the intense depression and anxiety and the self-loathing of I don't deserve love. There's no reason anyone would ever care about me. You know, like, and you end up becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy. Even if you feel bad about yourself, if someone is trying to care about you, you should make an attempt. Because you're going to just give in to that cycle if you continue trying to fight against being allowed to have something nice. No black pill, exactly. Material success is great, but only when you get to do it, you realize it means little without people to share it with. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly great. Like, I love being able to, you know, pay my bills. I love being able to do more than I could when I was barely being able to pay things on time and living off of a credit card. I love being on stream. I love talking to you guys. I don't love the level of insane security that I need because of the things I say. I don't think I say anything incredibly crazy, but I have crazy people who hate basic logic, I guess. Honestly, you've tried dating and end up meeting someone you do connect with or get ghosted, and lately in your life, this is how you felt a lot of this year? I mean, yeah, it happens. You'll meet shitty people. I've told a bunch of shitty stories of like first dates I've been on. That's how the like I turned them gay thing even started. It's because like I haven't dated gay people, but I've gone on dates and they've lied about being straight, and they come out on the first date saying they're bisexual, and it's like, well, I wouldn't be here if you had been honest, man. Like, why are we wasting each other's time? But that kind of morphed into like I just turn everyone gay, you know? I was like, it's fine if you feel mentally like you have to take a break and you can't go through that slog and you can't handle that disappointment at the moment, because it is a lot of disappointment. You're literally digging through trash to find a diamond. That's just how it is. But if you take that break and you make it less of a break and more of a I don't want to try again ever, you're resigning yourself to be in a depressingly complacent situation and not allowing yourself to find like a real happiness, you know? Fighting OG-san, thank you. Hi, Kirsche. Happy Foxy Friday. Going to boxing class. We appreciate the hiccup ASMR. I'm sorry, the hiccups are painful. The only option a guy has when things don't work out is to lower his standards, so it's a vicious cycle. I mean, I feel like my standards are on the floor and it's kind of still difficult. That's how you feel, and it does suck. I mean, you know, human society wasn't meant to have a 1-to-1 male-female ratio, sadly. Yeah. Like, there's all things that people have preferences in, and obviously I have preferences, but just because I have preferences doesn't mean they're, like, hard sells, you know? If I like someone, I like someone, and it's not gonna matter if they don't have my preferences. And some people also don't understand that. Diego Free Spirit, thank you. When you have kids, you'll be homeschooling them and teaching them close quarters combat. This is the only good thing about having too many hobbies. True. A Leaf, thank you for the Canadians. No black pills. A guy you worked with and was currently in school with was found ripped. Black pills go down that path. Try to love yourself, love your people, love the world around you. Love you, Foxu. That's great fucking advice. And also, check in on your friends sometimes, man. You know? Sometimes it can be hard. We all get busy, but even sending them like a random meme out of the blue, like that could lift their spirits, you know? Battleizer, thank you. TMW, the depression side is battling it out with the delusions of grandeur side, and you wind up being functional. It's not the correct way. I don't know what TMW means, and I don't know what you mean by being functional in not the correct way. I'm sorry, sir. I cannot parse. On a more positive note on your hand, would I be willing to give your own written work a shout out? I don't really do stuff like that unless like I really know and like the product. You check in on your friends and now they're in AA for detox. Why does this keep happening? Jesus. Star Phoenix, thank you. If you black pill, how do you stop us from the black pill? Yeah, I try my best, you know. Sometimes I can get a little despairy, and I've apologized for black pilling a little too hard in the past. I try to keep as hopeful as possible. Gus of the Dorks, thank you. Debating if you should have kids or not for various reasons would be 43 before you could have them. Not sure if that's too old for a guy. I don't think so. I mean, some people worry about like, oh, you know, I'm gonna be like 60 or whatever when my kid turns 18, and it's like, well, yeah, you will be an older parent, but you will still have a kid. I don't think that should really matter all that much, right? You had them, you're still there for them. Al Pacino etiquette at 78. That's a good way to look at it too. If you have that friend that always sad suddenly get really happy and content, you're in the danger zone of them doing something permanent. Please check up on them regularly. The Watchman, thank you. If you dated someone else who turns people gay, would it cancel out or reflect back? Asking for a friend, it's me. It's an interesting point, I'm not sure. Hidden, thank you. The DMs of a friend are a shitpost repository. If not, then are they really friends? Exactly. Exactly. I remember being with a guy and like I would just send him memes throughout the day. Because it's like I would just find shit and it was funny and I wanted to share it. And like I didn't matter what I was doing or what he was doing. I wouldn't expect any kind of response immediately or anything. Because like I'm just sending you fucking memes, bro. And eventually he ended up getting really angry and he exploded and he was like, I don't like that you send me these messages all day because it means you're trying to take me away from my friends and you want my attention. And it's like, I don't give a shit what you're doing, bro. Like you could be out like bowling with the dudes. I'm still gonna send you a funny meme if I see it. I was like, what kind of fucking logic is this, you weirdo? What is wrong with him, right? How retarded can you be? What a self-sabotage. He was probably the greatest self-sabotage thing that I dated, unfortunately. Your kick stream died. Oh no. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. There are two wolves inside people. Both are delusional. One thinks it's a god and the other thinks it sucks. You know, you gotta get to the balance in between the two of them, you know? You want your woman to text you at literally any point in time, even if she thinks you might be asleep. Exactly. I love receiving random messages from people I care about, you know? And if I'm asleep, I'll be like, sorry, bro, I was fucking dead. Now I'm awake, though. Liam Dell, thank you. You have no choice but to be blackpilled. You live in Australia, which is only slightly less bad than the UK. Your country is fucked. I don't know too much about what's going on in Aussie land, but I'm sure there's a way you can fix your shit just like we can probably still fix ours, you know? Sounds like the logic of your ex, because she did want responses at all times, no matter what you were doing. You know there can be legit trauma that causes it, but when you say you don't need to respond, but then get paranoid when you don't, it's draining. Well, yeah, but if I don't exhibit that paranoid behavior, like, there was nothing telling him that, like, I would get upset without a response. I mean, if he took days to say something to me, I'd be like, hey, that's kind of weird. How come it's been, you know, like 3 days and you haven't said shit? And that's kind of strange, right? Like, woman sending memes sounds good. Both of your wolves moved out when you were 8. Did they realize they lived in a mudslide zone? What the fuck? If it's a text, it can wait. If it's a call, it can only wait a couple minutes. If there were 3 calls, it's important. Yes, exactly. It took days to reply, looking at Kirsche's DM habits. If I am dating you, you are a priority in my life. I'm not going to ignore your DMs because we're literally dating. That would be retarded. Your meme was shit. Patchouli, thank you. Already stupid. Sending you shitposts all day long is an easy way to get a ring. Massive Doge, thank you. But what if you spam the 6-7 meme? No. Psycho, thank you. You wish you were Kirsche's ex? Then you know you fucked up instead of being abused. Oh no. Don't say that. What's it like to have a woman to talk to other than family? You don't remember such things anymore. I don't know. I don't talk to too many women. I talk to, like, Mari and Pippa and Pickle. I guess Blabs. Blabs counts. I was like, oh yeah, real women. Not just anime women. You have a friend who you basically communicate by sharing YouTube videos with? Foxu videos are a common share. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Blab's not a woman. That's not what I meant! She's a 12-year-old boy. Okay, let me get rid of these fucking Tucker tabs here. Oh yeah. This was also funny. I'm not gonna read the article because it doesn't fucking matter, but CBS said the growing popularity of Korean fried chicken reflects a greater familiarity with Korean culture, but its origins can be traced back to African American soldiers fighting in the Korean War. And they got like orbital striked from the community notes. Korean-style fried chicken goes back further than the Korean War. A 15th century Korean cookbook describes a dish called poggi, seasoned chicken fried in oil and sauce eaten by aristocrats. Korean fried chicken, unlike in the US, is fried at least twice. Can you imagine trying to lay claim over Korean fried chicken? What the actual fuck? Also, yeah, generational ratio, 4.1 million views and only 1.1k likes. Absolutely wild. We was Koreans and shit. Well, they already fucking tried to make Yasuke a devoted samurai, so I wonder what kind of aspect of Korean culture, besides the fried chicken, will also get co-opted. The greatest contribution to Korea from black people is fried chicken. If I said this, I'd be called racist. Can they just focus on their own history for the love of God?
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Oh my God. Marmalin, thank you. Ah, yes, African Americans obviously brought them fried chicken. They got owned twice in their attempt at We Was. Pakistani National, thank you for the Canadians. Went to school with a chick, said you would never get a girlfriend unless you got your extra toe removed. Was in a relationship for years right after that. I can't tell if this is you saying you did get the extra toe removed or you didn't. Also, who cares about an extra toe, man? I guess unless they're a foot fetishist, that might go either way. If you get with a chick who's a foot fetishist, she might either really, really like or really, really dislike that extra toe. It's silly to try and take claim over fried chicken in general because, like pizza, almost every society has some kind of fried meat, which they then used on chicken later. True. True and real. Alien Zombie, thank you. In order to love someone, women must be able to love themselves. A lot of people feel getting into a relationship will magically fix all their problems with no effort on their part. Learn to love yourself first. We're all going to make it. Happy Foxu Friday. I somewhat agree with you. You have to at least be content with who you are as a person. That deep-seated self-loathing and the I don't deserve love can really break a person. But if you have someone that comes in and they want to love you and they want to care for you and they want to help carry your mental burdens, turning that person away could end up being way worse for you. So you shouldn't be strict in like, I can't be with you because I hate myself too much. It should be I have a lot of hatred for myself and I don't know how to deal with it. Maybe you can help me, you know? And obviously the person who has the mental infliction isn't going to be able to get better if they don't want to change, if they don't want to change their frame of mind. It has to be all action on their part, but having someone there to support you can be so, so good for so many people. Did you keep it in a jar?
Ollie Wally, thank you!
The fiance and you'll randomly start calling mean names at each other across the house. Once one of you couldn't come up with a new one, crack up. This is a weekly occurrence. I like that. I like that a lot.
Jimothy Farm, thank you for the 50.
Hello, Kirsche. Doing self-evaluation for work. Hate them so much. Very behind. We'll catch the VoD later. Your dad hates turkey, so usually you do a barbecue or German food like Rudelen, Spätzle, red cabbage. Had a homemade dark chocolate nut and espresso cake. Oh, that sounds pretty good. I fucking love turkey, though. I could not imagine a Thanksgiving without turkey. Fucking love me, dude.
And it's just so great that I was able to save 20% on my gamer subs order today by using code Kirsche.
Hell yeah!
What I saved, silly fox woman.
Crazy Viking, thank you!
Thank you for passing your savings on to me! And don't forget, 24 hours. It's less than 24 now because it started at 3 p.m. But use code Kirsche on your gamer subs orders until probably like 2 or 3 p.m. tomorrow to save 20% instead of 10% on your gamer subs orders. Hell yeah. Sergeant Buck, thank you. Regret to inform you that sushi also comes from Africa. Source, trust me, bro. You'd be willing to accept a woman who wants to help you with your self-loathing, but you're always worried with modern women, especially if they're in social media. I mean, yeah, the worry is very warranted. I'm not saying, like, jump into everything with a not clear mind, right? I think you'd be able to tell after a couple of months if someone is genuinely wanting to support you or if they're looking to exploit the weaknesses that you have in order to use you for things, right? We're all broken. You just never find a partner with no issues. Very true. You're never going to find a gift wrap partner. Everybody comes with baggage. Find the person you're willing to fight for, and you slowly become whole as you build your family. That's the goal, and you wish this happiness on everyone.
Wagyu and Fox Who Love. Wagyu!
Liam Dell, thank you for the It's actually insane how racist the left are without them even realizing it. It really is.
Meeting someone. I turned 36 yesterday and basically have no free time between work and taking care of my parents. I've tried dating apps with no luck.
Oh man, I don't even know. That's like the worst thing, because like I don't know where to go to meet people. You guys have unironically said like just wander around Home Depot and ask himbos questions.
I don't have all the answers, all color Sam, and I apologize for that. I am not the smartest, but I wish you luck in finding someone.
Posts are done, but this shall not stop me from spamming the internet with pictures of gatto.
Well, good, because your cat's very fucking thick and fluffy. You have a beautiful cat. Thank you, Dan Zanagri, for buttering my fucking doggo. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Big butter doggo. And all color Sam, thank you again. It's like 36. It's not over for you, brother. It's way far from over. And it can feel crippling when you have like a lack of free time. And that's something I'm going to wrestle with as well, because it's like I have no free time as is. How the fuck am I going to find free time to date, dude? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. Honestly, you might start going to local bars to meet people. I don't think I would like people who go to bars. Right? Because, like, if I go to a bar, I'm gonna meet other people who probably like going to bars. And I don't like going to bars. It's cute, modest college girls near you or the secondhand craft store. You need to go there more because there's stuff that you can get to. So you have an excuse.
Anya.
Battleizer, thank you. Then Yasuke had to run from a Titan. AAA sucks. I almost didn't believe that was real when I first saw that. I was like, this has got to be AI, right? This isn't a real fucking thing. Unfortunately, it was. Psycho, thank you. Reproductive rate is like 45%. We're not all going to make it because you're single, you can afford to waste money, but you love supporting your entertainment. I mean, statistically, maybe, but that doesn't mean you should just give up, right? That doesn't mean you should give up in any way, shape, or form. You don't want to become a statistic, right?
Alikar Zyvern, thank you.
Off topic, you're curious if your spinal cord can be chiropractic adjusted. Well, my spine is growing more bone. I mean, the chiropractor I was seeing before I fled to Bunkerland He was like, there's no guarantee that we can fix the backwards curve in your neck, but like we can try some adjustments and see if anything helps. And I think I lucked out and I got a very good chiropractor in that regard, because he wasn't promising me like a permanent cure, you know? It is what it is. Some will just end up single. Zyman Maru, thank you. Kirsche dating app. Surely there are some honorable chatters out there who are single. You're sure the gender divide is one-sided, but better than nothing. We had people suggest like a channel on the Discord for like looking for work previously, but I don't want people to like, you know, dox themselves. I don't want anything like that to happen. So I think it would be very difficult to moderate things like that. So, let's see here. That's the white pill tweet, but I wanted to save that for after I get through all of the stuff on the shooting, because I still have to get to that. There's like a million tabs here. Here's a little short video again. 5,000 plus jobless asylum seekers on welfare in Maine could be eligible for expedited deportation under the Miller Plan. What is the Miller Plan?
What you heard tonight from President Trump, the breaking news here tonight, is saying that his government is going to accelerate efforts to review every person added to this country over the last 20 years, or the last 4 years, all 20 million. Now, obviously, if you're...
Should be more than 4. Be more like the Dominican Republic.
Legal, you're out automatically. But everybody else who is brought here, refugee, asylum status, whatever status, as he said, if you're not someone who loves this country, if you're not any benefit to this country, then we're going to send you out of this country. Because it's enough already. No one else has to die. No one else has to be murdered. No one else has to be shot. No more empty seats are needed at the Thanksgiving table or the Christmas table because of what Democrats have done to this country. So tonight we heard from a commander-in-chief a historic announcement, a brave announcement, exactly what America needed to hear, Kellyanne.
Absolutely agree with that. You should not be immigrating to a country and immediately getting on government benefits. That is not coming here to want to be a part of the country. That is treating it like an economic zone. Now do it. Emperor Creatine, thank you. Still remember when Assassin's Creed Origins and Final Fantasy 15 had cross-promotion DLCs? That night, 15 had an Assassin's Creed mini expansion. What the fuck? What the fuck? What a weird crossover. Ooh, my YouTube chat just fucking froze. Can start with the Biden years and then go from there. A penitent lizard, thank you. Can't speak for everyone, but for some reason, you've had more luck with meeting women online compared to IRL dating. Your longest relationship was just over a year, and that was long distance. I think long distance can be good if you start long distance and both of you make a plan within that first year to close that distance. If one person refuses to have conversations on how to close that distance, on how to live together, on how to be with each other in person, that's not a relationship that's going to last. And that seems to be what a lot of relationships online long distance are nowadays. I'm not saying that's the case with you, Mr. Lizardman, but a lot of people will just have a long distance relationship out of convenience because they like the idea of somebody else prioritizing them and showing them care. But then they don't want to actually put in the effort themselves to make that into reality and offline. Long distance takes a lot of maturity and patience and a fair amount of money to do visits. Yes. Pretty fly for a guy, thank you. You found out the pain and weird growth on your elbow is that you're growing extra bone. He just like me, for real. It's starting to curl like a sharp horn at the tip. Bodies are weird. God damn. Well, Liam Dell, thank you. On another note, the Final Fantasy 15 movie, Kingsglaive, was a better Assassin's Creed movie than the Assassin's Creed movie. That's really weird. That's really weird. But I'm glad to hear Miller say this. I guess this could have been part of the shit with my big tabs, but let's see here. Oh yeah. Here's more, you know, someone who shouldn't have been here is crying. Let's just throw out the rule of law. Boston Globe said, Amy Lucia Lopez Beloza had received a scholarship to study in Massachusetts and dreamed of opening a tailor shop with her dad. When immigration agents detained her at Logan Airport, everything changed. And this person here said, you left out the super relevant information from your report. I'm sure it was just an oversight. In a statement to ABC News Boston affiliate WCVB, a spokesperson for Immigration and Customs Enforcement said Lopez Beloza had a removal order since 2015 and confirmed her removal. So she's been here illegally since at least 2015 when she was given a removal order. And she wants us to cry and feel sad for her losing scholarships and losing the ability to open a shop. A scholarship that probably should have gone to an American citizen. Why would we feel bad for this person? I'm swirling, thank you. Fiance and you are long distance over 2 years, now been together over 5, and she lives with you, getting married next February. Wagyu, hell yeah! Hell yeah! I have 2 friends I talk about frequently who are long distance with their boyfriends in Brazil. One was in the UK and another one was in the US. And it took multiple years for them to, you know, get their boyfriends into their respective countries on, like, fiance visas and whatnot. But they've both been happily married for many, many years. Speed of government, by the way, a goddamn decade to even start looking at this case. Yeah, things need to be incredibly fucking expedited. Battleizer, thank you. The obligatory wah wah. A woman affected by immigration laws. Time to open the borders. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. And then, here's another one that, Seamus quote retweeted. I thought it was funny. It's 2 different people with, fucking similar stories here. The New Yorker said, Orville Atoria, a Jamaican national who'd lived in New York for nearly 50 years, was shackled, I'm sure, and put on an ice flight to Eswatini. It helped me imagine how the slaves might have felt going to another land in shackles and chains, he said. And then they got community noted, where it says, Orville Atoria has multiple serious felonies, including armed robbery and murder. He held a U.S. lawful permanent resident status, which can and was revoked following his criminal convictions. Yeah, I don't fucking care what they do with criminals, man. Like, what the fuck are we doing? And then Seamus here, a based Seamus, said, the right doesn't need to restrain itself on deportations for fear of bad optics. The left's optics will always be worse because they will always defend the murderers and rapists who get deported. Our elected officials need to act accordingly and do what's needed. And hard agree. Once again, I love seeing some of the stuff that has started being said, but I would like action. I need more action. Fucking do something, elected officials. Yay, freedom tunes. Like, holy shit, after that long, if you haven't figured it out by then you've absolutely got to go. Yeah, there's no excuse for anyone being here for 50 fucking years, regardless of felonies, and not having tried to become a citizen. You are blatantly saying that you don't care about our laws, and in fact, you enjoy the benefits being here unlawfully, and that's why you've never tried to become a citizen. Adding on top of the felonies is just fuel for the fucking fire. Why wasn't he dealt with sooner? To quote commies, it's time to do the work. Oh my god, I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of it, man. Let's see here. This is also due to that. This is also due to that. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, okay, okay. He's naked, but that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Da, 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 da. Oh, man. Have I actually managed to get through the other tabs? Oh. Okay, that's part of it. Okay, this is different. So this was from... When was this from? November 25th. So Libs of TikTok said, the University of Minnesota has a page on their website titled Whiteness Pandemic, which blames whiteness for perpetuating systemic racism in Western culture. They claim that white people have power and privilege and want families to push anti-racism on their children. They also recommend groups such as Black Lives Matter for people to develop your own white racial identity. This is insane. And here are some of the screenshots that she posted. Culture and Family Life Lab at the University of Minnesota, the Whiteness Pandemic. Resources for parents, educators, and other caregivers. What is the whiteness pandemic? Racism is an epidemic that can also be considered a pandemic given its large cross-national proportion and spread. However, there is another pandemic lurking behind and driving the racism pandemic, the whiteness pandemic. Whiteness refers to culture, not biology. The centuries-old culture of whiteness features color blindness, passivity, and white fragility, which are all covert expressions of racism common in the United States. Naming the whiteness pandemic shifts our gaze from the victims and effects of racism onto the systems that perpetrate and perpetuate racism, starting with the family system. At birth, young children growing up in white families begin to be socialized into the culture of whiteness, making the family system one of the most powerful systems involved in systemic racism. How can you, without an ounce of awareness, write that having a family system, having a family support structure is akin to a culture of whiteness? Like that is so insanely offensive. I could not even imagine, like, the most racist KKK hood-wearing man saying such a thing. That's fucking wild. Communist propaganda? Yeah, absolutely. How do we halt and reverse the whiteness pandemic? If you were born or raised in the United States, you have grown up in the whiteness pandemic. And you can play a role in halting and reversing the pandemic, especially if you are white because of the power and privilege you hold in this racialized society. If you were socialized into the culture of whiteness during childhood, it's not your fault. But as an adult, it is now your responsibility to self-reflect, re-educate yourself, and act. If you are a white adult, anti-racist action involves an ongoing process of self-reflection in order to develop a healthy, positive white identity while engaging in courageous anti-racist parenting and caregiving. If I speak, I would cause a nuclear meltdown. Practical resources for self-reflection to develop a healthy white racial identity. Remember years ago when they were segregating in colleges and they had like people of color only spaces where white people weren't allowed to go and study? And they were saying that like white people also need to have a racial awakening. It was kind of funny at the time because it was like, man, I really don't think that's something that you want. But it turns out the kind of white racial awakening that they were talking about was just be the eternal whipping boy, I guess. Talking with children about race, racism, and anti-racism is only beneficial if you, as the white parent, educator, caregiver, are personally committed to growth in your own anti-racism journey. Many white parents are already on this journey by self-reflecting and pursuing growth in their own white racial identity, while actively listening to and amplifying the voices of Black individuals and other individuals of color. It's really weird to think about like racial identity in the first place, but if your racial identity hinges on how you amplify other races above you, that's not you having a racial identity. That's just kind of strange. According to them, healthy whiteness is to just not exist, I guess. A Forbidden Gabagool, thank you for the 21-month resub. Thank you. A-Train, thank you. You don't know, sounds like communism, yeah? Sounds like a bunch of commie gobbledygook to me. Battleizer, thank you. Colorblind equals racism. Sure, okay. Liam Dell, thank you. The University of Minnesota should have all government funding removed and this author should be arrested for sedition. This author is probably one of the most racist things I've read. Killer Space, thank you. You think people don't set and work towards goals? You plan for family by 23 and you achieve that because you worked hard. 3 kids and 6 years of marriage now. I mean, that's great. I'm happy that it worked out for you. But I mean, even if you set goals, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to immediately succeed. Unfortunately. Battleizer, I read that already, thank you. True, we didn't work hard enough. Donza Patero, thank you. Why does it sound like the Klan but with extra steps? Yeah, I feel like if you change this paper into like the blackness pandemic, you know? And they were like, blackness refers to culture, not biology. The centuries-old culture of blackness features color blindness, passivity, and black fragility, which are all covert expressions of racism common in the United States. Naming the blackness pandemic shifts our gaze from the victims and effects of racism onto the systems that perpetrate and perpetuate racism, starting with the family system. At birth, young children growing up in black families begin to be socialized into the culture of blackness, making the family system one of the most powerful systems involved in systemic racism. Like that sounds like you could have just lifted this out of some sort of like KKK meeting, man. Alakar Zyvern, thank you. Just call me Alakar, but Zyvern is fun to say. Basically, because they refuse to believe in hereditary, they believe wealthy kids are wealthy because rich parents teach them magic secrets, and if the government raised all kids, we'd have utopia. What a crazy way to live. What a crazy way to live. And then they have stuff that says Black Lives Matter is a source showing up for racial justice called Surrey. And then there's a video. Beep, 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 ba-doop, boop, boop. There's a video here. She puts the source as the University of Minnesota thing here. Defend Inged. Then there's a video of some lady. Some really racist lady. That Chatter's right. People think you just manifest things from nothing with magic. That there are money spells for witches. Oh no, they do believe that. That's why like manifesting on TikTok took off for whatever reason.
We posit that there is a whiteness pandemic behind the racism pandemic, and that this begins in the family system where young children are socialized into the culture of whiteness within white families. Our first recommendation is to remember that the whiteness pandemic is a pandemic. If you were born and raised in the United States, especially in a white family, then you've been raised in the pandemic, and you can play a role in halting and reversing this pandemic. We have two specific recommendations to that end. The first is for white parents to invest time in their own racial identity development through joining an organization like Showing Up for Racial Justice or your local BLM chapter.
I genuinely have no idea how not only can these people say such vile racist things in public and have zero repercussions for it, but they're like instructors at universities. They teach these things. This is from the Institute of Child Development. Like if anyone even made some kind of a joke in this vein, they would have people tearing at their throat. But this is like a completely unironic belief that this woman has. It's just insanity. How do we let this continue? And then she quote retweeted it again and talks about the professor saying that there's a whiteness pandemic. Why does News hate white people? Because I guess they just haven't responded. It's just insanity. And when you can't connect like why a lot of people do a lot of things, if you just apply, well, maybe they just hate white people, it unfortunately starts making a bit of sense. She's cut from Sir Tiny Stash's cloth. We tend to want to remove diseases, and if they are treating whiteness like a disease, the dehumanization has happened for many years. It is unfortunately nothing new. Unfortunately nothing new. Let's see here. Okay. So, before we get into the current Afghan migrant, I have this. Judge Gonzalez admits race guides her rulings. This fat hog freed a 72-time offender because he's not white. He then burned Bethany McGee alive and laughed about it. Judge Gonzalez must be indicted for crimes against humanity.
I serve as Vice President for the Office of Inclusion, Diversity, and Equal Opportunity.
The first time I came out on the bench and the deputy announced, all rise, the Honorable Judge Teresa Molina, the whole courtroom stood up and I was all excited. He's walking out there. And I saw an Illinois State Trooper. He was African American. He had a sleeve covering his tattoos. And he was standing there and he looked at me and he nodded. And I knew what that meant. And so I looked at him and I nodded back like, that's right, we're doing this. And it felt so good. It felt so good. So to me, a fine of $354, which is our normal no insurance fine, that's a lot of money. And some of the judges that I work with came from money, so $354 is no big deal. But to most of the people that come to my courtroom, it is a big deal. And so I always offer them the opportunity to do community service. Being Latina in the office, people would tell me, like, don't you feel like you're prosecuting your own people? But It's true. There were a lot of, defendants that look like me. However, I had a chance as a prosecutor to make a difference as to what cases come in. I had a chance as a prosecutor to decide what offers were appropriate. And so
You should not be making decisions as a prosecutor based on race. That is wildly inappropriate. And it's, again, wild that this person knows that there will be no repercussions for her making decisions based on race. So she can just openly say this and nothing will happen.
I always offer them the opportunity to do community service.
Imagine. Fuck you, Automod, Icky! Thank you for the 10-month member. You're so sick of this shit. Thanks for all you do. It is frustrating, man. Paradoxical Madness, thank you. Hard! Trying not to glow! Does trying not to glow make you hard? Was that the implication? Morgan LaFoe, thank you for the member. Thank you for member. Thank you. Someone's actually proud to base law fair on the basis of race. Yeah, it's weird. It's fucking weird. Massive Doge, thank you. When we win, do not forget that these people want you broke, dead, your kids abused and brainwashed, and they think it's funny. Thank you, Sam Hyde. I'm sorry you can't type rape in the YouTube chat. Matt Larson, thank you. As a Minnesota resident, the article makes you want to have 10 kids with all Viking names just to anger the author. That's funny. Your dick is glowing from holding all the glowing? Oh no. People like her will always side with the co-ethnics over any idea of fairness, obligation, or justice because those things are supposedly white, which is again wild and a very racist thing to say. That's actually crazy. And we have the failed Afghan asylum seeker who admitted to stabbing his female boss 26 times at a clothing store in Krefeld, Germany back in May, has been found not criminally responsible for his actions and will serve no prison time. Amid claims of bullying, Syed Akbar S. locked the door to the New Yorker store on May 7th and carried out the attack before fleeing. He had taken a pocket knife to work that day, and he was arrested the same day and confessed to the killing. His asylum application had already been rejected, but German authorities had allowed the man to stay due to a deportation ban, as Afghanistan was allegedly too dangerous to be sent back to. It's him! He is the one who makes Afghanistan dangerous! And you have imported the man that makes Afghanistan dangerous to Germany! He is the danger to the other Afghans! What do you mean? What do you fucking mean? His defense claimed he was suffering from paranoid schizophrenia and could not be found criminally liable for his actions. If you attempt murder, or you actually murder someone, and you are found that you are too insane to understand that murder is bad, you should not be freed, you should not be told you can't be held criminally liable, you should be executed. People should not be paying tax money to keep someone unable to live in society alive. This is not kind, this is not rehabilitation, this is not, we need to keep these murderers alive. This is, you are unfit to be in a society of normal people. You don't understand killing someone is wrong. Therefore, we sentence you to the death penalty. The presiding judge at the Krefeld Regional Court ordered his placement in a psychiatric hospital. Oh, those poor psychiatric hospital workers, man. And this reminds me of that story we read, I don't remember how long ago, but there was a German, I don't know if it was like a mayor or a councilwoman or something, but there was like a German politician who had adopted 2 African children, and they held her against her will, tied her up and tortured her and stabbed her. But because the daughter called the police, they were not able to levy charges against them, because since the daughter called the police, it means she understood what she did was wrong, and therefore no charges would be filed. Germany, what the fuck are you doing? That was a mayor, yeah? Yeah, okay. I couldn't remember what kind of politician she was. This is the logical endpoint of the tyranny of human rights, the victimization of the innocent to protect the guilty. I'm so sick of seeing it. I am so sick of seeing it. These people want to pretend they have so much empathy and care, but all they care about are the criminals and the murderers. Where is the sympathy for the victims? Where is the empathy for the victims and their family who lost a fucking life? Where is that? Why don't you care? These are the people that go to jail for mean tweets. It's also tiresome, bro. Euthanasia, thank you for the huge 50. You heard someone in a Discord talking about some lawmakers in the UK looking to go to a Singaporean-style court system where they only have jury trials for capital cases like murders, because in a multi-ethnic state, the juries tend to only vote on race. I think I brought that up in a tab at some point, where there was like a judge in England who was considering getting rid of jury trials for that reason. Germans are firm believers in the law of Goku. If you say you're truly sorry, you can go, but you must be really, really sorry. Imagine believing someone is really, really sorry after a murder like that. That's crazy. A paradoxical madness, thank you. Common European L, true and real. A GS Wolfwood, thank you. At this point, Europe needs to go back to the Hammurabi law standards. It worked back then, and it will work wonders now. Yeah. Liam Dell, thank you for the... Germany's so desperate to be anti-Nazi, they can't help themselves. They have to allow foreigners to do whatever they want. Enforcing your country's laws is not Nazism. How have we gotten to this place? Arresting people who murder someone premeditatedly because he locked the door and brought a knife to work. That's not Nazism. That's just how you have a functioning society. And if you think a functioning society only happens when you have Nazis, that's really racist. What the fuck do you mean? The murderer said it'd be really mean to punish him. Oh my god. I'm so sick of it, man. A federal judge, who's an Obama appointee, rules that ICE has gone too far with warrantless arrests. Judge R. Brooke Jackson says ICE in Colorado can no longer arrest illegals just for being here illegally, unless they have a warrant or specific evidence that the person is a flight risk. And I agree with that top tweet. Like, who's gonna hold these fucking judges accountable, man? They're already here illegally. They don't need to break another law to be removed. They've already broken the law. What is this fucking logic? And how do these corrupt judges have any fucking sway on what happens with federal immigration law? It boggles my mind. Too bad. Fuck you, Judge Can and Will. It's like, it's great to see ICE still operating in these areas where the people in power are just absolutely fuckadelically parasitic ridden. But it also makes me feel bad because, like you see in Chicago, the ICE agents get attacked, they get shot at, they get rammed into by cars, and the mayor and the local police are just like, well, fuck, you're on your own. You guys are like the Gestapo or some shit. It's like, what the fuck is happening? And it's, again, crazy to me that you'll have people be like, I don't want to pay attention to the culture war. Fuck you! Like, we have been in this war for how fucking long, and how many more people are going to have to be casualties of this shit before we finally enact our goddamn laws as they're already fucking written? Ooh, God, I have a headache, man. There are times when a person's actions are so heinous it goes beyond eye for an eye. Sometimes you have to remove a person from humanity entirely. That's fucking crazy to me, dude. ICE doesn't need to have a warrant to arrest people who've been demonstrably proven to be here illegally in the country. Imagine. This shit was being taught 40 years ago. Like I said, it's been a long time. It's been a long fucking time. The long march through the institutions was successful. And we were warned in the 80s. Bezmenov tried to warn us where we were going, and we are living through what he predicted, not because he's a Cassandra, but because he knew what the result would be if nothing was done. He was merely telling you what he saw already in other places and what he knew was going to happen if the communists were not removed. I need that chilled head wrap thing. I need a fucking neck massage, brother. All right. And we have Lily Tang Williams here in New Hampshire saying, my opponent, Representative Goodlander, did not answer the simple question from Adam Sexton because she couldn't name a single unlawful order that the POTUS has issued. The goal of the video was to sow doubt and mistrust among our troops. It's shameful and irresponsible.
So do you think it's important at this point to be more specific about what the illegal order that you believe has been issued or the illegal order you anticipate being issued is?
Adam, I'm going to continue to do my job, and part of my job is saying what the law says, and that is what I've done, and I stand by that, and I stand by the oath that I took to our Constitution.
So do you think...
I genuinely do not understand how these people can blatantly lie like this and then feel good about themselves. How do you just constantly and continuously lie and still feel like you are the good person, you are the freedom fighter, you are the one being a helpful person? And how does anyone vote for this kind of fucking rhetoric? It's wild. And if fucking Lily does not win in New Hampshire, I do not want to see how things are going to go. Congress and the Senate must impeach them, but will not, as they are spineless cowards, you know? They don't think they're lying, though, at least not entirely. I disagree. These people in positions of power, these are not the useful idiots like the ones who go around rioting and burning and holding up protest signs. These are the ones maliciously lying to you in order to make that base of useful idiots come to action. This is not a useful idiot. This is a malicious liar. Pippa's beaten meat, thank you. Need to wash down the Foxu issued white pills with a cold glass of Kirsche that you're able to buy with 20% upcharge with code GAMERSUBs. Wait a minute, don't you mean 20% off? No upcharge. 20% off using code Kirsche at GamerSubs, brother. Pure fucking magic, that's how they get elected. Forbidden Gabagool, thank you. Several of the people you worked with in Afghanistan did so because of ancient tribal enmity, not because they were heckin' good boys, imagine. She looks like someone who slept with her teachers. What the fuck? Continuing. Another one of the people in the sedition video, Alyssa Slotkin, a Democrat, obviously, one of the seditious six, suggests a few days ago that the National Guard will start randomly shooting at Americans. She knew this was a lie and yet said it anyways. Now, 2 National Guardsmen were shot. She knew what she was doing. Once again, like that guy said, these are not useful idiots. These are malicious liars.
Look at these videos coming out of places like Chicago. It makes me incredibly nervous that we're about to see people in law enforcement, people in uniform military get nervous, get stressed, shoot at American civilians.
They were shooting at people. I don't even know if they were civilians because it was so long ago, but they were shooting at people who rammed their cars into them. And they shot at the ICE agents first. This woman is disgusting.
It is a very, very stressful situation for these law enforcement and for the communities on the ground. So it was basically a warning to say, like, if you're asked to do something, particularly against American citizens, look at these videos.
Actually crazy that you would put out in the national sphere after already saying, you know, hey, if you're in the military, you know, you don't have to listen to illegal orders. What illegal orders? I don't know, but you don't have to listen to them. So now people are like, well, the military's being given illegal orders, and why aren't they doing anything about it? And then this bitch comes up and she's like, well, you know, the military people, like, they're going to get very nervous. There's like, they're shooting at people. What do you think is going to happen? What do you fucking think is going to happen? This is the goal. This is what they want. This is how people like Jay Jones, like that fucking Virginia governor lady, end up getting elected after they just straight up say, yeah, we want to murder you. And they won their elections. Ken Delanian justifies the shooting of 2 National Guardsmen in D.C. Wow, I'm so shocked.
You know, there's so much controversy happening in the United States right now with ICE, who are also wearing uniforms and wearing masks. And so you don't know, people walking around with uniforms in an American city. There are some Americans that might object to that. And so
if you're wearing a uniform, you know, Americans might object to that. You got to worry about your life. If you're an American military uniform on American soil, what the fuck are we doing here?
It's getting to the point people are calling for the final constitutional option, ordering the arrest of all Congress and DOJ, and appointing acting Supreme Court to try them for both sedition and treason.
I would love to see it happen. Do I think it will? Unfortunately, no, but I would love to see it. Walla walla bing bang, thank you, my guy. Thank you, my dude.
Apparently this shooting has happened.
Literally a wild thing to say. The mechs, thank you. You're not drunk enough for this shit. He didn't say anything about a military uniform, just a uniform. Watch out, McDonald's workers and all. I mean, we know what he was implying because he was talking about ICE and the National Guard. You're tired of putting up with terrorists and terrorist sympathizers thinking they're your fellow countrymen. I'm tired of being attacked by terrorists and terrorist sympathizers and anyone taking them seriously. It is like the most exhausting thing. Zlyzon, thank you. Trump needs to have people know you arrest them and try them for treason. Bantam Sartorius, thank you for the 10 gift members. Thank you, my guy. Thank you, my guy. Try not to glow too hard. What is this? 2 National Guardsmen are executed steps from the White House. I don't know if both died. I know there's confirmation that the woman died, and we'll get to that. I don't know if the other National Guardsman has died. But this says 2 guardsmen are executed steps from the White House, and Fox News' Jennifer Griffin's first instinct is to delegitimize their mission. She said they shouldn't have been there in the first place. Not honor their sacrifice, not acknowledge the gravity, just attack the deployment. She needs to be fired immediately. I don't understand the rhetoric coming from people on the left saying that the National Guardsmen shouldn't have been there. This isn't some place out in Gaza. This isn't some like war-torn African country. This isn't Fallujah. This isn't like deep in Syria, right? Like this isn't somewhere on like the Ukrainian-Russia war front. What the fuck do you mean the National Guard shouldn't have been in the capital of the fucking country they protect? If there's anywhere that they should feel like they won't be attacked, it is that place. And DC was filled with actual fucking crime, and when Trump deployed the National Guard, wow, crime went down. But these people prioritize the criminals and the amount of terror that criminals can place on the average citizen wandering around. And so to them, the National Guard being there, preventing criminals from doing crime, is a bad thing. They had DC fenced off and flooded with guardsmen for the first 2 years of Biden's term. It's just, what do you even say to somebody who's so far out of reality? They say National Guardsmen shouldn't be in the capital of the fucking country they protect. That is wild. If DC was doing their actual job, the National Guard wouldn't have to be deployed. Imagine politicians doing their fucking jobs and caring about their constituents instead of foreigners first, you know? Not much to understand. It's a Trump decision. They need to oppose it. And from there, it's just stringing words together. Slightly buff weeboo. Thank you for the 29-month member. Happy belated Thanksgiving, Kirsche and chat. You're thankful for all you guys and the white pills. The Fox force is upon us.
The beatings will continue until the white pill takes effect.
As, thank you. Marines being deployed under the Insurrection Act is only a matter of time. Oh my god.
I'm on ya.
Argex, thank you for the 500 CZKs. He is fit for rehabilitation. Idiocracy style. We'll probably have Idiocracy style rehabilitations at some point. Like, I'm just waiting, you know? What's more important, they really think the guardsmen and soldiers are somebody else's soldiers and they're not American sons and daughters from the same country as them. They genuinely have this twisted belief that America is currently run by fascist people, and that it is their duty to object to and fight against the fascist regime of our government currently. And so they also believe that the military naturally would oppose any kind of fascism. And so the military would just de facto be on their side if they decided to do anything to Trump's cabinet or average conservatives. The people on the street also loved them because crime went down. Apparently, the National Guard are fascist occupiers and the National Guard are just picking up the trash are both true to these people. Oh my god. We're on the right side. It's just, it makes you angry. It makes you want to glow. We have another one. MSNBC already defending the gunman who killed U.S. troops on American soil. Okay, so this is the one we already watched. The people walking around with uniforms in an American city. There's some Americans who might object to that. And so apparently the shooting happened. So apparently, this is literal like millennial slop writing. Two people in uniform were gunned down by a man yelling Allahu Akbar who was here illegally. And you want to say, so apparently a shooting happened. You can never hate journalists enough. Journalists are like... If politicians are pond scum, journalists are even worse than that. A last resort, thank you. What are my current thoughts about the attack on the 2 National Guard members? It's never should have fucking happened. That guy shouldn't have been in the country. And the rhetoric against our members wearing uniform has inflamed this kind of thing. Most of the military jobs are just labor jobs. Maybe like 20% of the job pools for any branch is actual combat related. The rest are normal boo-boo ass jobs that anyone can do. But no, I'm a fascist because OCP pattern. Just when you thought you could hate them enough, they find a way. I know. Just when you think you've reached peak journo hatred, they do something to make you think, well, I could probably hate you a little more. And then Scott Wiener here. Scott Wiener, who I don't know why anyone fucking listens to anything this dumb shit has to say. It only took minutes for the extremist grifters to make the horrifying killings of 2 members of the National Guard about Democrats objecting to Trump's illegal Guard deployment. It's Charlie Kirk all over again. They say they're for free speech until they don't like the speech. The people losing their jobs for celebrating Charlie Kirk getting assassinated, that is a, like, how do you defend that? How do you, an illegal Guard deployment? I was gonna quote retweet this guy, but I kept having to reword the tweet so I wouldn't just glow with the energy of 1,000 suns. And I couldn't figure out how to fucking word it without sounding literally insane, because I was so fucking mad reading this. And he's quote retweeting, CNN guest just a few weeks ago compared the National Guard to Nazis. 2 National Guard members were just shot in DC. The Democrats know exactly what they're doing. They wanted violence. Do not listen to anyone that tells you people like Scott Wiener or Goodlander or that other fucking bitch we saw earlier. I don't even remember her goddamn name. Do not let anyone tell you that they are like idiots, right? Don't let anyone tell you that these people just don't know what they're doing. This is malicious and it is by design. And it is frustrating that Republicans will hem and haw and wring their hands and do fucking nothing about it.
Actually, what the president is doing through the Secretary of Defense is creating units, official military units, to, quite frankly, watch the American people. And that's the thing that is absolutely abhorrent. It reminds me so much of what happened in Germany in the 1930s. Actually, what the president...
These people are insane. They're insane. And anytime you call them out for lying, you just get called the insane one. It feels like such a fucking struggle to get anything done. A lot of people took you to be hyperbolic when you said they're calling you a fascist to signify you're a target to kill. It wasn't hyperbolic. 1 with Trump's attempt, twice with Charlie, now 3 and 4. That's absolutely what they're doing. And I mean, I'm glad that that's caught on as like a mainstream thing to say. I'm glad a lot of people have recognized that that is exactly what's happening. I'm glad I was ahead of the curve once again. But it's like, would I have gotten there if I didn't face the kind of attacks that I did? Would I have realized quite what time it is as early as I did if it wasn't for the people trying to attack me for doing literally nothing? Germany in the 1930s, so Nazi, very fascist. Jesus, get some new material. They don't need new material because enough idiots are willing to believe that. Metallic Church, thank you. You have a surplus of lumens and must not glow. You hope for white pills, but also wish for the lid on this pressure cooker to give way. I just want actual safety back. And it's wild to me that an entire political party just campaigns on, like, yeah, the other guys are fascists and we should kill them. Evan Hawkenfreres, thank you for the Canadians. Even most members of your family have bought entirely into the whole Trump is a fascist dictator rhetoric. Can barely hold a conversation with them anymore. I'm sorry, dude. Hopefully your family will see the light eventually. GS Wolfwood, thank you. To better understand DC's mentality, don't forget they elected Marion Barry, a drug-addicted criminal, as mayor. Repeatedly! What the fuck? Moral outrage is just envy with a halo. They're not actually opposed to the National Guard deployment. They're just mad they're not the ones doing it. Yeah. B Jammin', thank you. Nice to know that Scott Wiener was able to step away from his busy day of deflowering little boys to make this comment. What the fuck? So, moving on from Mr. Wiener. This person, I was just like hitting bookmark on pretty much anything I saw in my feed. This random fucking person. If those National Guard men weren't deployed in DC, they wouldn't have been shot. This administration is putting them in harm's way for political reasons. It's disgusting. It must end. Both of the men shot were from West Virginia. Well, one was a woman, but I digress. If they were home, they would have been alive, home for Thanksgiving. The administration is putting them in harm's way for political reason. Not the rhetoric of people on the left calling National Guardsmen fascists and Nazis and akin to what was happening in the Second World War. That's not putting them in harm's way. It's the Trump administration wanting to have the National Guard clean up crime in a crime-riddled area that's putting them in harm's way. Again, how do you live this far outside of reality?
Please save us.
How dare Trump want DC to be safe? How dare he try to stop our chaos?
E-assurance chat. I'm currently in a long-distance relationship. We've made plans to close the distance within a year. Some days are harder than others, but I know we're going to make it.
Hell
and you will
fucking
too.
yeah.
Wagyu chat.
Wagyu!
Less than 3.
Wagyu, all fairies. That's great to hear that you have plans to close the distance, and hopefully that goes well. Moving is always fucking stressful. I wish you luck, dude. I wish you luck and many happiness in your relationship in the future. Maybe if the DC government actually enforced laws, the president wouldn't feel a need to do it for them. I mean, the not enforcing the laws, again, I'm pretty sure, by design, there would be no reason to do this if they weren't trying to cause enough widespread chaos for the next time they get in power to be able to enforce things that, commies typically do. And playing that game, what about the illegals? Do they also not deserve to be home for Thanksgiving? As in, not in the country, but their own? True. Chat's beefy tonight. Yeah, we're hella beefy. I'm so fucking hungry. I didn't eat anything before stream because I woke up late. I have been actually trying to eat before stream most days, instead of just eating once at night. Yeah. A last resort, thank you. You never saw this type of insanity in person before, and you're thankful for that, but when, not if, you do see this, it'll probably hit like a truck. Unfortunately, I have seen people be this crazy in person. Charminator, thank you for the Canadians. Most of the people around you love the Liberal Party and can't seem to realize that they're the reason our country's wrecked and not Trump. It's very weird. It's a very weird, I don't get it. I don't get how you don't live in reality. It doesn't make sense. How do you see things with your eyes and then misconstrue them so grandfully? Captain Hook, thank you for the Canadians. They were asking to be shot. Did you see how they were dressed? That's essentially what's happening here. What the fuck? These people are evil? The good things you think, the death are slowly making some of the Rhino Republicans realize, yes, it's probably time to put the foot down? They're rhinos for a reason. I doubt they'll think that. The Trump is trying to find a way to limit legal and illegal immigration. Help. Yeah, we'll get to that announcement too, because that's fucking great. It's not all despair. Desaya Bronx, thank you. Yes, the political decision to check notes, enforce the law. Also, Kirsche, super duper mega cute and awesome.
No, you, thank you. You are super duper mega cute and wonderful.
It's only good if your side does it. Moving right along. What do we have in the next tab? This was the National Guard shooter has been identified as Ramanullah Lakhanawai, an Afghan illegal who entered the United States under the Biden administration in 2021 and reportedly yelled Allahu Akbar during the attack. I don't know if this video has anything in it. Yeah, there's one of the guards people there, unfortunately. I can't show some of the more close-up stuff. Members of the National Guard were spotted praying together outside the DC hospital where their fellow soldiers are fighting for their lives. Keep praying for a miracle here. Man, complain about them being destroyed in the nation's capital, not one word when we were deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan. Imagine. Thank you for the biddies, man. And this is a picture of him. Don't worry, he's censored. This is Ramunallah Lakanawai, the Muslim migrant suspected of launching the shooting ambush on the National Guard troops near the White House, entered the U.S. in 2021 from Afghanistan under a Biden administration program. He claimed to be a refugee and applied for asylum in 2024, which was granted in April 2025.
Amidst festivities, a family lost their daughter and a soldier's blood was spilled in their homeland. Not from combat, but at the hands of scum that was invited with open arms. That bastard deserves to be in front of a firing squad.
Hard agree. Hard agree. Doggo bongo. And hopefully we can do the right thing for once and have this be an actual expedited case and not drag it out for a million years and have him be allowed to appeal a million different times. This Korean's very sleepy. Hello, Princess Kirsche. It's been a while since I've read the Princess Kirsche message. Have a nice weekend. Today and tomorrow is the end of November. You're going to propose to Princess Kirsche in a Lamborghini. You don't need a Lamborghini. Thank you. Thank you, Ware. Thank you, Ware. Very, very cute, happy Korean friend. Annyeonghaseyo. Allahu Akbar. He said the lie. He said the thing. Your mom's thank you for the 50, brother. Keep calling out the BS. Looking forward to the latest news and sounding hospitalizations. We'll have to see if anybody got anything lost in their dicks this year. Mr. Anti-Cannon, thank you. Hey, trying to wash your dogs. They seem to like my voice and listen to you. Do I mind giving them an sit? Many thanks and a munya to everyone. You want to make a Hawaiian hors d'oeuvre food stand specializing in ham and bacon dishes? I call it Aloha Snack Bar just to piss them off. Hell yeah, man. Why was he naked? Yeah, I said that. When I first saw this picture, I was like, why is he naked? How did this happen? How did this happen? The guys in the U.S. illegally murdered someone. Honestly, you think it'd be fine to just hog tie him and drop him in the ocean? Jesus Christ. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, USCIS, says it's stopping immigration services for Afghans while an internal review is conducted. For many years, Afghan refugees in Western countries have been responsible for numerous Islamic terror attacks. For some reason, he is naked. He's enjoying some snap along the way. I don't know what that means. But the United Nations here, being subversive and disgusting as usual, right after 2 National Guardsmen are shot by someone who should not have been in our fucking country. Seeking asylum is a fundamental human right for people fleeing violence, persecution, war, or disaster. Everyone has the right to seek asylum. Refugees works around the world to support those #forced to flee. And they posted an image that says, asylum is life-saving. Read the fucking room, you globalist ghouls. Holy shit. What an actually tone-deaf thing to fucking do. You just came back from your yearly Black Friday tradition, your mother looking at appliances and saying we can get it cheaper when your dad visits the US for a couple of weeks. It's annoying every time. Wait, why is that annoying? She's right. You want to buy things while they're cheaper, man. They're not tone deaf. They know what they're doing. Yeah, you're probably right in that these people also know what they're doing and they're trying to inflame the people who are just retarded and have no idea what's going on. You're probably right. I just get so angry that I'm like, it's so hard to believe that these are things that genuinely are happening and I'm seeing with my fucking eyeballs. Like this shouldn't have been said. This shouldn't happen. And yet it is, and it does, and they did. And obviously, yeah, you're right. They know what they're doing. Psycho, thank you. Is Kirsche ignoring my chat about roasting a Quran to cook pork chops? What the fuck? Don't get canceled, but fuck these people. Whenever people talk about, like, shit with the Quran, I remember this one story out of England where something had happened and there were, like, a bunch of Qurans in, like, a canal. And instead of trying to, like, address whatever the fuck was happening at the time, there were policemen unironically trying to get the Qurans out of the water as a first priority. And I was like, that's just fucking crazy, dude. Harbinger, thank you for the 14-month member. Kagan Dunlap, a former Marine, has a video on this guy, and apparently he worked with the U.S. while we were in Afghanistan. I have tabs for that. Ollie Wally, thank you. You have the right to better your home or fail trying. Please, please test my belief in that in my home. I do not wish for people to test my belief. I will defend myself if I have to, but I would prefer if that doesn't happen, you know? Cesario JPN, thank you. Paramedic friend says the reason why the terrorist is naked is called trauma naked, especially to check for injuries, seeing he was shot and another National Guardsman brandished a knife and rushed him. That makes sense. Thank you for the explanation. I was very confused on why he was naked, so I appreciate that. Battleizer, thank you. Add it to the book of grudges and get back to them when boogalations have finished. The appliance looking would be less annoying if you ever bought them when you visited America. Oh, well, I mean, if you don't buy them, then yeah. Who started the violence, persecution, war, or disasters? Who funded it? Who pushed for it? Who's continuing to justify it? And why? Who's paying for them to seek asylum? Who's paying for the boats, ships, and plane rides? Who's funding them once they get to where they're seeking asylum? Who's doing all of these things, and what do they have in common? I like this guy. I like this guy. Nobody has the right to beg for asylum from another country. Yeah, you do not have the right to enter any country as you please. JD Vance here. I remember back in 2021 criticizing the Biden policy of opening the floodgate to unvetted Afghan refugees. Friends sent me messages calling me a racist. It was a clarifying moment. They shouldn't have been in our country. Many of our voters will demand not just words, but action. Thank you! Please and thank you! And this is an entirely appropriate response. We will first bring the shooter to justice, and then we must redouble our efforts to deport people with no right to be in our country. Already, some voices in corporate media chirp that our immigration policies are too harsh. Tonight is a reminder of why they're wrong. Our immigration policies are nowhere near harsh enough. They need to be like 500% harsher than they are right now to even be in line with other countries' immigration policies. We have been told that we need to open ourselves willfully to every kind of person who is even willing to lie about who they are. And if we don't want people lying about who they are in our country, we're the bad people. I am tired of it, and we don't have to live this way. Asylum is life-saving. Mental asylum. This guy, Dean Blundell, official Twitter account, Canadian muckraker, dog whisperer. I don't know, some fucking retard. For the first time in American history, 2 National Guard members were murdered by an American civilian in D.C. That doesn't happen if Trump isn't in office. Regardless of spin, he will wear this stain like a scarlet letter forever. My God. And then he got community noted because he's a fucking retard. Misleading. Authorities identified the shooter as Afghan national Ramullah Lakhanawi, not an American civilian. And so he followed this up with, well, Trump approved the asylum request for the DC shooter, grateful that early reporting was wrong, and the National Guard members are alive. For every one of you MAGA cult P-brains blaming Biden for not meeting the Afghan national at the border after he was granted asylum by the U.S. on recommendation from the U.S. military for helping them as a translator during the U.S. failed mission in Afghanistan, while working secretly for the DHS as a fucking field operative at the age of 78 in 2021, while being the president of the United States. Now you know that this is 100% Donald Trump's fault. This guy is just absolutely insane. Like, nothing cannot be Trump's fault. It doesn't matter that he came in under Biden's administration. It doesn't matter that the military recommended him and that was probably wrong to do because all of us have that bleeding heart, let's help everyone. Right? Like someone in chat said earlier, a lot of the people who worked as translators, they didn't do it out of the goodness of their heart. They didn't do it because they loved America. They did it because there's like long-seated blood feuds with whoever the fuck we were fighting. Is this a troll account? Terminal TDS. Absolutely. Incredibly terminal TDS. It is... I just keep saying it's wild and insane because like what else do you fucking say to people that just don't live in reality? Is it a troll account? No, worse. It's Canadian. True. Dean Blundell is a former radio morning show host. He lost his job doing that because he would bully and harass the women at the station. Imagine my shock! A progressive man is also a harasser of women. More news at 11. Water still wet. And here is a tweet from the USCIS, the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. Effective immediately, processing of all immigration requests relating to Afghan nationals is stopped indefinitely, pending further review of security and vetting protocols. The protection and safety of our homeland and of the American people remains our singular focus and mission.
Ant Dude, thank you for the 10-month resub. Thank you.
Keep it indefinite. We need a moratorium on immigration. I think it's very much necessary at this point. And just send them back. You don't care. If they're also non-violent, they'll be fine. GS Wolfwood, thank you. Unless Trump gets the jihadi prosecuted quick, you suspect the bastard will get a life sentence commuted to 10 or less years. Just like how Dems keep trying to let Lee Malvo out of prison. It wouldn't surprise me. Emperor Creatine, thank you. The desk and chair you bought from IKEA are assembled. Next up, new PC. Will somebody please tell IKEA that Allen wrenches are the devil? Why'd they name their wrench Allen? Scamdar, thank you for the 6-month member, or resub rather, you're on Twitch. It's all enough to make you go crazy. Everything needs a complete teardown. It is enough to make you go fucking crazy. All fucking crazy.
Well, now I'm the weird family member according to my dad's side of the family, since I brought guns to Thanksgiving, and when I heard my cousin's kids playing where they were, I ran to put them out of reach without telling anyone what I was doing.
Oh no!
Yeah, you definitely gotta make sure you got those locked up if you're gonna have kids running around.
Slightly buff weeboo, thank you for the 25 and for practicing safety.
Emperor Creatine, thank you again. I read that. Battleizer, thank you. Obligatory 2008 housing crash. Thanks, Obama! And then I saw this because Twigapoint retweeted it. Ed Krasenstein saying dumb shit as per usual. And I agree. I can't say what I think should happen without getting suspended from this website. Ed Krasenstein said if they weren't on duty there, raking leaves and standing in front of federal buildings for no good reason, this wouldn't have happened.
Apparently there was a shooting outside the White House just a couple of hours ago, and we're still learning everything. We still don't know the motive. There's a lot that we haven't yet figured out, but what we do know is that a couple of National Guardsmen were injured in the line of duty. And first of all, I want everybody who's a person of faith to say a prayer for those two National Guardsmen, that they're able to spend Thanksgiving with their families instead of losing their lives, because I understand they're still in pretty tough condition. But I think it's a somber reminder that soldiers, whether they're active duty, reserve, or National Guard, our soldiers are the sword and the shield of the United States of America. And as a person who goes into work every single day in that building and knows that there are a lot of people who wear the uniform of the United States Army, let me just say very personally, thank them for what they're doing. We're grateful to them, and we're praying that they're going to be safe and they're going to spend Thanksgiving with their families. God bless them. Apparently,
and to hear this, to hear Vance saying that, Mr. Krasenstein just being like, it was Trump's stupid political stunt teamed with another lunatic killer that led to this. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. The radical rhetoric of wanting people dead coming from the left, it is enough. It's been enough. The fact that they've been allowed to say this kind of shit for so long is just insanity. Help. The Wastelander, thank you. Like a retarded version of 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. I like saying Kevin Bacon's name. Let's see, what do I have here? Someone, Jane Meyer, said, this is so tragic, so unnecessary. These poor guardsmen should never have been deployed. I live in DC and watched as they had virtually nothing to do but pick up trash. It was for political show, and at what a cost. Is this the narrative we're going with? That the National Guard is just picking up trash? That it's not picking up criminals off the street. It's just there. It's there to pick up I mean, the criminals are garbage. So I mean, if you're trying to use that as a stand-in for the criminals, like, yeah, I agree. But that would be necessary. Right, maybe if the people in charge of DC would actually clean up their own fucking streets of the criminal garbage, we wouldn't have had to have the National Guard come in. How many times does the left have to justify murder before we do something about it? Way too many fucking times. Way too many. They were doing nothing and they still got murdered. Yep. And then in response to this person, Councilwoman Vicky Palladino, NYC council member representing District 19 of Queens, possibly one of the only sane people left in New York City. I really don't understand these posts saying the guardsmen shouldn't have been put in harm's way by being deployed to Washington, D.C. They're basically saying American soldiers are unsafe in the capital city of their own nation, as though it were equal to a deployment to a foreign war zone. Yet almost every major lefty account is parroting this narrative. It's bizarre. Like, of course people are going to try and murder the National Guard. What did you expect to happen in Washington? Is that the narrative here? That Washington is Fallujah? Oh, she said the same thing as me. Or that the left has declared a de facto state of war and casualties are now just to be expected. It's extremely bad either way. The left has declared a de facto state of war a long time ago. It's just now they are emboldened to actually go after people. There were next to no repercussions for the rhetoric that led to MAGA people being punched in the street. There were no repercussions to Trump being shot at. There were no repercussions to Charlie Kirk being assassinated. When these things continue to happen and there's no repercussion for this kind of rhetoric or behavior, it's only going to snowball and get worse. So it doesn't surprise me that it's still snowballing and still getting worse. And the only question is, for Republicans, how many more people have to become a part of that snowball before you finally start trying to get people on the Democratic Party removed from their positions for calling for violence? There have been people crying and complaining when Trump said that the punishment for treason or sedition or whatever the fuck ever is death, after the Seditious Six made that video telling the military that they shouldn't listen to illegal orders. I don't really care that he said the punishment for treason or sedition is death after leftists elected someone who said they want to see conservatives' children die in their arms because they're raising little fascists. Why the fuck should I care at this point? Why are you trying to shame me into caring about something when it is an argument and a rhetoric that you yourself have started? You are not going to use my principles against me in that regard. She's probably from Staten Island. They seem pretty reasonable from what you've seen, and honestly, they should really just split off from the rest of the city at this point. Your only complaint about Trump is that he doesn't actually do the things he threatens. Yeah, why would he tweet out that there's punishment for treason or sedition? I can't remember how he worded it, that's why I keep saying treason or sedition. Why would he tweet that out unless there are plans to bring cause for treason or sedition against the people who said that rhetoric? Are we going to see Republicans trying to get them removed from their congressional seats? Lily Tang Williams has been saying Goodlander should step down, and she should. We all know she's not, so something should be done. You stand corrected. Apparently she's from Queens. Yeah, that's what she said in this. He's all bark, little to no bite. Staten Island tried to split off from NYC. Politicians who are spreading this kind of we should just kill them rhetoric need to be removed from their seats. The fact that they're still getting elected is insanity. The fact that people do not realize that getting elected because you want to kill people is insane. Why are we still having these conversations? Staten Island and Queens are separate places. I was just reading off of chat. She said Queens in this. I don't know where Staten Island and Queens are in relation to each other. I haven't been to New York City in a long ass time, man. When is Orange Guy gonna start doing stuff? And then American First Legal put out this document thing here that says, breaking, the Biden-Harris administration claimed that they were importing Afghans as refugees who helped the U.S. government, when in reality, officials admit in newly obtained docs from litigation that they did not know their identities, and some have allegedly committed heinous crimes. We have from John Beasley, subject is gathering biodata to Patricia Santos, August 4th, 2021. Copy of Embassy of Kabul P1 referrals. Regards, JAB, John Armin Beasley Jr. Do you recognize any of these people? They're not currently employed by our office. And then down here it says per state, state government, Wednesday, August 4th. To John Beasley, per state, subject gathering biodata. Dear Mr. Beasley, I am writing on behalf of the Refugee Affairs Office to request your assistance with identifying locally engaged staff who qualify as referrals to U.S. refugee admissions programs. Please note, LE staff in this respect is referring only to Afghans who work in Afghanistan. Monday afternoon, Secretary Blinken announced a new program known as the P2 program. The Afghan P2 program complements the SIV program and denotes groups of special concern by virtue of their circumstances and apparent need for refugee resettlement. LE staff who are eligible for the SIV program should not be referred to as the U.S. RAP. The Afghan P2 designation permits the embassy to refer LE staff and family members, spouse and children of any age, whether married or unmarried, for P2 U.S. RAP access if these Afghans do not meet the minimum time in service for a SIV, 2 years, but who work or worked at any time as LE staff for the U.S. government in Afghanistan. That doesn't seem very safe at all. America First Legal continues. We obtained these documents through litigation against the Department of Justice after it stonewalled our investigation into the Biden-Harris administration's decision-making over the disastrous withdrawal. The documents we received reveal utter chaos and incompetence. And this is via a Freedom of Information Act star. America First Legal is a national nonprofit organization. AFL works to promote the rule of law in the U.S., prevent executive overreach, ensure due process, and equal protection for all Americans, and promote knowledge and understanding of the law and individual rights guaranteed under the Constitution and laws of the United States. For months, the Biden administration assured Americans it had matters well in hand in Afghanistan and that the terrorists were not about to take over. For example, at President Biden's July 8th, 2021 press conference, he said, a question was, is a Taliban takeover of Afghanistan now inevitable? The president said, no, it is not. He was questioned why. The president said, because you, the Afghan troops, have 300,000 well-equipped as any army in the world, and an air force against something like 75,000 Taliban. It is not inevitable. Another question, Mr. President, thank you very much. Your own intelligence community has assessed that the Afghan government will likely collapse. These assurances, or the president said this is not true. Those assurances were false. The Taliban is now in control and the U.S. has completely withdrawn its military and diplomatic presence from Afghanistan. The Biden government claims to have evacuated over 120,000 individuals from Afghanistan, but its planning has been inept, its execution chaotic, and its reporting and transparency lacking in detail. It has withheld critical facts, including, among other things, the number of American citizens still in Afghanistan, the nationalities of all of those evacuated, the locations of all non-citizens granted admission to the U.S., the immigration status or lack thereof of all non-citizens, and the process, procedures, and criteria used for vetting and screening evacuees for security and other risks. AFL's mission includes promoting government transparency and accountability by gathering official information, analyzing it, and disseminating it through reports, press releases, and/or other media, including social media platforms, to educate the public. At the core of this mission is keeping government officials accountable for their duty to faithfully execute the laws and protect and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States, and to inform the public as to who the government is allowing entry to the country unscreened. Therefore, under the Freedom of Information Act, AFL hereby requests the following records within 20 business days. Definitions. U.S. citizen means a natural-born or naturalized citizen of the U.S. of America. INL Air Wing means Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs, Office of Aviation. Its employees, contractors, vehicles, and aircraft, all is more particularly described at the StateGov website. National Vetting Center means the center created pursuant to National Security Presidential Memorandum, NSPM 9, optimizing the use of federal government information in the support of national vetting enterprise, and more particularly described at another government website. Non-U.S. person means an alien as defined by 8 U.S.C., and then they have the number thingy there. Parole authority means authority granted under another law here. Refugee has meaning assigned to it by the U.S. Constitution thing there. Special immigrant visa means special immigrant visas for Iraqi and Afghan translators, interpreters, as defined by Public Law 109-163, and subsequent amendments, and as detailed on the State Department's website at, and then the website. Requested records. A, all records that mention or reference screening or vetting individuals being evacuated from Kabul and/or Afghanistan in the possession of the following custodians. First, Attorney General Merrick Garland. 2, Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco. 3, DOJ Chief of Staff. 4, Assistant Attorney General for National Security Division. 5, Deputy Assistant Attorney General for Counterterrorism and NSD. And 6, NSD Chief of Staff. USC is U.S. Code, not U.S. Constitution. I know. I'm reading a bit faster than usual. I apologize. U.S. Code, not Constitution. My brain, it vapped. Lots of snowballing happening. Yes, true. After the fall of Kabul, we took thousands of Afghanis and housed them at stateside base, to include former military base Holman AFB. Shadow Dude, or Shades Dude rather, thank you. Local Mailman, thanks for the money on your going on 16-hour shift. Holy fuck. You gotta love holidays. Call you Santa, the way you be flying around the world with these presents. Santa man. Daniel Sierra, thank you. Let's not also forget the man who executed crossing the street in Portland just for wearing a MAGA hat a few years ago. Response was crickets. True. True and real. The Angie got to Kirsche's brain. It's just a lot of shit to read right here. Matt Battleizer, thank you. But you see, sir, she shouldn't have been wearing that in the neighborhood. She was asking for it. Stupid type of logic. It really is. It really is. How did I feel about the Hong Kong fires? Over 120 people confirmed dead. I don't know what's going on in Hong Kong, apparently. The time frame for this request is August 12th, 2021 to August 31st, 2021. All records related to DOJ providing any other government partner any information on the identity of any person who boarded a U.S.-operated aircraft leaving Afghanistan between August 10th, 2021 and August 31st, 2021. All documents that mention or reference refugee or SIV screening or processing for individuals seeking evacuation or resettlement out of Kabul, Afghanistan, or KBL. The time frame for this request is July 1st, 2021 to the date the records request is processed. All records that mention or reference coordination with the Department of Defense, the Department of State, and the Department of Homeland Security to screen or vet any individual seeking evacuation from Afghanistan and or admission into the U.S. All records regarding either 1, inquiries from the interagency, or 2, information provided to an interagency partner about people seeking admission to the U.S. or a U.S.-operated aircraft out of Afghanistan. All records of derogatory information provided to the Department of State on individuals evacuated from Afghanistan between August 16th and August 31st, 2021. And then they put their redaction requests in there as well, because obviously stuff has to be redacted. For example, in early August 2021, the Department of State asked federal government agencies to confirm that a spreadsheet listing Afghans who did not meet minimum time in service for a special immigrant visa should be referred to the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program for resettlement into the U.S. because they had supposedly otherwise worked on behalf of the U.S. or a U.S. government-funded program. And so part of the stuff that they got from the FOIA request is... I think we read this in the first post. The Dear Mr. Beasley, I'm writing on behalf of the Refugees Affair Office. This looks very familiar to what I read a second ago. What is the second image they have here? Attached is the bio data you previously provided to redacted per state. We have reorganized this data to enable batch uploads into the PRM refugee database. Kindly confirm by COB Thursday, August 5th, that the bio data for your staff and their families is accurate. Please also confirm that all of your staff are listed on this document. Do not make any changes to the format. Please ask your staff to ensure their name is as it appears on their passports and that all information is correct. When sending the spreadsheet back, if any info is incorrect, please fill in the cell with red and enter the correct information. If you know the staff member has already applied for an SIV, please fill in the very last column of the spreadsheet green. If the staff member's SIV application status is unknown, or if they have less than 2 years of time in service at the embassy, please fill in the very last column of the spreadsheet yellow. All LE staff who are qualified for P2s will automatically be entered into PRM's refugee database. No other action is required from them at this time. If later they qualify to apply for SIVs, they should do so. If you have any questions about how to complete the attached spreadsheet, please contact via email or phone. Any P2 program questions should be directed to redacted and redacted. They continue. More details on the spreadsheet was circulated below. That's really weird. That was what I read a second ago. Big weird. A Department of Justice attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Kabul appeared to not recognize any of the names in the list. I'm on you. This is gathering bio data once again. Dear Mr. Beasley, I'm writing on behalf of the Refugee Affairs Office. This is again the same exact email. This is the third time they have posted it for some reason. Even the Afghans referred and then nominated by the U.S. Embassy in Kabul for admission into the U.S. RAP, however, would face significant challenges to make it into the United States, such as finding their own way to a third country and supporting themselves while their application for acceptance into the program for resettlement to the U.S. is being reviewed. Security checks are performed, medical exams done, etc., etc. Says a key point about this process: after the person has been referred by you, nominated by post, and accepted by Washington, they will get notice that they have been nominated for admission into the program. The actual process, however, does not start until the applicant has left Afghanistan, is in a third country, not the U.S., and has gone to the U.S. Embassy in the third country and notified them that redacted is a refugee who has been nominated for the program. From that point, the refugee needs to be prepared to support redacted financially in the third country for up to 18 months, while redacted application for acceptance into the program and resettlement to the U.S. is being reviewed. Security checks are performed, medical exams done. I empathize because unless the refugee can make redacted way to a third country where redacted, I don't know what these things are redacted for, already has a family, a place to stay, this processing period and the lack of financial assistance during the processing period can be a hard stop for most people. This what the fuck, man? What the fuck? It's redacting the he, she, and hims, hers. Why is it redacting that? That doesn't make any sense. That's weird. That's weird. Crispy the Crisp one, thank you. The unsubscribed guys interviewed a Marine that was in Afghanistan when we pulled out. He lost his arm from an IED that was set off at a checkpoint. What the fuck? So they can't tell if it was a dude or a woman. Oh, I thought you meant like it was he, she, like in the document. And I was like, well, you can't tell anything if they use both. Cause they them. That makes sense. It's just one of them, so you're redacting that. Okay. This is kind of grotesque. That like someone in the military is like, oh, we can't have vetting from these people. That would be mean. If, however, your contact is still interested in having you refer redacted for nomination, there are really only two forms attached for you to prepare and send to me. First is a justification memo. Most of the language is boilerplate and should not be touched. The justification section, however, should be a well-drafted paragraph which lays out redacted's work, the specific threat received, when it was received, who threatened redacted, who did redacted report the threat to, was it investigated and by whom, what was the result of the investigation of the threat, whether or not redacted remains in danger. The best way that we have found to get this information is to get redacted on a Zoom, Teams, WebEx, etc. call and have redacted tell you redacted's threat story, and then you make sure that redacted has covered each of these points. In addition to the justification memo, you'll need a clear scanned copy of a passport and national ID card for the principal applicant, your contact, and for each of redacted. Of course, this is the second sticking point for most folks here, as they often live in blended and extended family households in this country, and the thought of leaving grandma, uncle, etc. behind becomes a second hard stop. I'm once again reminded of the interviews done of the women left behind in Syria as men were running away to Europe in the mass migration crisis. And the women in Syria were saying that the men are on a fool's errand. They're not committing like a jihad in the name of Allah like they believe they're doing. They're abandoning their families, they're abandoning their wives and children, and they're abandoning their country. I wish I had saved that interview because it lives rent-free in my head and I would love to be able to play it. No. That said, if you plan on submitting a referral for this person and redacted, you should plan on doing it sooner rather than later, as things are changing on the ground here daily. I suggest that you discuss all of this with redacted and decide if you want to proceed with the referral. Let me know. Regards, John Armin Beasley Jr., Justice Attaché. Imagine. As early as August 15th, 2021, despite the previous guidance that U.S. RAP applicants would need to find their own way to a third country, hundreds were leaving Afghanistan on U.S. Air Force cargo planes. Why? Why were we doing that? Why were they doing that? By August 16th, 2021, the DOJ National Security Division still considered vetting to be an interagency issue. And this is a bunch of redacted. Julie Dickerson is listed as one of the people receiving this. Various interagency issues. Colleagues, is there a 30-minute space today when we can circle up to sync on a number of ongoing things, including the meetings redacted is attending on vetting, NCR security, etc. On that latter item, NSC has contacted redacted, saying that Homeland Security Advisor was concerned about redacted. While the DOJ has not disclosed what the vetting issues were, we also obtained a Department of State cable instructing Post to process civil society leaders as priority 1 refugee applicants. Oh my god, that was my fucking knuckle. Holy shit. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Like it when she reads the redacted document. Hell yeah. Be jamming, thank you. Ditzy Foxy, you know how emails work? Mr. Beasley was forwarding the email he received to someone else at the embassy, and if they knew the names. Oh, not that one. My browser's so fucking slow when I try to enlarge these images. Fuck! Get out of here! Shut up! It says, regards, John Armin Beasley. This is him asking the questions. This one, regards, John Armin Beasley. It's like the end of the thing. This one is to John Beasley. I'm not really sure which one you're talking about, Brother Mance. I mean, maybe I misread something, but it doesn't seem like I did in that regard. Malam K. Kaku, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. That snap must have felt so nice. It did. If you hurry, you can still reattach it. This one says, from Secretary of State, Washington, D.C., action, all diplomatic and consular posts collective immediate. A bunch of tags here, caption, sensitive, reference, Kabul. Updated guidance for bureaus and posts on Afghan refugee referrals to the U.S. Refugee Admissions Bureau. Message provides instructions for posts on steps to take in the event that they are contacted by Afghans claiming a U.S. affiliation, including a referral to the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program. It also provides updated guidance for posts and bureaus on how to submit P1 and P2 refugee referrals. Specific guidance on individuals arriving in third countries on private charter flights or organized overland movements will be sent separately. 2. Priority 1 and Priority 2 program overview. The two mechanisms available to U.S. government agencies to refer Afghans to the U.S. RAP are Priority 1 and Priority 2 programs. P1 and P2 are labels for different categories of refugee applicant and are not linked to the level of importance or priority in processing. P1 referrals are intended for Afghans known to U.S. government agencies and posts who have imminent and compelling protection concerns, who do not qualify for a P2 referral. Examples include civil society leaders, what a weird thing to say, women leaders, USG exchange alumni, senior Afghan government officials, and members of the Afghan National Defense and Security Forces. Interesting. P2 referrals are intended for certain defined categories of Afghans who are affiliated with the U.S. through employment, but who do not qualify for a special immigrant visa. All U.S. government P1 and P2 referrals must be submitted through the referring agency's U.S. RAP Afghan Referrals Workgroup representative, according to the process outlined in paragraphs 6 and 8 below. Stephen Ortiz, thank you. Let's not forget that Biden gave the Taliban a list of names of the interpreters who assisted the U.S. military for some reason. Did that I don't remember if that happened or not, man. I wouldn't doubt it. So it sounds crazy. So it sounds like something that would happen. Mr. Anti-Cannon, thank you. Thanks for the help with the dogs. Recorded the sit. I'm Zeta duper cute and wonderful. So Zeta slow, brother. What women leaders, right? P1 are all the people we roped into teaching lesbian dance theory. They continue, civil society leaders include leaders of non-governmental organizations, community groups, labor unions, indigenous peoples movements, faith-based organizations, professional associations, foundations, think tanks, charitable organizations, and other not-for-profit organizations. Even outside of their country of origin, civil society leaders are likely to continue advocating for their respective causes and often remain deeply connected to high-ranking officials in foreign governments around the world. By August 31st, 21, the Biden-Harris administration was still figuring out its official talking points in response to questions about the screening and vetting that was taking place to ensure that dangerous individuals would not slip through. Sent from Sean Savitt on Tuesday, August 31st, to DNI Media, so it's a bunch of names here. Hi all, we're looking to clear the following additional Q&A on our screening and vetting process through the interagency today. Could DHS, DNI, State run this through your teams and get back to us by COB? Wynn and Kelsey, could you run by the FBI? Thank you. And then it's a big fucking redacted blobbert. Later that day, NBC News contacted the DOJ for answers regarding possible terror connections, but the DOJ still didn't have answers. This is from Wynn Hornbuckle, forwarding a question to David A. Newman and Matt Blue. FISA just flagged this for NSC and FBI. Sent from my iPhone. Begin forwarded message from Jonathan Dienst to Win Hornbuckle. I almost said Hucklebuckle. Hi, Win. Are you able to offer any guidance on record or on background? As part of ongoing screening process, we're hearing severally evacuees in DC and numerous others in Doha have been pulled aside and are being held for additional screening due to possible terror connections. This is because they've been flagged with derogatory information related to terrorism from either U.S. databases or Afghan criminal databases and records or other intelligence resources. This apparently is separate from a handful of refugees pulled aside because they had previously been deported from the U.S. for criminal acts and now tried to re-enter. Man, this program sounds like it was going so fucking well. Also hearing several refugees pulled aside in Europe as well. Any clarity you can offer would be appreciated. How many evacuees in DC and Doha and or Europe have been pulled aside for possible terror connections? 2, do any have confirmed terror ties? I feel like if you bring in a large group of people and a bunch have to be pulled aside for possible terror connections, maybe just send the whole group back, right? Like maybe don't let them in. A Justice Department spokesman declined to comment, and they have some screenshots here that says, U.S. plans to send at least 2 Afghan evacuees to Kosovo for further review. At least 2 Afghans who were evacuated to the U.S. will be sent to Kosovo for more review, but that does not mean they necessarily pose a terror threat. Of more than the 30,000 evacuees from Afghanistan to the U.S., about 10,000 needed additional screening as of Friday, said the sources. And of those, about 100 were flagged for possible ties to the Taliban or terror groups. 2 of those 100 raised enough concern for additional review. According to the Department of Homeland Security Inspector General, even for the Afghans who were supposed to wait in a third country while their acceptance into a refugee U.S. resettlement program was being reviewed, many were just flown into the U.S. without being fully vetted. Man, some of the refugees have reportedly been charged with heinous crimes such as rape. Afghan evacuee charged with rape in Montana? Governor says demanding resettlement halt. The Biden administration has evacuated tens of thousands of Afghans, and this was October 21st, 2021. The Biden-Harris administration's stonewalling and lack of transparency into its disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan has even led to a threat of contempt for its refusal to comply with a congressional subpoena. Chairman McCall threatens to hold Blinken in contempt if state continues withholding key Afghanistan withdrawal documents. Tonight, House of Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Michael McCall sent a letter to U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, threatening to hold him in contempt of Congress if the department continues to withhold interview documents relied on to draft their after-action review of the Biden administration's deadly and chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021. That's cool and all, but did anything come of that? Did anything actually happen with this threat? I don't remember 2021. Psycho, thank you. Thanks, I hate it. Yep. As of July 2024, the Department of State Inspector General could not confirm the number of individuals evacuated from Afghanistan, regardless of destination, with support of the U.S. government. Finding A is that the department did not provide reliable data on the number of individuals evacuated from Afghanistan during the NEO. Actually fucking insane. Incredibly, the Biden-Harris administration gave the Taliban operational control over access to the Kabul airport. It provided Taliban officials with lists of U.S. citizens. Hey, somebody in chat mentioned that. Lists of U.S. citizens and Afghan human assets and the names of the Americans and Afghan allies it intended to evacuate, even as it relied on the Taliban for security outside the airport. The Biden administration's increasingly muddy denials on giving the Taliban lists. U.S. officials provided Taliban with names of Americans and Afghan allies to evacuate. The White House contends that limited information sharing with the Taliban is saving lives. Critics argue it's putting Afghan allies in harm's way, which, yeah, it is. What the fuck? If you didn't give the list to the Taliban, the Afghan people wouldn't have needed to have been evacuated in the first place. What do you mean? The footage of people around the C-17 in Kabul is still insane to you? Politico quoted one U.S. official as saying, basically, they just put all those Afghans on a kill list. It's just appalling and shocking and makes you feel unclean. 13 American service members were killed and 18 wounded as a result of the Biden-Harris administration's disregard and incompetence. Man. Was this the video I was thinking of the refugees leaving behind their families? I'm going to open this and I'm probably going to say no because nobody's ever been able to find this video as I talk about it. It's literally of a guy interviewing wives left behind in Syria. Wait a minute, holy shit, are you magical? Are you fucking... did you actually fucking find the video? I've just lost hope of ever finding it again. What the
Assalamu
fuck?
alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am Bilal Abdul Kareem for On the Ground News, and we are here in one of the refugee camps. I came here today because I wanted to get some of the opinions of some of the people that are here regarding the refugees that are flooding into Europe.
How did you find it? That's like some KB and Ziz level magic, brother. That's insane. Thank you, Vaush. Your Google foo is strong.
Other nations. I felt that it was that the voice that is missing from this entire situation are the voices that are inside of Syria that cannot leave or don't have the ability to leave. I think this has been missing from some of the debates that have been going on. Should the men leave Syria? Should they bring their families to a certain point and then come back to fight against Bashar al-Assad or what have you? And I've received some mixed reactions there. But as I said, one of the things that I felt that was missing from this entire debate are some of the voices of some of the people who are here in Syria, and there are none who are hurting or suffering more than people who are living in the refugee camps. Now, the refugee camps, as you can see, are not fun. It's hot.
Sunflower.
Many of them have said that they've had plenty of problems with water, security, particularly if they have daughters, and they're suffering from food shortage and such like that. So I wanted to just take a few minutes. Let's ask them how they feel about the people going to Europe and other places, and this is what they said.
I'm very upset about the men going out. We have a major crisis here. If they go, who will free us? Who will protect us? We are their honor. We are their honor. I have 5 friends whose father was martyred. Who will avenge them? Or the wife of the martyr, who will get revenge for her? By Allah, this is wrong. Isn't this wrong? It is wrong to leave your country. It is hard to leave your country and your family. It is so hard. We're bearing everything not to leave our country. We came from Oms to here. It's harder than coming from European countries. It's hard. Even if Europeans are better, we'll not go there. I have this daughter, she's disabled, and I have no food to feed her. I don't even have a spoon to eat with. Allah is my witness. In my opinion, it is forbidden to leave the country. They leave it when it is in a bad need. They have to defend it. They have to stand by its people and not leave it and go just like that. Whoever is acting up, acting like... I mean, they've left the country for people to control us. If there were 10,000 or more refugees, and I mean the men that are sitting in front of you right now, what would you say to them? I'd say to them, go to jihad immediately. They have to go to jihad. They have to defend the motherland. We all have to be one hand to get our rights back. If we're speaking according to Islamic law, it's not right. This is leaving jihad and turning one's back to the enemy. But as for those who just want life and are far away from their Lord, you might give them an excuse. I'm going to pause for a second because I see a lot of people typing in chat, and I think none of you have any idea what's going on by what you're saying. Defend the motherland via invasion. They are in jihad. These people are saying that the men should not have gone to Europe. They're saying that the refugees who left and went to Europe are bad. They are cowards. They have abandoned their wives, their children, the people who have died in the war against Assad, right? Regardless of your thoughts on the war, these are people advocating for none of these men should have ever left to Europe. They should have stayed in their country. The people left behind feel like their duty has been abandoned and that their duty in jihad is protecting their... Yes, exactly. These are people who are like, Syria is our country. The men fleeing to Europe are worthless cowards. They should be here. TLDR, the men leaving aren't doing real jihad. They're pieces of shit who abandoned their jihad in Syria. Yes, exactly. Very, very good summary. Because the country is dispersed, too much bombing, our friends became our enemies. We're the enemy of each other. There is injustice. Death now is close to all the people. Whoever just wants this life wants to escape. But those who want the hereafter will be patient, and the reward is up to Allah. By Allah, it's forbidden. They left the people here. Others are coming from outside to rescue us, and they're leaving. I have no idea how the fuck you found this, Vosh, but thank you very fucking much. I've mentioned this a million times over the years, and I have not been able to find it. No one else has been able to find it. So here's the link a million times in chat. Make sure you save this, because it's hard to find, brother. I'm useful sometimes. Thank you, Vosh. Thank you, Vosh. It was military age men on purpose. Yeah. And listening to their countrymen being like, why are you leaving for Europe? Why are you abandoning everything here to go just enrich your own life? You need to be here helping the people that you should be caring about. It's never a good sign when people say the people that are going to other countries are dickheads. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Don't forget to bookmark it. True and real. I'll forget that it exists as a bookmark, but I will do that. Thank you again, Vaush. Crazy. And then America First Legal ends here by saying, the Biden-Harris administration claims to have evacuated more than 123,000 people from Afghanistan. Only 6,000 are American citizens. Through its litigation, we will continue fighting to expose the Biden-Harris administration's duplicity and disregard for our national security. And that is exactly what it is. An excellent argument for not admitting them as refugees, you know, in addition to them being military-age men. Yeah, when you have their wives, their children, their fellow countrymen saying, these aren't refugees, these are cowards fleeing what they should be doing in their own country, it boggles the mind that nobody listens to that. Ammonia throws garlic at the fox. I love garlic! And then we have, what's here? Pete Hegseth announces that Trump will deploy 500 more National Guard troops to Washington, D.C. after today's shooting.
We will never back down. We will secure our capital. We will secure our cities. In fact, this happened just steps away from the White House. It will not stand. And that's why President Trump has asked me, and I will ask the Secretary of the Army to the National Guard, to add 500 additional troops, National Guardsmen, to Washington, D.C. This will only stiffen our resolve to ensure that we make Washington, D.C. safe and beautiful. The drop in crime has been historic.
It has.
The increase in safety and security has been historic. But if criminals want to conduct things like this, violence against America's best, we will never back down.
And that fuckwit Dean Blundell, who I think we read a tweet from earlier. Somebody said he used to be like a radio guy until he harassed too many women. Dean Blundell, in response to Pete Hegseth saying, we're going to send more troops there because clearly we have not done enough about the crime issue if they're shooting our National Guardsmen in broad daylight. Dean Blundell said, there it is. No motive, no details, just putting more innocent National Guard members in the line of fire. Pete Hegseth and Trump need to be removed. And of course, he's also locked comments. Also, again, this is the capital of the United States, the country that the National Guardmen serve. They should be safe in their own nation. The fact that they are able to be shot in broad daylight in the capital of their nation is an indictment not of Trump and the administration, but of how far out of control crime has gotten in that area, how far out of control our immigration policies have been. A leaf pretending to not understand anything to make discourse impossible. What a surprise! Imagine. And then Eric Doherty said here, unfortunately, West Virginia National Guard member Sarah Beckstrom has passed away at 20 years old due to gunshot injuries from the Afghan shooter. And Trump made a statement on it.
Seconds before I went on, right now, I heard that Sarah Beckstrom of West Virginia, one of the guardsmen that we're talking about, highly respected, young, magnificent person, Started service in June of 2023. Outstanding in every way. She's just passed away. She's no longer with us. She's looking down at us right now. Her parents are with her. It's just happened. She was savagely attacked. She's dead. She's not with us. Incredible person. Outstanding in every single way, in every department. That's horrible. As you know, second.
It's incredibly... It should make everyone distraught that this happened. It should make you distraught and not at the current administration, unless you want to say that they're not doing enough fast enough, which has been my opinion. But the feelings of being distraught should be at how out of control our immigration policies have been allowed to get for decades through multiple Democratic and Republican governments. And the vile rhetoric from people who want to see more death and chaos happening. It's deliberate. And then there's another thing. A reporter was being a retard.
Why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let him in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because
Imagine asking such a fucking question right after this happened. I do not blame him for being like, are you fucking stupid? Like, come on, dude.
they came on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here, and you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person.
Yep.
And there's a law passed that it's almost impossible not to get them out. You can't get them out once they come in. And they came in, and they were unvetted, they were unchecked, there were many of them, and they came in on big planes, and it was disgraceful. And if you look, you'll see there was a law passed. It makes it almost impossible not to let them in, not to certify them, so to speak, once they come in. And they came in, and they shouldn't have come in. And frankly, the whole thing was a mess. The whole Afghanistan situation was a mess. It should have never taken place. If we're going to go out, and we would have gone out because I had everybody ready to go, we were going to go out with strength and dignity and precision, and we would have left from Bagram, and we would have kept Bagram, by the way, because of its very close relationship to China and where they make their missiles. But when you let the people come in by the thousands and thousands and thousands, they made a terrible mistake. But they were incompetent, yeah.
I could not imagine trying to ask something so jarringly retarded while he's giving a press briefing on the 2 National Guardsmen just shot. Like, actually crazy. Actually crazy. And he lifted up that picture that was in that long chain of America First that I was reading off. The disingenuous nature of the reporters and people saying he was approved under Trump's admin are completely glossing over the way our laws work and ignoring the fact that Trump is not, in fact, a dictator who can just send these illegal aliens home. I very much wish that he could take a bit more of a hard stance to get people out a lot faster, but yeah, he's not a dictator, and he can't. How the hell did we just pull 117,000 Afghans into the U.S. with no vetting at all? That's a great fucking question. That's a great fucking question. And then, there was apparently people searching for the guy's name, the Ramanala Lankalwai or whatever. There were people searching for his name before the shooting. And this guy got like video evidence of it, being searched for before the shooting. Cause, it got deleted afterwards. I don't know, maybe a little tinfoil, but I thought it was interesting. Thought it was interesting to like throw in there that, hey, they deleted the evidence of his name being searched for right before the shooting a bunch of times. That's kind of weird. That's kind of strange. Let me post this one in chat. I don't know if KB has the America First chain, because I wanted to put that one in chat, but then I forgot. I forgot to put that one in chat, but this is the search history thing. And then they have this breaking Google search results for Ramnala Lakawi, the DC National Guard shooter, spiked in the DC area on November 20th, 6 days before the attack, and again multiple times on the morning of the attack. What a very strangely specific thing to search for right before he carries out a terror attack against National Guard members. Interesting. This was the white pill post I referenced earlier. I don't know exactly which Trump post this is, if this is the Thanksgiving one, because I want to read the Thanksgiving one in full. The very happy Thanksgiving. Seriously retarded governor of Minnesota, which is true. He is very severely retarded. And now all the lefties are scurrying around like cockroaches being like, oh, the president called someone a slur. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. If you think retard is a slur, you are the retard. So I don't know if this is that one, but this guy, Christian Hyens, I don't know who this guy is. I don't know who this is either. I've seen a couple of his tweets before. He's got the happy awoo icon. He says, it has become extremely popular to blackpill in recent months, partly because many of us rightfully believe that Republicans in DC just do not understand what time it is, and partly because the nature of online discourse in general fuels a sort of neuroticism that generates a self-defeating mindset. But some perspective here is necessary. Because I want you to imagine anyone, let alone the president of the US, declaring in 2012 that he intends to end all migration from the third world, and that only reverse migration can fully cure the situation. The Overton window has shifted. This does not guarantee victory, but it enables a battle to be fought in the first place. And there hasn't been a real battle over immigration policy that hasn't been over how many more infinite migrants should we bring over since the earliest 20th century. We're no longer debating how liberal our immigration policy should be. We're now, at long last, debating who belongs in this country and who doesn't. For those who have been involved in politics for more than 10 years, we almost lack the words to describe how monumental a shift that is. And like I said, I have the same exact opinion as this guy does, but he put it in a more eloquent way than I think I am capable of doing. So it's a really nice, happy hope light nugget that we can look upon. That things are, even if they are incredibly slow, they are moving in a way that hopefully should be good. And this Trump post says, help, I need to drink again. My hiccups are killing me. Even as we have progressed technologically, immigration policy has eroded those gains and living conditions for many. I will permanently pause migration from all third world countries to allow the U.S. system to fully recover, terminate all of the millions of Biden illegal admissions, including those signed by Sleepy Joe Biden's auto pen, and remove anyone who is not a net asset to the United States or is incapable of loving our country. End all federal benefits and subsidies to non-citizens of our country, denaturalize migrants who undermine domestic tranquility, and deport any foreign national who is a public charge, security risk, or non-compatible with Western civilization. This should have been done so fucking long ago. If you come to this country, you should not be, as an immigrant, receiving federal benefits. You should not be receiving any kind of taxpayer dollar handouts. If you are immigrating to another country, the hope is that you are there to enrich yourself and the country which you are moving to, not to bleed it dry. It is wild that this has been allowed to go on for so long, and I'm sure there are many, many people who will cry fascist Nazi fucking nonsense at this happening, finally. But if we are to recover any amount of prosperity for Americans, for people who have immigrated here in the past, who wanted to become part of the American fabric, for people who have escaped communist nations, trying to actually have a life instead of living under a warlord, this needs to happen. This is what needs to be done. These goals will be pursued with the aim of achieving a major reduction in illegal and disruptive populations, including those admitted through an unauthorized and illegal auto pen approval process. Only reverse migration can fully cure this situation. Other than that, happy Thanksgiving to all, except those that hate, steal, murder, and destroy everything that America stands for. You won't be here for long. And again, this fucking awoo poster is completely correct. If you had told me in 2012 a politician, much less a sitting president, would have talked about reverse migration, I would not have believed you. So this is wild to hear, And I hope that it's not just bloviating to placate people. I hope this actually happens. This is the kind of thing that earned your vote, right? America was always for Americans. Yep. We had plenty of immigration of people who folded into the American fabric. And you've seen that with people who have fled actual dictatorships. But that is no longer what the immigration of even the last 50, 60 years has been. You're so nothing ever happens, you'll wait. I have felt, very black-pilled on some of these things, and I agree with him. It's very easy to fall into that. And I'm glad that I can stay mostly white-pilled and encourage other people to feel the same way. Because as someone who is terminally online for what I do for work, it does fuel a neuroticism that makes you feel like there's a hopeless loop, but it's not hopeless. This is what you voted for, but actions speak louder. You hope he really follows through. I hope so as well. Because the fucking smear campaigns are going to rocket far harder than they were before. Nothing ever happens, they say, as people are murdered in the street. Nothing ever happens to prevent that from happening is what we mean. Like, we don't want to see that happening, but nothing ever happens to prevent it or to have repercussions after the fact. It's obnoxious and it's tiring and it's what causes the feeling of despair, But don't let them demoralize you, as that is the goal. Nothing good ever happens. It's easy to fall into that. You make it easier to be a little optimistic. I'm glad I can help, if even a little, because I know this shit can get hard, man. And then this was the other post from Trump. Somewhat Brian Allen, I don't know. He has America first in his bio, but Trump just detonated online and used a derogatory disability slur to describe Minnesota Governor Tim Walz in a public Thanksgiving message, no less. This isn't tough talk. It's the President of the United States calling Minnesota Governor Tim Walz seriously retarded in an official holiday message, a direct use of demeaning language to attack a sitting governor. Yeah, well, I don't really care when the left constantly uses terms like white nationalist or white supremacist or fascist or Nazi to refer to people that they want to see murdered in the streets. I don't really give a fuck if Donald Trump looks at goofy-ass Tim Walz and says, "You're seriously retarded." Because that's just the fucking truth in this case. And no one is going to kill him for being seriously retarded. But the full post of what Trump said, which is also a really nice thing to hear. Double white pills towards the end here. A very happy Thanksgiving salutation to all of our great American citizens and patriots who have been so nice in allowing our country to be divided, disrupted, carved up, murdered, beaten, mugged, and laughed at, along with certain other foolish countries throughout the world, for being politically correct and just plain stupid when it comes to immigration. The official United States foreign population stands at 53 million people, according to the census, most of which are on welfare from failed nations or from prisons, mental institutions, gangs, or drug cartels. They and their children are supported through massive payments from patriotic American citizens who, because of their beautiful hearts, do not want to openly complain or cause trouble in any way, shape, or form. They put up with what has happened to our country, but it's eating them alive to do so. A migrant earning $30,000 with a green card will get roughly $50,000 in yearly benefits for their family. The real migrant population is much higher. This refugee burden is the leading cause of social dysfunction in America, something that did not exist after World War II. Failed schools, high crime, urban decay, overcrowded hospitals, housing shortages, and large deficits. As an example, hundreds of thousands of refugees from Somalia are completely taking over the once great state of Minnesota. Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey as our wonderful people stay locked in their apartments and houses, hoping against hope that they will be left alone. The seriously retarded governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, does nothing, either through fear, incompetence, or both, while the worst congressmen and women in our country, Ilhan Omar, always wrapped in her swaddling hijab, and who probably came into the USA illegally, and that you are not allowed to marry your brother. He fucking finally said it! Now do something about it! Do something about it! Why are we allowing someone who came here illegally to still be a sitting congressperson? Come the fuck on. Come the fuck on. But also, I really hope Trump gets the information from what's going on in Maine as well. Because it's great that he's mentioning the Somalian gang shit in Minnesota, but the fact that tax dollars from Minnesota and tax dollars from Maine are going over to Somalia to fund two sides of a Somalian civil fucking war, with someone even trying to fund a campaign for Jubaland in Somalia, is wild and should be talked about on a national stage. Why is that happening? See, this is what you mean? You don't want scoring Truth Social posts? You want action? Yeah. I mean, I love this because it says what kind of action he's going to take. I just hope he actually fucking does it, you know? No way is that happening. It is happening, and I should have a video out on it because I talked about it recently. Oh, man. In the USA illegally, and that you're not allowed to marry your brother, does nothing but hatefully complain about our country, its constitution, and how badly she is treated, when her place of origin is a decadent, backward, and crime-ridden nation, which is essentially not even a country, for lack of government, military, police, schools, etc. And then, this was the part that I read earlier, that even as we progress technologically from that white pill post earlier, so we read this half of it where he talks about reverse migration, but the first half was a fucking banger, brother. First half was a banger. Someone here responded with, the U.S. Embassy in India issued more than 1 million non-immigrant visas each year in 2023 and 2024. We imported 700,000 Indians on B1, B2 visas and 125,000 Indians on F1 visas in 2023 alone. End migration from India effective immediately. Yeah? He said that he's going to be halting migration from the third world. India 100% needs to be included in that list. 100%. And in addition to that, President Trump and Kristi Noem are officially terminating the temporary protected status of Haitians. Over 350,000 Haitians must leave the country by February 3rd or face deportation and a lifetime ban. This is great news for Americans in places like Springfield, Ohio. They can finally have their towns back. We're finally doing what the Democratic Republic did ages ago. The Dominican Republic, sorry, it's past 8 chat. The Dominican Republic did years ago. The Dominican Republic said, if you are Haitian and you're living in the Dominican Republic, you must prove ancestry going back multiple generations or you're getting kicked the fuck out. By illegal Haitians, you will not be missed. The cats and the dogs will be safe now. Monya. And, let me see. We have the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, confirmed that Ranmala Lakanwai, the Afghan national accused of shooting 2 National Guardsmen near the White House, once worked with the CIA in Afghanistan and later entered the U.S. through the Biden evacuation program. His asylum was approved earlier this year. Ratcliffe stated that Lakanwai should never have been brought into the country and called the situation a direct result of what he described as the administration's failures in the Afghanistan withdrawal, which is 100% true. Oh, we can't watch that video. I don't know how much it shows, but we should not watch that video. And then another part talking about it, the DC Guardsman shooting isn't adding up. Shooter Ramnala Lakanwai, CIA-backed Kandahar Strike Force vet, per leaked ID and Ratcliffe in a Fox News interview, confirmed Lakanwai's ties to the CIA as a part of a partner force in Kandahar. Based on declassified and intel briefings, ambushed 2 unarmed guardsmen at 2:15 p.m. Eastern yesterday. This was posted on the 27th. Yelling Allahu Akbar, critical but alive, but Google Trends, his name spiked in DC at 2:24 a.m., 84 interest, 3:28 a.m., 100, 8 a.m., 22, hours before shots were fired. For knowledge, we need to subpoena the IPs who were searching for him. And, do I have anything else super important to this? Because I had some more stuff on, like, just people being really, really fucking dumb and being like, the guardsman shouldn't be there. Blee, 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 blee. Oh, this was just another interesting post I thought was interesting. I don't know who this guy is either. Iden. I don't know who Iden is. But he said, Keep in mind the consequences for trying to kill Trump weren't a high ceiling either. One was an active shooter, instant headshot. The other got years in prison only because of Ron DeSantis. If Republicans let lone wolf insane people just prowl about getting a few years or decades in prison, then yeah, they'll just continue to radicalize insane social outcasts with porn addictions and mental instability, the thin rail scrawny guy types, and they'll send them on their way to sacrifice their meaningless lives. In a way, the Democrats have realized their own jihadism, suicidal lunatics that quote-unquote act alone, and there's no blowback for their rhetoric. They make coded incitements for the same action every single day. Democrats are just going to sacrifice like 10 pawns, if they can even be that significant on a chessboard, and they'll destroy us rapidly. Think about it. Ryan Ruth, Tyler Robinson, Thomas Crooks, nobody cared about those freaks. They tried with Kavanaugh as well. They'll just start openly attacking us until the country gets wise to the Dems being a supporter of terrorism. Whenever they say, we would never, remember that Russia denies their terrorist activities all the time. No serious institution can support it openly, but pretending that rank and file and leadership isn't privately supporting it, like with Jay Jones, is ridiculous. They want us dead, and if we lose, they're going to try to jail and kill us. These people see us as how Hitler saw the Jews and vice versa. The irony being is that they are the ones calling us Nazis. The Dems think like they're fighting Hitler's last stand, and in reality, they're more like the communist horde, butchering, raping, killing, and destroying everything in their wake under the guise of anti-fascism. The most gentle pastor is probably on their list. The DOJ needs to get serious about the threat before we lose power. I'm not exactly a huge fan about, like, you know, comparing things to the Hall of Costs, as it were. But I understand and I feel the general gist is basically what I've said in bits and pieces on stream before. It's basically an echo of sentiment, but put in a well-fledged out tweet for the most part. No shit, you need to do something before you lose power. That window's closing. I'm not a big fan of the government. Psycho, thank you. Kirsche, you've been awake for more than 5 hours. Are things changing? I'm dying. Penitent Lizard, thank you. Will they overturn the Hart-Keller Act of 65, though? That'll be very interesting to see if they do. God hates taxes, thank you. I love you all, chat and Kier. God bless you and what you do. And God bless you, chatters, man. Psycho, thank you. You love Fox News. Yeah. Never trust your liberal family members. They don't see you as human, period. It's kind of scary. Thankfully, I don't really have those. I have some like anti-Trump people, but not like full lib. Lord Denalian, thank you. Hey, Kirsche, miss everyone and you folks in Kirschcord. Praying everyone has a great Thanksgiving. You've been so busy, you missed a lot of streams. Got to go back to work. At least it's a good busy. At least it's a good busy. Thank you for popping by, dude. Not full retarded lib. I mean, I couldn't say, because they have, like, I don't know how to say it, because, like, they have conservative values, but they think Trump is, like, a big, bad, meanie head and is doing bad things. That's why I got called a communist for supporting Trump, which doesn't, I don't even know what kind of rhetoric gets you there. The Red Army saw Germans as subhuman because of what the Nazis did, and then did worse things to them. Yeah, learning about what's happened in East Germany is kind of crazy. Leonard G, thank you for the gift sub to Malam Keikaku, thank you. Oh, 6 months of gift sub to the dude. Thank you, Leonard. Thank you, fucking Leonard. Seen family go nuts over politics. You just can't talk to some people about it because you already know they can't be calm and just act like an adult. Yeah. Yeah. But, alright. Okay. I had a couple of more things that I would like to read, but I could save them for tomorrow. It's not a huge deal. I could save them for tomorrow. We're like half an hour overtime, man. I was really worried about not being able to get through all of the tabs on that fucking egregious shooting that should have never happened. I don't know what the status of the other guardsman is. I know that they announced that we read the woman passed, unfortunately, but what happened with the other dude? Is he still in the hospital? Which is a natural consequence. Never Trumpers or the establishment rhinos? Probably, yeah. Probably still in critical, went late. Critical condition. He's still in critical condition. Hopefully he will pull through. Hopefully he will pull through in that case. So keeping him in the forefront of my mind, and hopefully I'll see some stuff on Twitter about it. Let me see here. Homestead is online. I'm gonna raid into the bag, man. It's time for some baggages, as it were. It's time for some baggages.
Monya.
Thank you for the stream, Pineapple Hat Fox Lady. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for hanging out extra fucking late. I don't know what the hell Bagman is looking at. I just see maps skewing all over the place. Why is his room red? Is he transformed into a lizard person after coming back from Vietnam? The fuck? What the fuck? Shades do, thank you. Kirsche, please, no BGM is scary. It's okay, there's the ending BGM now. The sleepy background music. Thank you guys for hanging out extra late so we could get through a lot of fucking shit. There's a lot of stuff we trawled through today. I still have to finish the last half of that Sherm thing. I was thinking I might not be able to get to it today because there's so many fucking tabs, but we will do that either tomorrow or Sunday, depending on, because I do want to play French game as well. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night.